Hey guys, tonight we're finding out exactly why you couldn't handle how the Odyssey's mysterious ruins still waiting beneath the sea. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video, and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. If your image of the Odyssey's mysterious ruins, still waiting beneath the sea, comes from fairy tales, romantic paintings or films where she spends her afternoons, it is said that there are places where the sea does not forget. Places where every wave carries the weight of a name once spoken upon the shore, where every current passes through the memory of a vanished door, and where the stones beneath the water continue to wait, though no living traveller remembers what they were waiting for. Far beneath a moonlit sky, somewhere along the broken edge of the Ionian world, an ancient harbour sleeps. The water above it is calm, not empty, not lifeless, but calm in the way of a chamber whose final candle has long since gone out. Beneath the silver veil of the surface, broken columns lie among pale shells and ribbons of seagrass. Walls that once held back the tide have surrendered to it. Stone courtyards are softened by sand. Steps descend through the blue darkness, their edges worn smooth by water and time, and fastened to one ruined wall, still visible beneath layers of salt and shadow, are the old mooring rings. They are carved from stone rather than iron, wide enough to receive the thick ropes of merchant vessels, fishing boats, or long dark ships returning from uncertain seas. No rope has touched them for centuries, no hull has rested beside them, yet they remain. Near the centre of the drowned harbour, one carved step descends farther than the others. It passes beneath a fallen arch and vanishes into a lower chamber filled with dusk-coloured water. Seen from above, the stairway looks almost ceremonial, as though those who used it were not merely approaching the sea, but entering it. Perhaps it once led to a landing, perhaps to a sacred spring, or perhaps, as whispers tell us, it marked the threshold between the known shore and the great mystery beyond it. No surviving map gives the harbour a name. No ancient historian describes its walls. No weathered scroll tells us who built the first quay, who laid the stones, or who stood beneath the gate on the final morning before the sea claimed it. Its silence has become its only inscription, and yet, when one looks upon the ruins beneath the water, it is difficult not to feel that a story remains there. Not a story preserved in words, but one held in shape, in distance, in the arrangement of stones, and in the soft oceanic breath that moves through the abandoned streets. Some believe that the oldest tales of wandering were born in such places, not from one harbour alone, and not from one city, but from countless shores remembered by sailors who carried fragments of the world within them. A narrow bay seen at dawn, a ruined tower beneath a crescent moon, a sacred gate where oil was poured into the waves, a woman standing beneath a pale roof, lifting one hand in farewell. Centuries later, these fragments may have become poetry. They may have entered the long voyage of Odysseus, not as precise geography, but as memory transformed by distance. For the world of ancient sailors was not measured as ours is measured. It was felt, it was read in the flight of birds, in the colour of clouds, in the smell of rain, and in the trembling of a flame before departure. The sea was not merely water between lands, it was a living veil, a realm of gods, omens, hidden islands, and sudden changes of fate. Before a ship left harbour, mariners often paused at the edge of the shore. Oil might be poured into the waves. A cup of wine might be emptied upon the stones. A small offering of grain, honey, or salt might be placed upon an altar darkened by years of smoke. The names of gods were spoken quietly. Poseidon, whose unseen hand could lift the sea into mountains. Athena, whose wisdom might guide a vessel through uncertainty. Zeus, guardian of strangers and sacred promises. And perhaps older names too, names that have not survived. Names once known only to fishermen, island priests, and families who lived where the land ended. The sailors watched the sky. If birds crossed from left to right, it might be taken as favor. If the wind changed suddenly, some might wait. If a dolphin appeared beside the hull, it could be seen as a blessing. If a lamp went out without cause, the departure might be delayed until dawn. These gestures were not signs of fear alone, they were signs of humility. To enter the sea was to admit that human strength had limits. A ship might be carefully built, its timber might be seasoned, its ropes might be strong. Its captain might know every visible star. Still, the sea belonged to something older, and so, before the oars entered the water, there was often a moment of silence, a breath held between land and voyage, a final glance toward the harbour wall, a final recognition of the gate through which one might return, or might never pass again. The drowned ruins seem to preserve that breath. Near the submerged stairway lies a weathered stone platform. Its upper surface is hollowed into a shallow basin, and around its edge are traces of carving, almost erased by salt. It may once have been an altar. Perhaps travellers placed offerings there before departure. Perhaps families gathered around it when ships returned. Or perhaps it belonged to a forgotten sanctuary, dedicated to a local spirit of the harbour, a guardian whose name disappeared when the settlement itself was lost. Fragments of pottery have been recovered from the sand nearby. Some are plain and heavy, suited to carrying oil, grain, or wine. Others are painted with faded lines in clay red and black. One fragment bears the curve of a ship. Another seems to show a star above a spiral. The pieces do not all belong to the same place or period. Some may have arrived from distant islands. Others may have come from the western coast, from settlements whose own names have also faded. Together, they suggest movement, trade, arrival, departure. The harbour was not isolated. Once, it breathed with the wider sea. Ships may have entered carrying copper, pottery, cloth, resin, grain, or stories from lands beyond the horizon. Voices from different shores may have filled the quay. Sailors may have slept beneath warehouses, while merchants counted jars by torchlight. Fishermen may have repaired nets on the steps where seagrass now grows. At dawn, oars struck the water. At dusk, lamps appeared along the harbour wall. Children may have watched returning vessels from rooftops. Dogs may have barked at unfamiliar sails. The air may have carried the smell of salt, wood smoke, olives, rope, and wet stone. All of it has vanished. Only the structure remains. And even the structure is slowly being returned to dust. Across the Mediterranean, drowned settlements lie beneath quiet bays and shallow seas. Some were lowered by earthquakes. Others disappeared as coastlines shifted. In certain places, the land sank suddenly, perhaps during a single terrible night. In others, the water rose so gradually that each generation watched another stair vanish beneath the tide. A courtyard became a pool. A road became a channel. A temple floor became the resting place of fish. The people may have moved inland, carrying household objects and sacred images with them. Or perhaps they remained until the final season, rebuilding walls, raising thresholds, refusing to believe that the sea would take everything. There is no sign that the harbour was destroyed in war. No layer of ash covers its stones. No broken weapons lie among the columns. The silence here does not speak clearly of violence. It suggests something slower, a withdrawal, a surrender. Perhaps the shoreline began to crumble. Perhaps freshwater wells turned bitter. Perhaps an earthquake opened fractures beneath the walls. Or perhaps the people simply left when the harbour no longer protected their ships. History is filled with departures that leave no written explanation. A settlement becomes inconvenient. A road changes. A spring dries. A ruler falls. A generation chooses another shore. And a place once filled with voices becomes empty. At first, doors are locked. Then roofs collapse. Then names disappear. At last, even the road leading there becomes uncertain. Where memory fades, myth often begins. Perhaps later sailors passed above the submerged ruins and saw the tops of walls beneath clear water. Perhaps they spoke of a city drowned by the anger of a god. Perhaps fishermen warned that bells could be heard below the waves during moonless nights. Perhaps the old harbour became one of the countless hidden places woven into the Odyssey. The poem is filled with shores that feel real and unreal at once. Harbours enclosed by cliffs, caves where ships rest unseen, islands that offer comfort but conceal danger, palaces that appear after long wandering, gates that divide the living from the dead. The journey of Odysseus moves through geography, but also through memory, temptation, grief, and time. Every shore asks him a question. Will you remain? Will you forget? Will you reveal your name? Will you continue home? And every departure requires another surrender. To leave a harbour is to watch the familiar world become small. First, the houses remain visible, then only the highest roof, then the hill behind the settlement, then nothing but a thin line beneath the sky. For those who sailed in the ancient world, this fading must have carried a particular sadness. There were no messages sent across the sea, no certainty that news would arrive. A journey of several weeks might become a wandering of years. A storm could erase every promise made before departure. Those who remained on shore could only wait. A wife might return each evening to the harbour wall. A father might ask merchants whether they had seen a certain sail. A child might grow older beneath the silence of an absent name. Perhaps the stone altar received offerings not only from those leaving, but from those waiting. A little oil poured into the basin, a woven thread tied beside the gate, a shell placed upon the sacred stone, a request whispered into the wind. Bring him home, let the ship cross safely, let the oars be heard again before winter. The harbour would have held all these voices, farewells spoken bravely, promises made too easily, warnings ignored, blessings repeated beneath tears. And when the settlement disappeared, those words disappeared with it. Or so it seems. For beneath the water, the ruins do not feel entirely empty. The silence appears watchful. Fish pass through doorways, but do not erase them. The tide enters chambers where families once gathered, but the rooms still hold their shape. The mooring rings remain beside the wall, as if a ship might return at any moment. Even the carved stair continues its descent, patient beneath the moonlit sea. It is easy to imagine that the stones remember, not as humans remember, through images and names, but through the pressure of footsteps, the pull of ropes, the warmth of lamps, and the weight of hands laid upon them before departure. Perhaps stone gathers time in silence. Perhaps every threshold keeps something of those who crossed it. Perhaps every harbour preserves the shape of longing. Farther from the ruined wall, beneath a thin covering of sand, lies the fragment of an ancient oar. Its wood has darkened almost to black. One end is broken, the blade is partly buried, and small shells have gathered along its edge. No inscription marks it, no symbol identifies its ship. It may have belonged to a fishing boat that never left the bay. It may have slipped from a sailor's hand while unloading cargo. Or it may be all that remains of a vessel that departed through the sacred gate and never returned. There is no song for the person who held it. No poem tells us whether he was young or old, whether he feared the sea, whether someone waited for him, whether he looked back toward the harbour as the oars carried him into open water. The object rests beyond certainty, and perhaps that is why it feels so moving. History often preserves kings, wars, and victories, but beneath the sea lie the quiet remains of ordinary departures: an oar, a cup, a step, a ring carved into stone. Each one belonged to a life that once seemed complete. Each one carried a meaning, now hidden beneath the veil. The tide moves gently over the buried wood. Sand rises, drifts, and settles again. Above, the moon continues across the night sky, casting pale pathways upon the water. No ship approaches. No voice calls from the shore. The harbour sleeps beneath centuries of oceanic silence. And still the oar remains. Perhaps it was never meant to tell us who held it. Perhaps its purpose is only to remind us that every voyage begins with a moment when the land is released, when the familiar becomes distant, when the heart entrusts itself to what cannot be known. Some promises are spoken aloud, others are carried silently into the waves, and some remain beneath the water long after every traveler has vanished. Hidden beneath drifting sand, marked by the moon, kept within the slow breath of the sea. It is said that the sea keeps certain rooms hidden, not because they are empty, and not because they have been forgotten, but because some chambers belong more deeply to silence than to history. Far below, a quiet coastal cliff, where dusk settles softly upon the Ionian water, the remains of an ancient palace rest beneath a veil of blue. From the shore, nothing can be seen, only the slow breathing of the tide, only the dark outline of the cliff, only moonlight spreading across the water like a sheet of silver cloth. Yet beneath that calm surface, walls appear. They rise from the seabed in pale and deliberate lines. Rectangular chambers rest beside narrow passages. Fallen thresholds lead into rooms where no living guest has stood for centuries. Fragments of polished stone lie among shells and drifting grass, their surfaces catching faint shafts of light from above. At first, the ruins seem almost natural. A gathering of rock, a broken reef, a trick of shadow beneath moving water. But the longer one looks, the more difficult it becomes to dismiss their order. The stones meet at careful angles. Doorways open into courtyards. A line of pillars extends toward what may once have been a central hall. The design feels intentional, measured, remembered, and so the question rises gently, like air from a submerged chamber. Could this have been a palace? Could these drowned walls belong to one of the forgotten kingdoms remembered in the oldest songs of wandering kings? No inscription answers. No royal seal lies waiting upon the floor. The sea offers only shapes, and shapes, when they remain long enough in silence, begin to gather stories. In forgotten corners of the earth, palaces were never merely homes. They were the centers around which entire worlds turned. During the Bronze Age, long before the first written copies of Homeric poetry, rulers received travelers in halls lit by oil lamps and hearth fire. Messengers arrived carrying news from distant islands. Merchants brought copper, ivory, dyed cloth, grain, perfume, and stories from beyond the horizon. Within such palaces, memory was given a place to live. There were rooms for feasting, rooms for weaving, rooms where jars of oil and wine stood in careful rows, courtyards where rain gathered in stone basins, shrines hidden behind heavy doors, storerooms sealed with clay, painted walls covered with spirals, birds, ships, flowers, and creatures of the sea. At the center of many halls burned a sacred hearth. Its flame warmed the household, welcomed strangers, and connected the ruler's family to the gods who watched over the land. To enter such a palace was to pass through layers of meaning. First, the outer gate, then the court, then the hall of reception, then, perhaps, the more private chambers where family memory, political secrets, and sacred objects were guarded. The architecture itself taught a visitor how to move, where to pause, where to wait, where to speak, where to remain silent. A palace was power made visible in stone, yet it was also fragile. A lamp could go out, a roof could fall, a dynasty could lose its name. A doorway built to impress generations could one day open only into darkness. Some believe that the drowned palace beneath the cliff belonged to a settlement lost during the long unraveling that came at the end of the Bronze Age. Across the eastern Mediterranean, cities burned, trade routes weakened, royal centers disappeared. Palaces that had stood for centuries were abandoned, destroyed, or slowly reclaimed by weather and dust. The reasons remain uncertain. War may have passed through some lands. Earthquakes may have broken others. Famine, migration, unrest, and the collapse of old systems may all have moved together, like distant storms meeting over the same sea. No single story explains every ruin. Some kingdoms vanished suddenly, others faded room by room. A storeroom emptied, a courtyard fell silent, a road became unsafe. A final family left through the gate. Then the weeds came. Then the roof beams collapsed. Then even the name of the ruler ceased to be spoken. The palace beneath the water may have endured another kind of ending. Perhaps the earth shifted. Perhaps the shoreline sank during a night of trembling stone. Perhaps the sea entered slowly, first reaching the lower courtyard, then the stairs, then the sacred rooms. One can imagine the people watching the water rise year after year, a step disappearing beneath the tide, a wall weakened by salt, a doorway once used for royal processions becoming the entrance to a shallow pool. Perhaps they moved inland, carrying whatever they could, household gods wrapped in cloth, clay tablets, bronze vessels, jewelry, seeds, ashes from the central hearth. Or perhaps they departed in haste, leaving the palace to its final transformation. Beneath the veil of blue, small discoveries deepen the mystery. Near one threshold rests a carved stone basin. Its rim is smooth, and a shallow channel runs from one side toward the floor. It may have been used for washing before entering a sacred room. Water has always marked transition. Hands washed before prayer, dust removed before a feast. The body prepared before crossing from the ordinary world into a chamber set apart. The basin now holds seawater. Small fish move through it. Sand gathers in its hollow, yet its shape still suggests ritual. It remembers hands. It remembers pouring. It remembers the quiet pause before entry. Farther inside, blackened fragments lie near the center of a large room. They may be nothing more than darkened wood or stone, but some believe they belonged to a hearth. If so, this chamber may once have been the heart of the palace. Here, guests may have sat on low benches. Wine may have been mixed in painted vessels. A singer may have recited tales of voyages, marriages, battles, storms, and gods who moved unseen among mortals. The fire would have lit the faces around it. Shadows would have climbed the pillars. Outside, the sea would have been heard beyond the walls, distant but constant. Perhaps a traveller once stood there and described an island where fruit caused men to forget their homes. Perhaps another spoke of one-eyed giants, hidden caves, or voices carried across the water at dusk. Stories moved through these halls long before they became poems. They changed with each telling. A real island became a sacred place. A dangerous strait became the dwelling of a monster. A lost king became a wanderer tested by gods. A palace remembered from one shore may have merged with another, remembered elsewhere. Perhaps the halls of Odysseus were never shaped from a single building. Perhaps they were made from many palaces, a painted chamber from one island, a courtyard from another, a doorway seen by a sailor in youth, a throne room remembered after war, a household destroyed before anyone could return. The poem may have gathered these scattered rooms and placed them beneath one roof. Memory often builds this way, not with perfect walls, but with fragments. A lamp, a pillar, a voice beside a fire, the scent of oil, the sound of sandals crossing stone. Within the drowned palace, a line of pillars leads toward a smaller room. Their bases remain, though the upper shafts have fallen. Sea plants move around them in slow green ribbons. Beyond them stands an empty chamber where almost nothing has been found. No gold, no weapons, no crown, no clay tablet bearing the name of a king, only fine sediment across the floor and the pale movement of fish passing through the doorway. The emptiness is strangely powerful. A treasure-filled room would offer answers. An inscription might give a date. A seal might provide a name. But the empty chamber refuses certainty. It may have been a shrine, a sleeping room, a treasury already cleared before abandonment, a place where sacred objects were removed and carried away. Or perhaps it was always meant to remain simple, a room for silence, a chamber where the ruler came alone. Whispers tell us that ancient palaces contained hidden spaces known only to a few, rooms for prophecy, rooms where offerings were stored, rooms where the names of ancestors were spoken. Some doors were not meant for ordinary visitors. Some thresholds marked the edge of forbidden knowledge. Yet the sea has opened every room now. Walls once guarded by servants and ceremony stand exposed to the water. The private has become visible. And still, nothing is explained. There is a tenderness in this. A palace appears eternal when its lamps are lit, its pillars seem immovable, its storerooms seem full enough for generations, its rulers speak as though their names will outlast the stone. But time enters every hall, the roof darkens, paint fades, children grow old, the sacred flame is carried away or allowed to die. Even the greatest chamber may become a resting place for shells. The drowned palace is not merely a mystery of architecture, it is a meditation on the fragility of power. Kings once believed themselves protected by walls, gods, armies, and lineage. Yet the sea has no need to remember rank. It moves through the throne room and the servants' passage with the same quiet breath. It covers polished stone and rough flooring alike. It places sand over every difference. Where memory fades, greatness becomes shape. A wide room, a fallen pillar, a doorway without a door. Perhaps this is why the ruins feel connected to the Odyssey. The poem is filled with palaces, but none is entirely safe from loss. Menelaus receives guests amid wealth, yet grief from the war remains within his household. The palace of the Phaeacians shines with almost otherworldly beauty, yet it belongs to a people standing close to the edge of divine displeasure. The house of Odysseus remains physically intact, but its order has been wounded by absence. Strangers consume its food. Old loyalties are tested. The king returns hidden beneath another face. Home survives, but not untouched. Perhaps the drowned palace preserves the memory behind such stories. The knowledge that a home can remain and still be lost. That a ruler can return and find the chambers changed. That architecture cannot protect a household from time. As night deepens above the cliff, starlight filters downward through the water. It reaches the highest walls first, then the pillar bases, then the pale floor of the central hall. The rays bend and tremble, making the palace seem to breathe. At the far end of the ruins stands one final threshold. The door itself is gone. No bronze hinge remains. No carved panel blocks the way. Only two upright stones and a worn lintel define the entrance. Beyond it lies a chamber filled with darkness. Perhaps it once held a throne, perhaps a bed, perhaps shelves of sacred vessels, perhaps nothing more than a lamp and a woven mat. No one can say. The kingdom has lost its name, the ruler has lost his face. The voices that once spoke beneath the roof have entered the silence of centuries. And yet the doorway remains. It guards no treasure that can be lifted from the sea. It protects no crown. It offers no final answer. It simply stands between what can be seen and what remains hidden. Marked by the moon, the threshold waits beneath the wavering blue. Fish pass through it without hesitation. Sand drifts across the floor. Far above, waves move softly against the cliff. Perhaps the palace belonged to a king, remembered in song. Perhaps it belonged to a household whose story never reached the poets. Perhaps it was never meant to be found. For some kingdoms survive only as echoes, some names return only in dreams, and some doors remain open because what lies beyond them has already entered silence. It is said that some islands do not vanish all at once. They fade slowly, first from the maps, then from the songs of sailors, then from the memory of those who once watched their lamps across the water, and at last they remain only as a dark line beneath the evening sky, visible for a moment when the sun is low, when the sea is still, and when the boundary between the living world and the forgotten world becomes thin. At the edge of an old sailor's chart, beneath the faded curve of a crescent moon, there is a small island without a name. Its outline is drawn in brown ink. A few lines suggest cliffs. A dark mark may indicate a spring. Beside it, in handwriting worn almost beyond reading, appears a warning or perhaps a prayer. Only two words remain clear: low light. Later maps show nothing there. The island disappears. The sea is left empty. Yet fishermen who have crossed those waters for generations speak of stone shapes seen beneath the surface at dusk. They tell of straight lines where no straight lines should be. They speak of pale steps descending into blue shadow, and of walls that appear only when the evening sun passes across the water at a certain angle. Some say the ruins can be seen for only a few breaths. Then the light changes, the waves darken, and the island is gone again. Imagine then a small wooden boat drifting toward that uncertain horizon. No wind fills its sail. The oars rest inside the hull. Above, the sky is turning from faded gold to dusk blue. Sea and cloud are slowly becoming one veil, and the first star has appeared above the western water. Nothing moves except the soft rise and fall of the tide. There is no clear land ahead, only a faint darkening, a shape that may be cloud, a ridge that may be stone, a memory that may belong to the sea itself. In forgotten corners of the earth, ancient sailors knew places that were never written down. Their maps were not always made of parchment. They were carried in the body, in the timing of waves against a hull, in the coldness of a current beneath warm water, in the appearance of certain birds far from shore, in the smell of wet stone before land became visible. A sailor might know that when white birds crossed southward at dawn, an island lay beyond the haze. He might know that a line of dark water marked a reef, or that a certain star should remain above the left shoulder until morning. This knowledge passed quietly from one person to another, a father to a son, a captain to a young oarsman, a fisherman to a traveller who had earned his trust. Some routes were sung, others were remembered through stories. Turn when the moon rises beside the red star. Do not approach the western rocks when the sea becomes silent. Follow the birds at first light. Wait for the island that appears at dusk. Such instructions belong to a world where navigation was intimate and sacred. The sea was not crossed by measurement alone. It was listened to. It was watched. It was entered with humility. And because so much knowledge lived in voices rather than scrolls, entire landscapes could disappear when those voices were lost. A storm might take a ship and everyone aboard. A village might be abandoned. A family of navigators might end. A route once known to hundreds could become uncertain within a generation. Then an island, though still present, might begin to vanish from the human world. But some islands also vanished in truth. The Mediterranean has never been still. Beneath its beautiful surface, the earth shifts. Faults move in darkness. Shorelines rise and fall. Earthquakes break cliffs and lower coastal plains. Harbours become marshes. Villages slip beneath the waves. A place visible to one generation may become a shallow reef to the next. An island may be reduced to scattered rocks. Then, after centuries of wind and water, even those rocks may lie hidden below the tide. The old chart may preserve the memory of such a place. Perhaps its maker had seen the island. Perhaps he copied it from an older map. Perhaps he had only heard of it from sailors who spoke of fresh water, safe anchorage, and stone houses beneath olive trees. No one knows. The parchment offers no certainty, only the nameless shape beneath the crescent moon. The first physical clue was found far below the surface, caught between coral and stone, a fragment of pottery, small, weathered, ordinary. Its clay was pale beneath the dark growth of the sea. Along one edge ran two painted lines, once red, now softened toward brown. It did not belong to a ship from recent centuries. Its shape suggested an older vessel, perhaps one used for oil or grain. It may have been carried there by a wreck. It may have drifted from another shore. Or it may have belonged to people who lived where the sea now lies. More fragments were found nearby. A broken handle, part of a shallow bowl, a piece of thick storage jar. None carried writing. None revealed a name. Yet together they formed the quiet beginning of a vanished household. Someone had once held the bowl. Someone had filled the jar. Someone had washed the clay beneath daylight and left it to dry near a wall that no longer exists. Farther along the reef, a line of stones emerged from the sand. They were too evenly placed to feel accidental. One rested beside another in a narrow row, then turned at a right angle before disappearing beneath coral. Perhaps it was the base of a wall, perhaps a courtyard edge, perhaps the foundation of a small shrine facing the sea. The stones were not grand. They did not suggest a palace or fortress. They suggested something more fragile, a settlement, a few houses, a place where nets were repaired, bread was baked, lamps were lit, and children learned the names of stars. The island, if it had existed, may never have been important enough to enter royal records. No king may have ruled there. No army may have fought for it. No poet may have sung its name. And yet people may have loved it completely. This is one of history's gentlest mysteries. A place does not need to be powerful to disappear. It only needs to be small enough that no one beyond its shores thinks to remember it. Another clue rises from the reef itself. Fresh water. Even now, beneath the salt, a spring bubbles upward through a crack in the stone. The water is colder there, clearer. Fish gather around the place where it enters the sea. Long ago, when the island stood above the surface, this spring may have been its heart. Fresh water determined where people could live. A reliable source might sustain a village, a garden, passing sailors, and animals brought from neighboring islands. The spring may once have flowed into a stone basin beneath fig trees. Travelers may have filled jars there. Women may have washed cloth beside it. Children may have placed flowers on its surface during festivals. Perhaps the spring was sacred. In the ancient world, water emerging from stone was often regarded as a gift from below, a breath from the hidden earth, a place where nymphs, ancestors, or unnamed powers might dwell. Offerings could be left nearby. A cup of oil, a small bead, a clay figure, a whispered request. If the island slowly sank, the spring may have been the last familiar thing to disappear. First the fields were touched by salt, then the lower houses, then the path, then the basin. At last, fresh water rose into seawater, continuing its ancient journey, though no one remained to drink from it. Some believe this forgotten island may have inspired one of the dreamlike shores in the Odyssey. The poem's islands are rarely simple places. They seem to float between geography and spirit. Each one offers something: rest, food, knowledge, love, forgetfulness, immortality, and each one asks a price. The island of the Lotus Eaters offers perhaps the softest danger of all. There is no monster at the gate, no weapon, no storm, only sweetness, a fruit or flower that causes those who taste it to lose the desire for home. The men who eat it do not cry out, they do not suffer, they simply cease to wish for return. For sailors exhausted by war, grief, and endless distance, this forgetting may have felt like mercy. Some scholars have searched for a real plant behind the lotus, a fruit, a flower, a herb used in ritual. Others believe the lotus was never meant to be identified. It may have represented the deep temptation to surrender memory itself. The unnamed island on the chart may have had fertile terraces. Perhaps sweet fruit grew there. Perhaps travelers stopped to rest beside the spring. Perhaps the people who lived there welcomed strangers with food and silence. A sailor returning from war might have found such a place difficult to leave. He might have remained through one season, then another. He might have stopped speaking of home. Years later, those who heard the story could have transformed ordinary rest into enchanted forgetting. Myth often begins where memory becomes too heavy to carry plainly. Others imagine the island differently, not as the land of the lotus, but as a hidden refuge used by sailors returning from distant wars, a place beyond ordinary routes, a place where damaged ships could rest, where men could recover before facing the final shore. The ancient journey home was not always joyful. A returning warrior might fear what waited for him. Had his household survived? Had his children grown without him? Would he still belong among those who remembered his younger face? The sea delayed such questions. A hidden island might offer one last chamber of silence before return. A sailor could sit beside the spring at dusk, watching the light fade, uncertain whether he wished to continue. Perhaps that is why the island was not named. Perhaps it was a place between identities, between warrior and husband, between exile and homecoming, between the person who departed and the person who remained after the journey. The Odyssey understands this uncertainty. Its hero longs for home, yet the path toward it is never direct. He is delayed by storms, gods, desire, grief, pride, and the strange difficulty of becoming ordinary again. The islands he visits are not merely obstacles, they are mirrors. Each reveals another possible ending: to remain in comfort, to disappear into knowledge, to become immortal but forgotten, to surrender the burden of one's name. The island beneath the dusk may have been one such mirror long before it became a legend. Or perhaps there was no connection at all. Perhaps the chart records only a reef. The stones may belong to a wreck. The pottery may have travelled from distant shores. The freshwater spring may have flowed beneath the sea for thousands of years without ever serving a village. History requires caution. The sea rearranges evidence. Currents carry objects. Earthquakes scatter walls. Coral disguises shape. A line of stones can invite the imagination too quickly. And still, mystery remains. For even uncertainty has a presence. The absence of a name becomes part of the island's meaning. No historian tells us who lived there. No inscription preserves a ruler, a family, or a god. There is no record of destruction, no tale of conquest, no final fire, only the possibility of gradual disappearance. An island may seem eternal to those born upon it. Its cliffs appear older than language. Its spring rises each morning. Its paths remain beneath familiar feet. The horizon surrounds it like a protective wall. Yet the sea is always rewriting edges. A storm removes part of a beach. A cliff falls. Salt enters a field. A harbour deepens. A road is covered. Year by year, the map changes so slowly that those living within it may hardly notice. Then one day, a house stands too close to the water. A generation later, only its foundation remains. Centuries later, fish move through its doorway. This is the sadness of impermanence. Not every world ends in flame. Some are softened into silence. A roof tile rests beneath coral. A threshold gathers shells. A sacred basin fills with sand. A name is spoken less often, then not at all. And somewhere, an old chart becomes the final witness. Evening now settles over the uncertain waters. The small boat continues to drift. The crescent moon is faint above the horizon, almost matching the one drawn on the ancient parchment. For a moment, the low light enters the sea at a shallow angle. Something changes. The water darkens over the reef. A long ridge appears beneath the surface. Then another. They seem almost joined. A wall, a terrace, the outline of a road leading toward a vanished height. It is there for only a few breaths. Beautiful, impossible to hold. The light lowers. The wind touches the surface. The shapes dissolve. Sea and cloud become one veil again. No island remains. Only the quiet water. Perhaps the ruins were real. Perhaps the eyes arranged shadow into memory. Perhaps the sea revealed a truth it has guarded for centuries. Or perhaps it merely remembered one. Some places do not return through proof. They return through atmosphere, through a cold spring beneath salt water, through pottery resting in coral, through a nameless mark beneath a painted moon. Perhaps the island was never meant to be found. Perhaps its purpose is only to appear at the edge of sight, reminding us that the world has held more homes, more departures, and more forgotten lives than any map could preserve. The boat drifts onward. Night gathers. The ridge is gone. And beneath the moonlit surface, where memory fades into water, the unnamed island keeps its silence. It is said that there are temples no longer visited by human feet. No lamps are carried through their gates. No priest tends the sacred flame. No pilgrim kneels upon the worn stone. And yet the ritual continues, beneath a sheltered bay, where the cliffs curve inward like the walls of an ancient chamber. Columns still stand upright in the sea. They rise from the pale blue water, in quiet intervals, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of tides. Shells cling to their lower stones. Fine ribbons of seagrass move around their bases. Between them lies a broad platform covered in anemones, pale sand, and the softened fragments of something once carefully built. At dawn, the water is clear enough to reveal the outlines below. A stairway, a fallen wall, a shallow basin cut into stone. At dusk, the ruins become uncertain. The columns darken against the fading sky. and the platform disappears beneath reflections of bronze and blue. Then the waves pass through the temple. They enter between the pillars. They move across the altar. They withdraw again, slowly, endlessly, like breath. From the shore, the sound is almost too soft to separate from the evening wind. But if one listens long enough, it seems that the sea is whispering through the sacred place, not speaking, not warning, praying. Perhaps this is only the movement of water against stone, or perhaps some rituals continue after their worshippers have forgotten them. In forgotten corners of the ancient world, sanctuaries were often built where land and water met, upon cliffs above dangerous currents, beside narrow straits, near harbours where ships waited for favourable winds, at the mouths of rivers, on lonely islands visible only from the sea. These were places of transition. A traveller standing there belonged to neither shore nor voyage. The earth remained beneath his feet, but the open water had already entered his thoughts. Behind him were houses, fields, wells, and familiar voices. Before him lay uncertainty, storm, distance, foreign coastlines, and the possibility that he might never return through the same gate. Such thresholds naturally became sacred. For the ancient sailor, the sea was not simply a road, it was a presence, beautiful, generous, changeable, and impossible to command. A calm morning could become a dark afternoon. A favourable wind could vanish. Rocks hidden beneath clear water could tear open a hull. Fog could erase the coast. And so, before departure, sailors came to places like this temple. They brought what they could: an olive branch, a small bronze figure, a cup of wine, a clay lamp, a wreath of leaves, a handful of grain. Objects modest enough to carry, yet heavy with meaning. A captain might pour oil into the water and watch the bright circles spread across the surface. An oarsman might touch the altar with one hand and whisper the name of his child. A merchant might promise a portion of his cargo if the gods allowed him to return. A mother might tie a woven thread around a pillar before her son's ship departed. These gestures were small, but fear often speaks through small gestures, and hope does too. The traveller did not ask for immortality, he asked for safe passage, a clear sky, a harbour before nightfall, the strength to return. If the ship survived, the promise had to be remembered. The sailor came back to the sanctuary. A larger offering might be placed upon the altar, a bronze miniature of a ship, the first cup from a successful cargo, a carved image of a dolphin, a shell from a distant coast, perhaps a lock of hair cut in gratitude. The act of return completed the vow. What began in uncertainty ended in thanksgiving, and so the temple would have held both fear and relief, the trembling prayer before departure, the exhausted gratitude after survival. Within its walls, the same hands may have touched the altar twice, once while wondering whether they would ever see home again, and once after the sea had released them. The sanctuary beneath the bay may have served this purpose. Its position suggests that ships could see it from the water. Before the coast fully appeared, the columns may have risen above the horizon. Sailors returning at dusk might have watched the temple catch the final light. Its roof tiles may have glowed clay red. Bronze ornaments may have reflected the sun. A small flame may have burned in an upper chamber to guide vessels toward the harbour. Seen from a distance, it would have seemed less like a building than a promise. Land is near. The voyage is almost over. You have been seen, yet the name of the deity worshipped there has vanished. No complete inscription survives. No statue remains intact. Near the centre of the submerged platform, a weathered relief is carved into a fallen slab. The figure upon it is difficult to read. One arm extends downward. The other holds a long object. It may be a trident. It may be a staff. Around the figure are faint curved marks, perhaps waves, perhaps serpents, perhaps nothing more than the scars of salt and time. Some believe the temple was dedicated to Poseidon. It would be a natural conclusion. Poseidon ruled the sea, storms, earthquakes, and the deep force beneath the earth. He could grant calm passage or shatter a coast. In the Odyssey, his anger follows Odysseus across the waters, turning the sea itself into a long and restless barrier between the wanderer and his home. To honor Poseidon near a dangerous shore would have been both reverence and caution. A sailor did not need to love the god. He needed to be remembered kindly by him, yet the relief offers no certainty. The staff may belong to another figure, perhaps a local guardian of the harbor, perhaps an older sea divinity whose name disappeared before the great poems were shaped. The ancient world held countless gods, spirits, and sacred beings who did not survive in written tradition. Some belonged to a single island, some to one spring, one cliff, one family of priests, one hidden cove. Their names may have been spoken for centuries, then lost when the final worshippers departed. The absence of a name does not mean the absence of devotion. The temple may once have been filled with prayers, addressed to a presence no historian ever recorded. Near the relief lies a shallow basin. It is partly buried beneath sand, but its circular rim remains visible. Within it are fragments of shells. At first, they seem to have gathered there naturally. The sea carries shells into every hollow, but these pieces are unusually arranged. Several belong to species found far from the bay. Some are pierced, others show traces of pigment. They may have been offerings, shells brought from distant shores and placed in the basin after safe return. Each one a small memory of elsewhere. A sailor might have collected one during a long voyage, carried it through storms, kept it wrapped in cloth, then, after reaching home, placed it in the sacred water. In this way, the temple may have gathered fragments of the wider sea, a white shell from a southern island, a dark spiral from a western coast, a pale fragment from waters known only to merchants and wandering crews. The basin became a map without writing. A collection of journeys returned to silence. Whispers tell us that shells were sometimes linked with birth, death, prophecy, and the listening ear. Held close, a shell seems to contain the sound of distant waves. Perhaps those placed in the basin were not only offerings of gratitude, perhaps they were vessels for messages, names whispered into the hollow, prayers entrusted to the sea, words meant to travel beyond human hearing. The temple's architecture suggests that the basin stood near an inner threshold. Those entering may have washed their hands there, or perhaps they poured seawater into it before approaching the altar, water from the realm of the god, carried into the sacred chamber, a meeting of outside and inside, journey and shelter, fear and devotion. But the temple contains a contradiction. It appears to have been abandoned before it sank. The lamps were removed. The smaller offerings ceased. Doorways were sealed with carefully placed stones. No scattered household objects suggest a sudden disaster. No bodies remain beneath fallen walls. No signs of fire darken the chambers. The people seem to have left with intention. This raises a gentler, deeper mystery. Why would a coastal community close a sanctuary built to protect its voyages? Perhaps an omen was seen. A statue cracked. The sacred spring changed color. Birds refused to land upon the roof. An earthquake shook the altar. A priest dreamed that the god had departed. In ancient communities, such signs could carry enormous weight. The world was read symbolically. A strange wind was not merely weather. A broken lamp was not merely an accident. Events could appear as messages from the unseen order beneath ordinary life. If the worshippers believed the sanctuary had been rejected, they may have sealed it, not destroyed, not looted, closed. The doorway blocked with stone, the final flame extinguished, the sacred objects removed or buried. Perhaps a last procession moved through the temple at dusk. Priests carrying lamps, sailors standing in silence, families watching from the courtyard, wine poured for the final time. A prayer spoken not for departure, but for farewell. Then the gate was sealed. Another possibility is quieter still. Perhaps the shore itself began to sink. At first, only the lowest steps flooded during high tide. Then salt water entered the courtyard. The stone basin filled without human hands. Each winter, waves reached farther into the sanctuary. The worshippers may have raised wooden platforms, moved offerings to higher rooms, built low barriers, returned after every storm to repair the damage. But the sea continued. Year by year, patiently, without anger, without haste. A generation may have watched the sacred chamber descend one step at a time. Children who once played outside the temple grew old while the water climbed the columns. The final priests may have understood that the place could not be saved, and so they removed the lamps, carried away the images, sealed what they could, then left the temple to the water. There is something profoundly tender in such an ending. Not destruction, surrender. The worshippers did not abandon the sacred because they no longer believed. They may have left because they believed too deeply to watch the sea profane what remained. Or perhaps they understood that the sea itself was claiming the sanctuary, that a temple dedicated to water had finally crossed into the god's own realm. What appeared to human eyes as loss may have seemed, in sacred imagination, like completion. The outer temple vanished. The inner temple began. Beneath the silence of the bay, the architecture slowly changed. Roof beams weakened and fell. Paint dissolved from the walls. Bronze fittings darkened toward green. Fish entered the inner chamber. Anemones opened across the altar. Shells gathered where offerings once rested. The tide assumed the rhythm once kept by priests. It entered, paused, withdrew, returned. No human voice guided it. No scroll prescribed its movement. No calendar marked the sacred days. The ritual became endless. The sea washed the basin. The sea touched the relief. The sea moved between the columns. Above, generations passed. Kingdoms changed. Languages faded. The temple's name disappeared. Sailors crossed the bay without knowing what lay beneath them. Perhaps some still felt something there. A sudden calm, a reluctance to speak, a sense of being watched by no visible eye. Fishermen may have avoided dropping anchors near the columns. Children may have been told not to swim there after sunset. Old stories may have survived long after their meaning was forgotten. Do not disturb the stones beneath the water. Do not take shells from the hidden altar. Listen when the bay becomes still. Such warnings often preserve the shadow of sacred places. Even when history fades, reverence remains in habit. The story of Odysseus makes the temple feel especially poignant. His voyage is shaped by the struggle between human longing and divine will. He wishes only to return home, yet the sea repeatedly carries him away. Poseidon becomes the great force of delay, but the poem never presents the sea as simple punishment. It is also transformation. Odysseus leaves Troy as a victorious warrior. He returns years later stripped of ships, companions, wealth, and certainty. The sea removes every outward sign of power. What remains is endurance, memory, cunning, grief, and the desire to be known again. Perhaps coastal sanctuaries stood at the edge of this same truth. Sailors entered them asking for protection, but beneath the prayer for safety was another request. Let me remain myself. Let me cross the water without losing my name. Let home still recognize me when I return. This may have been the deepest fear of ancient wandering. Not death alone. Change. To leave as one person and return as another. To discover that the household has continued without you. To stand before your own door and feel like a stranger. The temple may have received such unspoken prayers. Not all of them were answered. Some ships never returned. Some names remained in the basin without a second offering. Some families came alone to leave shells for the missing. Some olive branches dried beside the altar, while the sea kept its silence. And still the sanctuary endured. Perhaps faith did not depend upon certainty. Perhaps it was simply a way to place sorrow somewhere. Upon stone, into water, beneath the care of a presence larger than the human heart. Night now settles over the bay. The cliffs become dark. The first stars appear above the water. Marked by the moon, the columns rise like pale witnesses from the tide. Below them, the stone platform is almost invisible. The relief has returned to shadow. The shells in the basin cannot be seen. Only the movement of water remains. A wave enters between the pillars. It crosses the fallen threshold. It touches the altar. Then it withdraws. Another follows. No priest remains to interpret the sound. No sailor stands with oil or wine. No pilgrim kneels upon the sacred floor. The deity's name, whatever it was, has passed beyond memory. And yet the temple does not feel abandoned. The ritual continues without witnesses. The sea enters, the sea withdraws, the sea returns. Perhaps this was always the true prayer. Not words, not offerings, not promises made in fear. Only return. The endless return of water to stone. The endless return of longing to silence. Perhaps the temple was never meant to survive above the waves. Perhaps it was always waiting to become part of the sea. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen, and some prayers are spoken so slowly that they require centuries to be heard. Beneath the moonlit bay, the columns remain. The altar sleeps. The waves whisper through the sacred chamber. And in a language older than memory, the sea continues to pray. It is said that every door remembers the hands that closed it. Some doors are shut against winter, some against enemies, some to protect the sleep of kings, and some are sealed so carefully that, long after the walls have fallen and the names of their builders have faded, the silence behind them remains untouched. Far beneath the calm surface of an ancient sea, where moonlight trembles like silver dust upon the water, a diver's hand moves slowly across the seabed. There is little to see at first, only sand, broken shells, the pale curve of a buried stone. Then the hand brushes gently across something hard. A thin green line appears beneath the drifting sediment. Not stone, not coral, bronze. The sand is moved aside a little more. A hinge emerges. Its surface is darkened by centuries of salt, softened by time into shades of faded copper and oxidized green. It is larger than expected, heavy enough to have once carried a door of unusual size. Nearby, massive stones lie beneath the seabed in a deliberate arrangement. Two upright blocks, a fallen lintel, the outline of a gate. Most of it remains buried. Only the upper edges are visible, like the bones of a forgotten structure sleeping beneath the ocean floor. No inscription names the place. No ancient scroll describes a chamber hidden beneath this shore. Yet the hinge remains. And with it, the quiet question that feels almost forbidden to ask. What required a bronze door at the edge of the ancient sea, and why was it sealed? The water offers no answer. It moves slowly above the ruins, lifting fine grains of sand and allowing them to settle again. The gate appears, then begins to disappear, as though the sea itself cannot decide whether the threshold should be revealed. In forgotten corners of the earth, thresholds were rarely ordinary. A doorway was not simply an opening in a wall. It was a place of change. To cross one was to leave one condition and enter another. Outside became inside. Public became private. The familiar became hidden. The living approached the dead. The human entered the sacred. In the palaces of the Bronze Age, doors guided movement through layers of power and mystery. A visitor might first enter a broad courtyard, open to the sun. From there, another passage led inward, perhaps to a reception hall where lamps burned beside painted walls. Beyond that might stand a guarded chamber, a throne room, a treasury, or a shrine. Each threshold asked something of the person who crossed it: permission, purity, rank, silence. Some doors stood open during festivals and remained closed through the rest of the year. Others were crossed only by priests. Some protected grain, bronze, ivory, and oil. Others protected something less visible, an oracle, a royal secret, the bones of an ancestor, a name that could be spoken only in darkness. The gate beneath the sand may once have belonged to such a place. Bronze itself deepens the mystery. In the ancient world, it was not an ordinary material. It required copper and tin, brought together through trade, skill, heat, and careful labor. A bronze blade, vessel, fitting, or ornament carried value. To place bronze upon a door suggested wealth, sacred importance, or fear. Perhaps the hinge supported a wooden door covered in metal plates. Perhaps bronze bands strengthened its surface. Perhaps images were hammered into it: spirals, stars, waves, birds, or the faces of gods. No such panels have been found. Only fragments, only the hinge, only the suggestion of a door once strong enough to separate the outer world from something that had to remain protected. The ruins lie near what appears to have been a coastal road. Beneath the sediment, flat stones continue away from the gate toward the former shoreline. Their surface is worn smooth, as though many feet once passed there. Travelers may have approached from inland. Sailors may have climbed from boats below. Perhaps the road joined a harbour to a sanctuary hidden within the cliff. Or perhaps it led to a royal burial place facing the sea. The position seems deliberate. The threshold opens westward, toward the place where the sun descends, toward evening, toward the direction ancient imagination often associated with endings, distant islands, and the shadowed realm beyond ordinary life. At sunset, the gate may once have been filled with golden light. For a few moments each evening, the dying sun might have passed between the stones and entered the chamber beyond. Was this alignment intentional? No one can say. But ancient builders often watched the heavens carefully. Temples faced dawn, tombs received the setting sun. Sacred chambers were marked by the return of certain stars. A door could be more than an entrance. It could be an instrument for receiving light, a gate between earth and sky, a stone frame through which time itself passed. Near the buried threshold, several small objects have been recovered. None explains the chamber. Together, they deepen its silence. The first is a broken seal stone carved with spirals. The design turns inward and outward at once, like water circling a hidden center. Such seals could mark ownership, authority, or identity. Pressed into wet clay, they secured storerooms, jars, letters, and doors. The seal is broken across its middle. Was it damaged by the collapse of the structure? Was it intentionally shattered when the chamber was closed? In some traditions, an object's breaking ended its earthly purpose. A seal destroyed could mean that what lay beyond would never again be opened under human authority. The second fragment is pottery painted with dark birds. Only their wings remain. They appear to fly toward the edge of the shard, perhaps across a pale sky or above painted water. Birds carried many meanings in the ancient world. They could be omens, messengers, souls, signs of departure. A flock crossing the sea might guide sailors toward land. A solitary bird seen near a tomb might suggest the presence of the dead. In myth, birds often moved between worlds more freely than people could. Were these birds painted upon a vessel used in ritual? Did they belong to a feast, a burial, a final offering placed beside the sealed gate? No answer survives. The third object is smaller still, a piece of ivory shaped like an eye. Its edges are worn, but the carved pupil remains visible. The eye may once have been set into a statue, a box, a piece of furniture, or a protective symbol above the door. Eyes were placed upon ancient ships so that vessels might see their way across dangerous water. They appeared on amulets to guard against unseen harm. They watched from painted walls and sacred figures. An eye near a sealed chamber suggests protection, but it also suggests witness. Something was meant to remain watched. Even after the door was closed, the buried structure may have been a treasury. This is the simplest explanation. A chamber near a port might have stored bronze, ivory, precious cloth, tribute, or goods arriving from distant lands. Heavy doors would have protected wealth. Seal stones would have controlled entry. The coastal road would have allowed cargo to pass quickly between ship and storage. Yet no treasure has been found outside the gate. No scattered ingots, no jars of coin, no signs of hurried looting. Perhaps the chamber was emptied before it was sealed, or perhaps wealth still lies beyond. The gate may have belonged to a shrine. The spiral seal, the birds, and the ivory eye could all have sacred meaning. The western alignment may have guided evening light into a hidden sanctuary. Worshippers may have approached in procession, carrying lamps and offerings from the shore. A priest might have opened the bronze door only on certain nights, when a star returned, when the moon reached a particular phase, when ships prepared to depart for distant waters. The chamber beyond may have held a divine image no ordinary person was permitted to see, or perhaps it was a place of prophecy, a dark room where questions were asked in whispers, where water passed through stone channels, where smoke rose from bowls of resin, where a hidden voice spoke from behind a veil. Some believe the gate protected a royal tomb. If so, the road may have carried a final procession toward the sea. The dead ruler would have been placed within a chamber facing sunset, surrounded by vessels, weapons, jewelry, and objects needed for the journey beyond life. The bronze door would then have been sealed, the seal stone broken, the entrance concealed beneath earth and stone, the ivory eye left to guard the passage. Yet royal tombs are usually placed inland or upon high ground, protected from water. This one stood dangerously close to the shore. Unless the shore was different then, perhaps the land extended much farther outward. Perhaps an earthquake lowered the coast. The sea may have entered after the chamber was built. At first, only the road flooded. Then the gate stood at the edge of shallow water. Later, sand gathered across the threshold. At last, the entire structure slipped beneath the waves. The destruction may have happened suddenly. The Mediterranean rests upon restless earth. Cities have risen and fallen with earthquakes. Harbors have dropped below sea level in a single event. Walls have cracked, streets have tilted, and entire districts have vanished beneath water. One night of trembling stone may have buried the road and sealed the gate more completely than its builders intended. But there is another possibility. The chamber may have been built close to the sea by design. Its builders may have wanted the water nearby. Perhaps a passage beyond the bronze door descended into a natural cave. Perhaps the chamber connected to a spring where fresh water met salt. Perhaps it served as a symbolic entrance to the realm beneath the sea. Ancient stories often imagined hidden worlds beyond ordinary thresholds. Caves led to oracles. Fissures opened toward the dead. Western shores faced islands where divine beings lived beyond human time. A gate beside the sea could represent the edge of the known world. To cross it might have been a sacred imitation of death, exile, or rebirth. The person who entered may have emerged changed, or may not have emerged at all. Whispers tell us that forbidden knowledge is often protected not because it is evil, but because it alters those who receive it. A hidden chamber might preserve the name of a forgotten god, the record of a defeated dynasty, the burial of a ruler whose existence later kings wished to erase, a prophecy that threatened the order of the palace, a relic carried from a destroyed city, a secret from a war remembered differently in poetry. The Bronze Age world was filled with rival kingdoms, fragile alliances, sacred vows, and voyages whose true purposes were rarely written plainly. What appears to us as myth may preserve the shadow of political memory. A king betrayed, a city abandoned, a people forced across the sea, a sacred object hidden before invasion. The door might protect no treasure at all. It might protect a story, and stories can be more dangerous than gold. The Odyssey is filled with doors that should not be crossed, caves whose inhabitants do not welcome strangers, halls where hospitality is corrupted, islands where knowledge carries a price, the entrance to the underworld itself. Odysseus survives by entering forbidden places, but each crossing carries him farther from simplicity. He gains knowledge, he loses companions, he hears truths no ordinary traveler should hear. He learns the shape of his own limits. A threshold offers discovery, but it also divides the person who approaches from the person who returns. To open the bronze door would satisfy curiosity, yet the silence around it asks for restraint. The gate has endured precisely because it remained closed. No hand has disturbed the chamber. No light has entered from the modern world. Whatever was placed there still belongs to the intention of those who sealed it. This creates a quiet conflict. History longs to know. Reverence asks whether knowing is always necessary. The hinge invites the imagination to lift the door. The buried stones suggest a passage. The spiral seal turns inward. The ivory eye continues to watch, and still the chamber remains beyond reach. Perhaps this is fitting. Not every mystery becomes richer when opened. A tomb entered may become a collection of objects. A sealed shrine exposed may lose the atmosphere that protected it. A question answered may become smaller than the silence that once surrounded it. Some places hold meaning precisely because they resist possession. Night deepens above the sea. Moonlight spreads across the water and descends in pale, wavering lines. The buried gate can barely be seen, a green edge of bronze. The top of the lintel, the faint geometry of stones beneath sand. No guard stands there, no priest speaks a warning, no royal curse is carved upon the threshold. The chamber is protected by gentler forces: water, darkness, sediment, time, the long patience of the sea. A current passes over the hinge. Fine sand rises like dust in an abandoned hall. For a moment, more of the bronze appears. Then the grains settle again. The door begins to vanish. Perhaps it was a treasury, perhaps a shrine, perhaps a tomb facing the dying sun. Perhaps the builders sealed it because they feared what lay within. Or perhaps they sealed it because they loved it. No conclusion is offered. The sea keeps the difference hidden. Above, the moon continues its quiet passage. Below, the ivory eye waits in darkness. The birds upon the broken pottery fly toward an edge that no longer exists, and the spiral upon the shattered seal turns inward, deeper and deeper, toward a chamber no living voice can name. Perhaps it was never meant to be opened. Perhaps some doors do not lead into rooms, but into silence itself. And some secrets are guarded most faithfully not by walls or kings, but by water, darkness, and the slow return of sand. It is said that some cities announce their ending with fire. Walls fall, gates are broken, smoke darkens the sky, and generations remember the night when everything was lost. But there are other cities whose final hour leaves no scar of violence, no weapon abandoned in the street, no ash gathered beneath the roof beams, no shattered gate bearing the mark of an enemy, only rooms left open, jars left standing, thresholds waiting for footsteps that never returned. Far beneath a quiet sea, a wide plain stretches through blue darkness. From above, pale lines cross the seabed, in patterns too deliberate to belong to nature. They turn at right angles. They divide one space from another. They pass between fallen walls and disappear beneath drifting sand. These were streets once, narrow roads where sandals touched warm stone, where carts carried jars toward the harbour, where voices travelled between houses in the early morning. Now seagrass grows along their edges. Fish move slowly through doorways. Fine dust rises from the ground and settles again. The city seems not to have been destroyed, but lowered gently into another world. There are no signs of battle, no bronze blades scattered among the ruins, no arrowheads gathered near a gate, no black layer of ash beneath the sediment. The stones do not tell of conquest, they do not tell of flame. Instead, they hold a quieter mystery. What force could erase an entire settlement without preserving the story of its final night? Perhaps the ending did not come in a single night. Perhaps it arrived slowly, like water climbing a stair. In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, cities lived close to the sea because the sea offered almost everything: fish, salt, trade, travel, news from distant islands, grain from one shore, copper from another, oil, cloth, timber, resin, pottery, ivory, and stories carried in the holds of ships. A harbour could make a small settlement prosperous. It could connect a village to kingdoms beyond the horizon. At dawn, boats left beneath pale skies. At dusk, sails appeared between headlands. Warehouses filled, markets gathered. Children learned the shapes of foreign vessels before they knew the names of distant lands. But the sea that gave abundance also waited beside every wall. The earth beneath the Mediterranean is restless. Deep below the water, hidden fractures shift. A coast may remain still for generations, then lower suddenly during an earthquake. A harbour may deepen, a spring may turn bitter, a road may crack. One side of a city may sink, while the other remains standing. In some places, whole districts slipped beneath the waves, leaving survivors to carry what they could toward higher ground. The city below may have suffered such a fate. Perhaps the first warning came as a trembling beneath the floor. Bowls moved on shelves, oil shivered inside lamps, animals became restless. The stones beneath the harbour groaned. Then the shaking passed, life resumed. The ovens were lit again, nets were mended, Water was drawn from the well, but the walls had changed. A crack widened beside a doorway. One corner of a courtyard no longer drained properly. The lower road flooded during unusually high tides. Perhaps the people repaired what they could. Ancient households were accustomed to rebuilding. Mud plaster was renewed. Roof beams were replaced. Broken walls were raised again. A damaged harbour could be strengthened with more stone. The city may have survived not one ending, but many. A wall fell and was rebuilt. A fire damaged a room and left no lasting record. A storm entered the harbour and carried away boats. An earthquake lowered the shore by a small measure. Then another generation began. Children grew up beside ruins their grandparents remembered as new. The city continued. This may be why pottery from different ages lies together beneath the sea. Some fragments belong to the centuries often associated with the world behind the Trojan War. Others appear older. The settlement may have endured long enough to be abandoned, restored, damaged, and inhabited again. Perhaps every generation believed the city would remain. Places often feel eternal to those born within them. The road has always been there. The well has always given water. The harbour has always opened toward the east. The bakery has always warmed before sunrise. Yet permanence is often only repetition. A place seems unchanging because the same gestures return each day. Bread is kneaded. Jars are filled. Doors are opened. Children are called home before night. The city beneath the water remembers these gestures more clearly than it remembers kings. A road passes through the ruins, from what may once have been the harbour, toward a cluster of houses. The paving stones remain visible beneath a thin layer of sand. Their surfaces are worn near the centre, suggesting years of footsteps, wheels, and animals carrying loads between the shore and the inner settlement. Following the road, one reaches a low stone chamber. Part of its roof has collapsed. Inside stands a clay oven. Its rounded opening is still recognizable. Beside it lies a fallen millstone. The upper stone rests at an angle, partly covered by shells. This may have been a bakery. Before dawn, someone would have entered carrying wood or dry brush. A flame would have been encouraged in the darkness. Grain would have been poured onto the millstone and turned slowly beneath practiced hands. The sound would have been steady, stone against grain, a rhythm repeated every morning. Water mixed with flour, dough folded, loaves placed inside the warm chamber. The smell of bread drifting into the street as the city awakened. There is no grandeur here, no throne, no sacred crown, only an oven, and yet it feels almost holy. Bread belongs to the quiet center of human life. It requires patience, labor, fire, and sharing. A city might be known for its walls, but it lived through its bread. The oven beneath the sea has not been used for centuries. A fish pass near its opening. Sand fills the place where ash once gathered. Still, the chamber holds the shape of morning. A little farther along the street stands a house with part of its doorway intact. Inside, in the corner of a small room, lies a cup. It is smaller than the vessels around it. Its handle is narrow. Its painted decoration is simple. It may have belonged to a child. Perhaps it was used for watered wine, perhaps for milk, perhaps for water drawn from the courtyard well. The cup rests upright, half filled with sand. No inscription preserves the name of the child who held it. No image records the face. The object offers almost nothing to history, yet it changes the city completely. The ruins are no longer only walls and roads. They become a household. A small hand reached for that cup. Someone placed it within reach. Someone may have reminded the child not to drop it. Perhaps it was left on the floor during play. Perhaps it remained behind when the family departed. One imagines a hurried morning, bundles gathered, animals led away, a parent calling from the doorway, the child taking one last look into the familiar room. Or perhaps there was no hurry at all. Perhaps the cup was already broken or forgotten before the city began to sink. Archaeology rarely preserves the sequence of ordinary life. Objects remain beside one another, but the spaces between their stories are vast. The silence invites tenderness, but it also asks for humility. We do not know. We can only stand beside the small cup in imagination and feel how little is required to make the past human again. Across the road, another house preserves fragments of painted plaster. Most of the wall has lost its color. Salt and water have softened the surface, yet a faint blue curve remains. Then another. Together, they form the outline of dolphins. The animals appear to leap above a painted band that may once have represented the sea. Their bodies are simple, almost dreamlike. Perhaps they decorated a reception room, perhaps a sleeping chamber, perhaps a courtyard where the real sea could be heard beyond the walls. Dolphins carried gentle meanings for ancient sailors. They appeared beside ships. They guided legends. They seemed to move between the human and divine worlds with ease. To paint them inside a house may have expressed joy, protection, or a family's bond with the water. Now real fish drift across their fading shapes. The painted sea and the living sea have become one. There is a strange beauty in this. The artist who placed the dolphins upon the wall could never have imagined that the room itself would one day lie underwater. The image was perhaps meant to bring the sea indoors. Instead, the sea entered completely. Where memory fades, symbols often remain longer than names. The dolphins survive, though the family is forgotten. The cup survives, though the child is gone. The oven survives, though no one remembers who prepared the bread. The city offers no royal inscription, no stone tablet announces its founder, no seal identifies a palace. Perhaps there was no palace. Perhaps the settlement was governed from elsewhere. Perhaps it was a harbour town too modest to appear in royal records. This absence does not make it less important. Great histories often move from king to king. They count armies. They trace dynasties. They remember treaties, wars, and collapses. But most people lived outside those grand narratives. They repaired walls, carried water, raised children, traded fish for grain, watched the sky for rain, waited for boats. Their lives entered history only when something was lost, buried, or broken. The drowned city becomes sacred because it remembers what written chronicles overlook. A groove worn into a threshold by repeated passage, a jar repaired with careful holes, a small lamp darkened by smoke. A pair of sandals may once have rested beside a doorway, though the leather has long vanished. A courtyard well stands near the center of one house. Its circular mouth remains open beneath the sea. When the city was alive, someone may have lowered a vessel into cool darkness each morning. The rope would have creaked against stone. Water would have risen shining into the light. The well connected the household to the hidden earth. If the coast began to sink, the well may have offered one of the first signs. The water might have changed. Salt entered gradually. A familiar sweetness became bitter. The family tasted it and knew something was wrong. Perhaps this was the beginning of surrender. A city can survive cracked walls. It can rebuild after storms. But without fresh water, life becomes difficult. The inhabitants may have dug new wells farther inland. They may have carried jars from distant springs. They may have remained through one dry season, then another, until at last the effort became greater than the attachment to place. Leaving a city is rarely one decision. It happens house by house. One family moves inland. A shop closes. A roof is no longer repaired. The market grows smaller. A temple lamp is lit less often. The final ship departs with fewer passengers than expected. Then the place belongs to those who remain behind because they cannot leave, or because they still believe the old life will return. Perhaps the city was slowly surrendered, not abandoned in fear, but released in sadness. Household objects were carried away, sacred figures wrapped in cloth, grain jars emptied, doors closed. The people may have believed they would return when the earth settled, or the water withdrew. They may have left tools hidden in storerooms. They may have marked their homes. A thread tied around a handle. A stone placed upon a threshold. A private sign meaning this house is not forgotten. But the sea continued to rise. The road disappeared. The harbour walls entered the water. The lower rooms filled. The roofs fell. And those who had moved inland began telling stories about the old city below. At first, the stories would have been precise. The bakery stood beside the eastern road. The house with dolphins belonged to a family whose boats had blue-painted bows. The well near the square was the sweetest. Then the generation that remembered directly grew old. The next generation inherited only descriptions. The one after that inherited fragments. Eventually the city became a warning, a legend, or simply a place avoided by fishermen. Do not anchor there. The stones below will catch the rope. On clear evenings, walls can be seen beneath the surface. Some say lamps still move through the streets. Whispers tell us that memory changes when it no longer has a place to return to. A lost city becomes larger and smaller at once. Details disappear, meaning deepens. The settlement may have entered local myth, then vanished even from myth, when another language replaced the old one. No surviving song speaks its name. Perhaps the name was ordinary. Perhaps it meant shelter, spring, harbour, or hill. Whatever it was, the sea has worn it away. Night settles slowly over the water. The moon rises above the coast and lays broken silver across the submerged street. From above, the ruins appear almost close enough to touch. A wall, a corner, a doorway opening into blue shadow. Fish move through the house with the painted dolphins. They pass above the child's cup. The old oven rests beside the millstone. Nothing announces tragedy. The city does not seem wounded. It seems asleep. Perhaps this is why its silence feels so deep. There was no final cry preserved in stone, no single moment to blame, only the slow crossing from one world into another, from sunlight into water, from memory into rumour, from home into ruin. The city did not vanish entirely. Its roads remain, its courtyards remain. Its quiet objects continue to hold the shape of interrupted gestures. Bread prepared before dawn, water drawn from the well, a cup lifted by a small hand, dolphins painted across a wall, in a room filled with lamplight. These things are less grand than the memory of kings, and perhaps more enduring. The moonlight trembles across the stones. Sand moves softly through the open house. No voice rises from the street. No inscription gives the ending. Perhaps the city was never meant to explain itself. Some places enter silence, not because they have nothing left to say, but because their story has become too gentle for words. Beneath the water, marked by the moon, the abandoned streets continue into darkness, and the city waits there without a cry, held within another kind of night. It is said that some caves do not begin at their entrances. They begin much earlier, in the silence of the cliffs above them, in the old warnings carried by fishermen, in the shape of a bone, lifted from darkness and mistaken for the remains of something impossible. Along a remote island coast, beneath a wall of black stone, the sea enters an enormous opening. From a distance, the cave appears like a gate cut into the body of the island. Its upper arch rises high above the waves. Pale birds circle near the cliff but rarely descend. Below them, the water darkens as it approaches the entrance, changing from dusk blue to a shade almost without colour. On calm evenings, a narrow boat may drift close enough to hear the cave breathing. A wave enters. The darkness receives it. Then, after a long pause, the sound returns as an echo, deeper, older, as though the cliff were answering from within. Moonlight reaches only the first stones. Beyond them, the chamber narrows into shadow. No path can be seen from the water. No flame burns inside. Yet ancient bones have been found beneath the sand, beside fragments of pottery, traces of fire, and low walls built by human hands. And so the old question rises once more. Was this merely a shelter used by shepherds and sailors? Or was it one of the places where the memory of the Cyclops first took shape? The cave recalls the story almost too easily. A vast entrance beneath a lonely cliff, animals sheltered behind stone, a fire burning in darkness, a stranger crossing a forbidden threshold, and somewhere beyond the reach of daylight, a one-eyed guardian whose world was complete until outsiders entered it. In the Odyssey, Odysseus and his companions arrive upon the land of the Cyclopes after leaving the world of war behind. They find a cave filled with baskets, milk, cheese, and young animals. It is not an empty wilderness, it is a household, a strange one perhaps, but ordered according to its owner's needs. The men enter without permission. They eat, They wait, and when Polyphemus returns, the meeting between host and stranger becomes one of the poem's most remembered encounters. But before the tale became poetry, perhaps there was only a cave, a place that inspired unease, a place where firelight revealed enormous bones in the earth, a place whose echoes made one voice sound like many. In forgotten corners of the Mediterranean, caves often gathered layers of human use. Shepherds sheltered animals there during storms. Sailors waited for rough weather to pass. Hunters stored tools. Travelers lit fires. Families may have entered them to bury the dead. Priests may have used their depths for offerings, visions, or rites performed away from ordinary daylight. A cave could be practical and sacred at the same time. Its entrance belonged to the visible world. Its deepest chamber seemed to belong elsewhere. The air changed inside. Sound changed. Flames moved strangely against uneven walls. The ceiling disappeared into darkness. To step within was to leave the open sky and enter the body of the earth. Ancient people did not need to imagine caves as ordinary places. The darkness itself suggested mystery. Some chambers breathed cold air through cracks no one could follow. Some held underground water. Some returned voices in altered form. Some contained the bones of animals so large that no living creature nearby could explain them. Among the most haunting discoveries were ancient elephant skulls. Long before written history, dwarf elephants lived upon several Mediterranean islands. Their bones remained in caves and exposed cliffs after the animals themselves had vanished. An elephant skull is unlike the face of the living animal. The large opening at its center, where the trunk once connected, can resemble a single enormous eye socket. The true eye sockets lie farther to the sides and may be less obvious. To someone who had never seen an elephant, such a skull could appear to belong to a giant creature with one eye in the middle of its face, a cyclops. Some believe that discoveries like these helped shape the old legends. A shepherd finds a vast skull within a cave. He carries the story back to the village. A generation later, the creature has a name. Later still, it becomes a race of solitary giants living beyond the edges of familiar lore. The bone becomes memory. Memory becomes warning. Warning becomes song. And the song survives long after the skull has returned to dust. No single cave can be proven to have created the story. Myths rarely emerge from one source. They gather slowly. A strange bone, a dangerous coastline, a solitary shepherd, a violent encounter between travelers and islanders, a cavern whose entrance resembles a mouth beneath the cliff. Each fragment enters the tale. Over centuries, the fragments become inseparable. Inside the cave beneath the black cliff, soot darkens the ceiling. The stains are old. Some belong to fires lit centuries apart. A layer of ash may come from shepherds who rested there during winter. Another may belong to sailors who repaired a damaged vessel nearby. Still another could have come from a ritual gathering whose purpose is no longer understood. Fire changes a cave. Its light does not conquer darkness. It creates a small island within it. Around the flame, faces become visible. Beyond the flame, the chamber appears even deeper. Shadows move across natural pillars and broken stone. A harmless formation can seem like a seated figure. A crack in the wall can resemble an eye. Smoke climbs upward and disappears. Those who entered after sunset may have felt watched, though no living creature stood beyond the fire. Near one side of the main chamber, a low stone enclosure remains. Its walls rise only a little above the ground. It may once have held goats or sheep. The stones are rough, placed without decoration, yet their arrangement suggests repeated use. This detail draws the cave closer to the world of Polyphemus. The Cyclops is remembered as a monster, but he is also a keeper of animals. He milks them. He separates the young. He makes cheese. His cave is both shelter and storehouse. These ordinary acts exist beside violence, making him more unsettling and more sorrowful. He is not chaos alone. He has a life, a rhythm, a world enclosed within stone. Perhaps ancient visitors saw shepherds living in caves and imagined them as people outside the customs of cities. They had no palace, no council, no written law, no walls around their settlements. To coastal Greeks accustomed to harbors, temples, and shared rituals, isolated cave dwellers may have seemed distant from human order. Myth enlarged that difference. A solitary shepherd became a giant. A refusal of hospitality became savagery. A local conflict became an encounter with the monstrous. Yet stories told by travelers often reveal as much about the traveler as about the people described. Odysseus enters the cave, expecting the customs of hospitality to protect him. He wishes to meet the owner, to receive gifts, to exchange names. But Polyphemus belongs to another world, one that does not recognize those expectations. The encounter becomes a collision between different laws. Neither side understands the other. The cave becomes a chamber of failed recognition. Deeper within the real cavern, beyond the stone enclosure, small cups have been found near a natural pillar. The pillar rises from the floor and broadens near the top. Seen in uncertain light, it resembles a seated figure wrapped in stone. The cups are simple, some are broken, some were placed upright. They appear to span different centuries. This makes their meaning difficult to read. Travelers may have left them casually, water may have moved them, or they may have been offerings. Perhaps those who entered the cave believed a presence lived there, a guardian, an ancestor, a spirit of the cliff. Perhaps, after the Odyssey became widely known, visitors came because they believed this was the cavern of the Cyclops. They may have carried lamps into the darkness, recited lines of the old story, and placed small cups near the stone figure. In this way, myth could have returned to the landscape that inspired it. A cave creates a story. The story spreads. Centuries later, believers visit the cave because of the story. Their offerings then become evidence that the cave was sacred. The beginning and the ending fold into one another like a spiral. Whispers tell us that places can learn the legends told about them. A cliff receives a name. A spring becomes holy. A stone is said to mark the resting place of a hero. Visitors arrive. They bring flowers, oil, cups, coins, or prayers. Over time, devotion gives the legend physical form. The myth begins to leave objects behind. Perhaps the cups in the cave belong to such a cycle. Perhaps they were offered to Polyphemus, not as a monster, but as a guardian of the enclosed world. Or perhaps they honored an older presence later hidden beneath his shadow. The pottery refuses a single explanation. Some fragments appear ancient enough to belong to the age from which heroic traditions may have grown. Others are much later. The cave was revisited, remembered, reinterpreted. Different generations entered with different stories. A shepherd saw shelter, a sailor saw danger, a priest saw a threshold, a poet saw the home of a giant, a later traveler saw proof of the poem. The cave remained the same, yet its meaning changed. This is how landscapes gather memory, not in one layer, but many, like soot upon the ceiling, like sand across bones, like voices returning as echoes, each one altered by what came before. The story of Polyphemus is often remembered through fear, the stone sealing the entrance, the men trapped inside, the sharpened stake, the great cry in darkness. But beneath these images lies another feeling, loneliness. Polyphemus lives alone. His animals know his voice. His cave contains everything he needs. He does not travel. He does not seek distant kingdoms. The outside world comes to him, and when it comes without permission. This does not excuse his cruelty, but it changes the emotional shape of the story. The monster becomes a solitary guardian of an enclosed life. Odysseus, restless and curious, cannot pass the cave without entering. Polyphemus cannot receive the stranger without seeing him as a threat. Both are trapped by the worlds they carry within them. One believes every door may be crossed through courage and cleverness. The other believes every outsider must be kept beyond the stone. The cave becomes a chamber of two kinds of blindness. One belongs to the eye, the other belongs to the heart. Odysseus blinds the giant physically, yet he too fails to see clearly. He cannot resist revealing his true name after escaping. His pride travels across the water. Polyphemus then calls upon Poseidon, and the voyage home becomes longer. The cave does not remain behind. Its darkness follows the ship. A forbidden threshold has been crossed, and the cost continues far beyond the cliff. Ancient stories often understand this. A place may be escaped without being left. The memory of it enters the traveler. The cave becomes part of the journey. Perhaps that is why this cavern still feels connected to the old poem, even if no giant ever lived there. Its architecture contains the emotional truth of the episode. The enormous entrance invites curiosity. The narrowing chamber creates unease. The animal enclosure suggests a solitary household. The bones summon impossible forms. The echoes multiply every sound, and the darkness holds more than the eye can understand. At night, the cave changes again. The sea becomes black beneath the cliff. The moon rises behind thin clouds, sending a pale path across the water. Its light reaches the entrance and touches the first stones. The soot above cannot be seen. The cups beside the pillar disappear. The ancient bones remain buried. Only the threshold is visible. Beyond it, darkness keeps its shape. One may stand at the edge and imagine a great figure moving within. A shepherd returning with his flock. A priest carrying a lamp. A sailor sheltering from a storm. A poet listening to the echo and discovering a giant in the sound. No shadow emerges. No voice answers. The cave offers no proof. Perhaps the skulls of forgotten elephants gave birth to the Cyclops. Perhaps the legend grew from encounters with isolated island communities. Perhaps travelers saw firelight beneath this cliff and created a warning around it. Or perhaps the cave simply resembles the story because the story learned its language from caves like this one. Some mysteries are not solved by choosing one beginning. They are deepened by allowing many beginnings to remain. Bone, landscape, fear, memory, misunderstanding, the need to explain what waits beyond the firelight. The waves enter the cavern and return. Each echo is softer than the one before. Marked by the moon, the stone arch remains open, yet the darkness beyond it feels closed. Perhaps it was never meant to reveal whether a giant breathed there. Perhaps the cave protects something quieter than proof. The ancient human need to give a face to loneliness, to place one great eye within the dark, to imagine that the silence is watching us because the alternative, that it is not watching at all, may feel even more mysterious. Moonlight reaches only a few steps inside. Beyond it, the stone pillar waits beside the forgotten cups. The enclosure remains empty. The ceiling holds the smoke of vanished fires, and somewhere beneath the sand, an ancient bone rests without a name. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some shadows remain because no lamp was ever meant to reach them. The sea breathes against the entrance. The cliff answers softly, and the cave keeps the one-eyed shadow folded within its ancient night. It is said that some gardens are planted not for hunger, nor for beauty, but for forgetting. They grow at the edges of memory, where the path home begins to soften, where the names of distant places become difficult to speak, and where the heart, tired from carrying too much, is offered a gentler silence. Beneath shallow water near a vanished shoreline, the remains of an ancient orchard lie beneath the moon. Stone terraces descend toward the sea in long, patient steps. Narrow irrigation channels wind between them, half buried beneath pale sand. Their edges are softened by salt, yet the pattern remains too careful to be natural. Once, water flowed here by human design. It passed from one terrace to another. It entered small beds of dark soil. It gathered around roots. Now the channels hold seawater, shells, and thin strands of grass that move with the tide. Above the terraces, moonlight settles upon the surface. A few pale petals drift across a sheltered pool. No flowering trees stand nearby. No garden remains above the waves. Still, the petals move slowly through the silver light, turning once, then again, as though released from branches that vanished centuries ago. The image recalls an island known only through poetry, a shore where weary sailors stepped onto land and were offered the lotus. They tasted it, and afterward the thought of home began to fade, not violently, not with terror. The memory simply loosened. The urgency of return became distant. The sea no longer called them onward. The companions of Odysseus wished only to remain among the people of that quiet land. eating sweetness beneath an unfamiliar sky. In the old poem, Odysseus forces them back to the ships. He binds them beneath the benches and orders the others to row away before anyone else can taste the fruit. The journey continues. Home remains the sacred destination. Yet beneath the surface of the story lies a softer question. What did the Lotus take from them? And what did it relieve them of carrying? In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean and North Africa, plants belonged to many worlds at once. They fed the body, they healed wounds, they perfumed temples, they accompanied the dead. They entered cups, oils, incense, dreams, and sacred rites. A flower might be beautiful in daylight and powerful after sunset. A root could soothe pain. A resin could quiet the body. A seed might bring visions. A sweetened drink could soften fear before ritual, burial, or sleep. People learned these plants slowly, through generations, through trial, through the memory of healers, gardeners, priests, and families who understood the hidden properties of leaf and bark. Such knowledge was not always written. It lived in practice, in the quantity placed within a cup, in the season when a flower was gathered, in the words spoken while it dried, in the warning never to take too much. The lotus described in the Odyssey has never been identified with certainty. Some believe it was a fruit-bearing shrub found along the North African coast. Others imagine a water lily, opening upon still pools beneath the sun. Some have suggested a sweet plant used in food or drink. Others believe the lotus was never meant to name one species at all. It may have been a symbol, a flower of surrender, a sweetness that represented the desire to release sorrow, duty, identity, and the long road home. The drowned terraces offer no answer, but they suggest cultivation. Someone shaped the slope, someone directed the water, someone tended plants where the shoreline once curved around a protected bay. Pollen preserved within the dark sediment indicates that flowering species grew there in unusual abundance. The grains are small, almost weightless, yet they have survived where names, houses, and voices have disappeared. Some belong to ordinary plants, others are more difficult to identify. They may have come from flowers no longer growing on the island. Perhaps they were brought from distant shores, a seed carried in a merchant's pouch, a cutting wrapped in damp cloth, a sacred plant exchanged between healers or priests. Ancient gardens often contained more than local abundance. They gathered the world. A ruler might display trees from conquered lands. A temple might cultivate plants needed for incense, medicine, or ritual. A healer might guard a rare herb whose use was known only to a few. The terraces beneath the water may once have formed such a garden. Not an orchard in the ordinary sense, but a carefully tended sanctuary of scent, shade, healing, and altered states of mind. One can imagine it before the sea arrived. Stone walls warmed by afternoon light, channels carrying fresh water from a hidden spring, branching trees casting long shadows, low pools holding pale flowers, bees moving slowly among blossoms, clay lamps placed in niches for evening ceremonies, visitors walking without shoes along the damp paths. Perhaps the garden belonged to a shrine. Perhaps travelers came there after crossing dangerous waters. They may have washed salt from their hands, drunk from the spring, rested beneath the branches, and been offered a preparation of honey, resin, and flowering plants. Small cups recovered near the terraces contain traces of sweetness, honey, plant resin, the faint remains of substances changed by centuries beneath sediment. The cups are simple, without royal decoration. Their size suggests that whatever they held was taken in small amounts. Perhaps it was medicine, a soothing mixture for pain, a sleep drink, a ceremonial offering shared between worshippers. Or perhaps it was merely honeyed wine flavored with local flowers. Ordinary pleasure can become mysterious when its recipe is lost. Yet the arrangement of the cups invites another possibility. Several were placed close together beside a carved stone. They do not appear casually discarded. They may have been left after a ritual. The stone itself bears a worn image. Reclining figures rest beneath branching plants. Their bodies are arranged calmly, without signs of feast or struggle. One figure holds a shallow bowl. Another appears to look upward toward the leaves. Above them, a crescent shape may represent the moon, or a boat, or a flower opening against the night. The carving is too damaged to interpret clearly. No inscription explains who the figures were. Travelers? The dead? Worshippers entering sacred sleep? The scene may depict a banquet beneath trees, a burial garden, or a myth forgotten before later poets began to write. The orchard may have been associated with healing. Ancient sanctuaries often welcomed those seeking relief from suffering. Pilgrims slept within sacred spaces, hoping for dreams that would reveal a cure or deliver a message from the divine. They prepared themselves with fasting, washing, prayer, and offerings. A drink made with honey and herbs may have helped guide the body towards sleep. The dream that followed could feel like a visitation. In such a place, forgetting might not have been viewed as a loss. It might have been a form of healing, to forget pain for one night, to loosen the grip of grief, to rest beneath the branches without hearing the voices of the dead. This possibility draws the orchard closer to the weary companions of Odysseus. They had come from war. Behind them lay Troy, a city consumed by fire and memory. Years of violence may have lived within them, even after the battlefield disappeared beyond the horizon. The poem does not linger upon every sailor's private sorrow. It follows the king, yet each companion had also witnessed loss. Each may have carried an image he could not set down, a friend fallen beside a wall, a household destroyed, a stranger pleading at an altar, the smoke of a city rising beneath the stars. They rode onward with these memories inside them. The sea did not wash them away. Distance did not soften them. Then came the Lotus, a food that made home seem less urgent. Perhaps it also made war less vivid. Perhaps the men did not forget only Ithaca. Perhaps they forgot Troy, the dead, the commands of kings, the weight of survival. For a moment, they were no longer soldiers returning from ruin. They were simply tired people beneath unfamiliar trees, tasting something sweet. Seen this way, the danger becomes gentler and more sorrowful. Odysseus understands that they must continue. The story requires return, but those who wish to remain are not weak. They may be exhausted. The Lotus offers not conquest, but release. It asks nothing. It does not threaten. It does not imprison the body. It loosens desire. And desire, even the desire for home, can sometimes feel like another burden. Some believe the Lotus Eaters represented a people who lived outside the heroic values of striving, conquest, and return. They did not seek distant glory. They did not demand the travelers' names. They offered food. They allowed stillness. To Odysseus, this stillness is dangerous because it dissolves purpose. Without the longing for Ithaca, what remains of the voyage? Without memory, what remains of identity? Yet another question waits beneath the first. Must every journey end where it began? The ancient world honored homecoming. A person was rooted in family, land, ancestors, and household gods. To forget one's home was to lose more than geography. It was to lose the thread connecting the self to the past. But what if that thread had become painful? What if the returning sailor no longer recognized the person who had departed? What if home existed only in memory, unchanged and impossible, while the real household had continued without him? Some hearts may grow tired of returning toward a place that can no longer restore them. The Lotus becomes a veil drawn across this fear. Stay here, rest. Let the unfinished story become quiet. The garden beneath the sea may have welcomed such travelers. Its sheltered bay would have offered calm after rough water. Fresh water may have flowed through the terraces. The branches may have hidden the shore from passing ships. A sailor could remain there for days without seeing the open horizon. Time would soften. The journey would feel distant. Perhaps those who stayed were not enchanted by a magical fruit. Perhaps they simply found peace and refused to leave it. Later storytellers, unable to understand such refusal, gave the island a plant powerful enough to overcome the sacred desire for home. Myth turns difficult human choices into symbols. A sailor deserts his voyage. A flower is blamed. A person chooses silence. A god must have altered the mind. But the old story does not tell us what became of those who remained after other ships departed. Did they join the island community? Did they cultivate the terraces? Did they forget their former names entirely? Or did memory return at night, softly, like a distant shore beneath moonlight? Forgetting is rarely complete. A scent survives, a melody, the touch of a doorway, a mother's voice, a certain star seen above a childhood roof. Perhaps the lotus did not erase memory. Perhaps it removed the pain attached to it. A man might remember home without feeling compelled to return. He might speak of it as one speaks of a dream from long ago, tenderly, without urgency. The orchard may therefore symbolize a different kind of exile, not being unable to return, no longer needing to. This is more mysterious than imprisonment. Odysseus himself repeatedly refuses forms of rest. Calypso offers him immortality. Circe offers comfort. The Phaeacians offer safety. Still, he continues toward Ithaca. His identity is bound to return. He must reach the house built around the rooted olive tree. He must be recognized. He must speak his name within his own walls. But the companions do not all share his destiny. Their homes are barely described. Their waiting families remain outside the poem. Perhaps some of them sensed that the hero's return would not become theirs. The lotus may have offered an escape from a story in which they were destined to disappear. The terraces now lie beneath shallow water. Their irrigation channels no longer carry the spring from one bed to another. Seagrass has replaced cultivated flowers. Small fish pass above the carved figures. The cups have filled with sand. Whatever sweetness they once contained has dissolved into darkness. Only traces remain: pollen, resin, honey, the faint architecture of care. These clues suggest presence, but refuse explanation. Was the orchard sacred, medicinal, pleasurable, funerary? Did pilgrims come to dream? Did sailors come to forget? Or did ordinary gardeners simply cultivate beautiful plants beside the sea? History cannot recover every intention. Sometimes the evidence becomes most powerful where it fails. A seed has been found within the dark sediment. It is small, hardened, and damaged. Its outer form is incomplete. It cannot be identified with confidence. Perhaps it belonged to a flowering shrub, perhaps to a fruit tree, perhaps it drifted into the pool long after the garden vanished. Yet it once held the possibility of roots, leaves, fragrance, and renewal. It once belonged to a living plant whose name may never be known. The seed rests now beneath glass, removed from the soil that preserved it. Silent, closed, a tiny chamber guarding a vanished world. No analysis can make it flower again. No ancient gardener remains to tell us when it was planted or how its fruit was prepared. Perhaps it was never a lotus. Perhaps the lotus existed only within poetry. But myths do not require exact plants to carry truth. The forgotten seed still holds the chapter's quiet question. How much of ourselves is made from what we remember? And what remains when memory becomes too heavy to keep? Night descends over the drowned terraces. The moon appears above the vanished shoreline. Its reflection settles in the old irrigation channels, turning them into narrow ribbons of silver. A pale petal drifts across the pool, then another. Perhaps they have fallen from plants growing somewhere beyond sight. Perhaps the current has carried them from the living shore. For a moment, they seem to belong to the ancient orchard, to branches bending above reclining travelers, to cups sweetened with honey, to a garden where names became soft and the road home disappeared behind leaves. The sea moves gently across the terraces. It does not reveal what grew there. It does not judge those who may have stayed. Perhaps every journey does not need to end in return. Perhaps some travelers find another shore and allow the first to fade. Perhaps forgetting can be both loss and mercy. The seed remains closed within its silence, too damaged to name, too ancient to awaken. Yet somewhere within its dark form rests the memory of a flower, a sweetness, a hand lifting a cup beneath the moon. Perhaps it was never meant to be identified. Some plants belong to history, others belong to dreams, and some grow only in the hidden orchard between sorrow and sleep, where the tired heart is asked, very gently, whether it is ready to release even itself. It is said that some stairways do not lead upward or down, They lead between worlds, between daylight and shadow, between the salt breath of the sea and the hidden water of the earth, between the names we speak aloud and the names we carry silently within us. Far from any known ancient harbour, beneath a stretch of calm and open water, a flight of carved steps descends into the seabed. The upper stairs have vanished. Perhaps they once began upon a rocky shore. Perhaps they rose toward a temple courtyard, a cliffside path, or a small sanctuary hidden beneath trees. Now only the lower steps remain. They emerge from pale sand and continue downward beneath a broken arch, disappearing into a chamber where the light grows thin. No ship anchors nearby. No road survives above the waves. There is no village on the closest shore, and no ancient map marking the place. Only the stairway, broad, silent, waiting beneath the sea. Fish drift above it as though moving through a forgotten procession. Narrow shafts of starlight pass through the water and touch one step, then another, before fading into blue shadow. The stone has been worn smooth, not by waves alone. The center of each step bears the faint softness of repeated passage, suggesting that many feet once descended here slowly, carefully, perhaps barefoot, perhaps carrying lamps. The stairway does not resemble an ordinary road. Its steps are too broad and too shallow for hurried movement. They seem designed for ceremony, for hesitation, for the measured approach towards something hidden below. Along the walls, small niches appear at regular intervals. Most are empty. A few contain traces of blackening, as though flames once burned within them. One can imagine the darkness before the sea arrived. A lamp placed in each hollow, a line of gentle fire leading downward. The light would not have filled the passage completely. It would have created small circles upon the stone, leaving shadow between them. A pilgrim descending might pass from one island of light to the next. Step, pause, breath. Another step, another flame, deeper into the earth. In forgotten corners of the ancient world, stairways carried meaning beyond their practical form. To climb was to approach the sky, the gods, the palace, or the summit. To descend was to enter secrecy, burial chambers, sacred caves, wells, oracles, places where the visible world opened towards something beneath it. The descent itself could be part of the ritual. One did not simply arrive at the sacred chamber. One prepared for it through movement. The bright world behind grew smaller. Ordinary sounds faded. The air cooled. The body slowed. By the time the pilgrim reached the lowest step, the mind had already crossed a threshold. Across ancient coastlines, entrances like this have been found beneath water. Some were once streets lowered by earthquakes. Some led to harbour platforms, storage rooms, or cisterns. Others may have belonged to shrines built beside springs. The sea has transformed them all, erasing their original relationship with the land. A doorway becomes a cavern, a road becomes a channel, a sacred stair becomes a passage through blue darkness. The staircase beneath the open sea is especially difficult to explain. No harbour wall surrounds it. No city lies nearby. The remains of no large temple rise above the sediment. It appears almost isolated, as though the steps were carved for a purpose that required distance from ordinary life. Perhaps the sanctuary once stood upon a small island. Perhaps the coastline reached much farther outward. Perhaps an earthquake lowered the entire headland, leaving the stairway where only fish could find it. Or perhaps the sea was always intended to be close. At the bottom of the descent lies a circular chamber. Its walls are built from carefully fitted stone, though parts have collapsed inward. The room surrounds a natural fissure in the rock. From that narrow opening, fresh water still rises. Even beneath the sea, the spring continues. Clearer and colder than the salt water around it, it moves upward in a faint, trembling column before dissolving into the chamber. Water meets water, one born in darkness, one carried from the open sea. They mingle without sound. This hidden spring may explain the stairway. In the ancient world, fresh water emerging from the earth was rarely treated as ordinary. A spring could be a gift, a presence, a voice from below. Its water might be used for healing, purification, prophecy, or mourning. It might belong to a nymph, a goddess, an ancestor, or a divine power whose name was known only within one region. People traveled great distances to sacred springs. They washed hands and faces, filled small cups, left jewelry, pins, beads, or miniature vessels. Some drank, some slept nearby and waited for dreams. Some whispered questions into the water, believing that the unseen world might answer through ripples, echoes, or the movement of flame. The circular chamber may once have been dark even during the day. Lamps in the wall niches would have reflected upon the spring. A pilgrim descending alone may have seen the water shining before the rest of the room became visible. The spring would appear first, a dark mirror holding points of fire. Perhaps this was intentional. The sacred did not reveal itself all at once. It emerged gradually, step by step, light by light, breath by breath. No inscription identifies the sanctuary. No divine image remains. No carved name survives above the chamber. Only small offerings have been recovered from the sediment. Bronze pins, beads, miniature vessels too small for ordinary household use. Their presence suggests repeated visits over many generations. The bronze pins may once have fastened clothing or veils. To remove one and place it beside the spring could symbolize the leaving of something personal, a small surrender, a request, accompanied by an object that had touched the body. The beads may have belonged to necklaces, bracelets, or woven garments. Some are made of stone, others of glass softened by centuries in water. Their colors have faded, yet they preserve traces of care. Someone selected them, someone wore them, someone carried them down the steps and chose not to bring them back. The miniature vessels may have held oil, perfume, milk, honey, or water from the spring itself. Small offerings often carried large emotions. A person did not need wealth to approach the sacred. A bead, a pin, a cup no larger than the palm. These were enough to say, "Remember me, hear me, protect what I cannot protect." Many of the recovered objects are associated with women's dress and household life. This does not prove that the sanctuary belonged only to women, but it opens a quieter possibility. Perhaps women descended the stairway seeking help in matters rarely preserved by royal histories: safe childbirth, healing after loss, protection for children, relief from illness, the return of husbands, brothers, or sons who had gone to sea. Ancient chronicles remember treaties, wars, dynasties, and voyages. They rarely record the private prayers spoken beneath them. A ship leaves harbour, the poem follows the hero. But on shore, someone watches until the sail disappears. Someone returns home to an empty room. Someone counts days by the moon. Someone listens each evening for footsteps. The sacred spring may have received these hidden stories. A woman whose husband had not returned before winter might descend, carrying a bronze pin from the cloak he left behind. A mother might place a bead from her child's necklace beside the water. A sister might bring a miniature cup, fill it from the spring, and whisper the name of a brother lost beyond the horizon. Perhaps they asked for prophecy. Is he alive? Will the ship return? Should I continue waiting? Questions like these do not always seek truth. Sometimes they seek permission to hope, sometimes permission to grieve. The spring may have offered no clear answer. Water rarely speaks in words. It trembles, reflects, receives. A flame may bend, a drop may fall from the ceiling, an echo may return differently. The pilgrim hears what the heart is prepared to hear. Whispers tell us that ancient oracles often lived at the edge of uncertainty. Their language was symbolic: a bird's flight, a dream, a pattern upon water, a phrase whose meaning became clear only later. The sacred did not remove mystery, it gave mystery a chamber, a place where fear could be carried, named, and released. Perhaps those who descended did not expect the spring to change fate. Perhaps they came because grief requires ritual: to move downward slowly, to leave the daylight, to enter silence, to place an object beside water, to speak a name where no ordinary conversation could reach, then to climb back toward the sun. The stairway becomes intimate when imagined this way. It is no longer merely an archaeological wonder beneath the sea. It becomes a path worn by private sorrow. Each smooth place on the stone may record a footstep taken in hope. Each empty niche may remember a lamp carried by someone who did not know what answer waited below. The grand wanderings of Odysseus are shaped by storms, monsters, gods, and distant islands. But behind every voyage lies another story, the story of those who do not sail. Penelope waits within the palace, but even her long endurance may preserve the memory of countless others whose names were never written. Women who watched the sea, parents who waited through seasons, children who remembered a face less clearly each year, households suspended between mourning and hope because no body returned and no witness brought certainty. Perhaps sanctuaries like this one gave such waiting a form. The stairway allowed the burden to be carried somewhere, down into the earth. Toward the water that rose from darkness, a prayer could be whispered there without having to remain strong. A name could be spoken repeatedly until it no longer felt trapped within the chest. Perhaps tears fell into the spring, fresh water meeting salt water long before the sea covered the chamber. Perhaps the women washed their faces before climbing back. Perhaps they left with no prophecy, but with a quieter breath. There is another possibility. The sanctuary may have served those preparing for childbirth. Springs were often connected with fertility, renewal, and the passage between life and death. Birth itself was a threshold. A woman crossed into uncertainty, accompanied by family, attendants, prayers, and objects of protection. A bronze pin might be offered before labor, a bead dedicated afterward in gratitude, a miniature vessel left for the divine guardian of the spring. The circular chamber could represent the hidden place from which life emerges, the fissure in the earth, the water rising endlessly from below. If so, the stairway joined many crossings at once, darkness and light, fear and hope, the unborn and the living and the dead, salt and fresh water, memory and forgetting. Ancient sanctuaries often held meanings that cannot be separated into a single purpose. Healing and mourning might occur in the same chamber. A woman could pray for a child while another grieved one. A sailor's family might ask for return beside someone preparing for departure. The spring received all of them without distinction. Water does not preserve hierarchy. It touches bronze and stone alike. It gathers tears without asking their cause. The sanctuary eventually disappeared beneath the sea. Perhaps the coast sank during an earthquake. Perhaps the water rose gradually. The upper steps vanished first. The path from shore became difficult. Salt water entered the lower chamber. The spring continued to rise, but its sacred pool became mixed with the sea. Did the worshippers keep returning for a time? Did they descend through shallow water carrying lamps above their heads? Did they move the offerings to a new sanctuary inland? Or did they understand the flooding as a sign that the spring had withdrawn from human use? The final visit may have been quiet. A last lamp placed in the niche, a final vessel lowered beside the water, a prayer, not for healing or return, but for farewell. Then the stairway was abandoned. The sea completed what time had begun. It covered the lower steps, entered the circular chamber, filled each niche, softened the edges of the stone. The spring did not stop. It continued beneath the salt water, faithful to a purpose no longer witnessed. This is perhaps the most mysterious part of the place. The architecture changed, the people vanished, the ritual ended, but the water remained. It still rises from the fissure, still enters the chamber, still mingles with the sea. As night deepens above the ruins, starlight passes through the surface in thin, wavering beams. The steps appear one by one, then fade. The lowest stair rests before the circular room. Beyond it, the spring trembles in darkness. No oracle speaks, no divine figure emerges, no answer rises with the water, and yet the chamber does not feel empty. It holds every question once carried there, the name of every sailor whispered into the dark, every fear surrounding birth, every grief without a body, every hope placed beside the spring in the form of a pin, a bead, or a tiny cup. Perhaps prayers are not lost when no answer comes. Perhaps they change form. A voice becomes an echo, an offering becomes sediment. A tear becomes part of the water. Where memory fades, the ritual remains in shape. A stairway, a niche, a circular chamber, a spring beneath the sea. The moon moves higher. The open water above grows silver. Fish drift across the lowest step and vanish into the darkened room. Fresh water rises. Salt water receives it. Neither overcomes the other. They meet and continue. Perhaps this was always the true mystery. Not prophecy, not healing, not the promise that every traveler would return. Only the meeting. Sorrow meeting silence. Hope meeting uncertainty. The human voice meeting a world too ancient to answer in words. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some prayers remain unanswered because their purpose was never to change the future, but to carry the heart safely through the night. Beneath the moonlit sea, the stairway continues its descent. The lamps are gone, the names are gone. The lowest step waits before the spring, and within the hidden chamber, water meets water in an endless breath, preserving every forgotten prayer without revealing whether it was ever heard. It is said that on certain windless nights, when the sea lies still beneath the moon, a bell can be heard below the water. Not loudly, not as a warning, not with the commanding voice of bronze struck beneath a tower. The sound is thinner than that, more distant, a single trembling note rising through dark water, pausing beneath the hull of a fishing boat, and then fading before anyone can decide where it began. The fishermen who once crossed this sheltered bay knew the sound well enough to fear it gently. They did not speak of it during daylight. They did not point toward the place where they believed it came from. But when the wind fell silent and the stars appeared clear above the sea, they drew in their nets and listened. Some said the bell moved beneath them, first from the eastern side of the boat, then from the west. Others believed several bells were hanging in a drowned temple below, stirred by currents too deep to reach the surface. A few insisted that the sound came only when the moon was thin. Marked by the moon, they said, the sanctuary remembers. No one knew who had worshipped there. No one knew when the island disappeared. Only the ringing remained. Too soft to follow, too clear to dismiss. Imagine the bay at midnight. The cliffs stand as dark shapes around the water. No torch burns on the shore. No sail passes across the horizon. The boat rests without movement, its worn wood giving a quiet creak. Below, the sea deepens toward blue-black silence. Then the note rises, clear, delicate, almost sorrowful. For a moment, it seems to touch the air. Then it is gone. The fishermen wait. Nothing follows. Only the slow breath of water against the hull. In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, sound belonged to the sacred world, as deeply as fire, incense, water, and light. The great bells of later temples had not yet come to dominate the sky, yet bronze already possessed a voice. Small chimes hung from doors and sacred objects. Metal discs sounded during processions. Ritual instruments were shaken, struck, or moved through the air. Their tones could mark a threshold, announce a ceremony, frighten away harmful forces, or call attention to the unseen presence believed to dwell within a sanctuary. Bronze was valuable. Its making required copper, tin, trade, fire, skill, and patience. To shape bronze into an object intended mainly for sound was to give precious metal a purpose beyond war or labor. A blade cut, a vessel held, a tool shaped stone or wood, but a chime carried nothing except vibration. Its meaning existed only for a few breaths, then the note vanished. Perhaps this is why sacred sound felt so powerful. It could not be held. It entered the body, trembled through the air, and disappeared, like a prayer, like memory, like the moment before dawn when darkness is still present, yet already beginning to release the world. When divers first explored the bay, they found no bell tower. There was no tower to find. Beneath the water lay a collapsed colonnade, fragments of walls, and the foundations of a long rectangular chamber. Among the fallen stones were pieces of bronze. Some were narrow and curved. Others were flat, with small holes pierced near their edges. One fragment still held a loop, through which a cord or chain may once have passed. They may have belonged to hanging discs, chimes, ceremonial ornaments, or objects whose true purpose has vanished with the people who used them. Their surfaces had turned green beneath the sea, faded copper, oxidized bronze, the colors of age and salt. Coral had begun to gather around their edges. Fine sand filled the pierced openings. Yet even after centuries beneath the water, some fragments produced a faint tone when moved. Not the deep voice imagined by the fisherman, a smaller sound, dry, bright, brief. Still, the discovery was enough to deepen the old story. Perhaps the sea had truly been moving bronze beneath the boats. Perhaps the fishermen had heard the final voices of ritual instruments hidden below. But the sanctuary itself carried an even older mystery. The foundations suggest that it once stood upon a small island. The island may have risen only slightly above the surrounding water, protected by a natural reef and connected to the mainland by boat or by a narrow causeway visible during low tide. From the sea, the sanctuary would have appeared alone, a pale structure against the morning sky, its columns facing east, its roof catching the first gold of dawn. Travelers approaching from darkness would have seen light touch the temple before it reached the coast behind it. The long inner chamber was aligned toward sunrise. At certain times of year, the earliest rays may have passed through the entrance and traveled across the floor toward the rear wall. There, perhaps, stood an image of the deity, or an altar, or a polished bronze surface that reflected the dawn through the chamber, like a second sun. The sanctuary's outer gate was guarded by stone lions. Only their lower bodies survive. One lion lies on its side beside the collapsed entrance. Its face has been worn almost smooth, yet the paws remain large and deliberate. The other is partly buried beneath the fallen wall. Stone lions often guarded thresholds. They belonged to the border between safety and danger, order and wilderness, the human realm and whatever waited beyond it. To pass between them was to enter a protected space. Perhaps visitors paused there. Perhaps they touched the stone. Perhaps a hanging disc moved above the gate and gave a single bronze note as each pilgrim entered. Beyond the lions, the chamber stretched toward the rising sun. Below it, a narrow passage descended toward the sea. This lower passage is difficult to explain. It may have served as a storeroom, a drainage channel, an entrance used by priests arriving from boats, or perhaps it carried ritual meaning. Water could have entered the lower chamber during high tide, rising and withdrawing beneath the sanctuary floor. The temple may have been designed to listen to the sea. Waves entering the passage would have compressed the air. Bronze objects hung within might have trembled. The entire building could have produced soft, irregular tones whenever the tide moved through the hidden channel. If so, the sanctuary did not merely stand beside the sea, it spoke with it. The water entered, the bronze answered. The sound rose through the chamber. A worshipper standing before the altar might have heard the hidden ringing from below and believed the deity had accepted the offering. Such an effect would not have been understood as machinery. It would have been mystery, a voice without a visible source, a note rising from beneath the earth, a sacred response carried through stone. No complete name survives to tell us who was worshipped there. A fragmentary inscription was found near the eastern wall. The stone is broken across several lines. Most letters have been erased by salt and impact. Only a few remain. They may form part of a word connected with wind, or dawn, or return. The interpretation changes depending on how the missing letters are imagined. One reading suggests a title meaning, "She who brings the morning wind." Another hints at a guardian of safe arrival. A third may preserve nothing more than the name of a donor. The fragment refuses certainty. Perhaps the sanctuary honored a local form of a well-known deity, a goddess of dawn who opened the path across the sea, a guardian of sailors returning before sunrise, a divine wind that carried ships toward home. Or perhaps the name belonged to a god entirely forgotten. The Mediterranean once held countless local sacred identities. A single bay could possess its own guardian, a cliff its own spirit, a spring its own voice. A sailor might honor great Poseidon in one place and, in another, whisper to a smaller divinity, known only to those who crossed that particular water. These local gods did not always enter poetry. They lived in habit, in offerings, in the names of winds, in songs sung before departure. When their sanctuaries disappeared, their names often disappeared with them. The remaining letters may therefore be the final breath of a divine presence, once known intimately. A name spoken every dawn, a name carried by sailors in fear, a name thanked upon return, now reduced to fragments. Where memory fades, even gods become uncertain. The bronze objects found near the colonnade deepen the mystery because they do not appear to have been scattered by collapse. They were gathered together, placed beneath a heavy stone slab, protected, concealed. The arrangement seems deliberate. Someone removed them from their usual positions. Someone carried them to the edge of the chamber. Someone covered them. Why? Perhaps invaders were approaching. Sacred objects were often hidden during war or political upheaval. Priests might bury valuable bronze rather than allow it to be stolen, melted, or carried into a foreign temple. They may have expected to return when danger passed. The hiding place would be remembered by a few trusted people, but perhaps those people never came back. The island may have been abandoned. The shoreline may have changed. The sanctuary may have sunk before the bronze could be recovered. Another possibility is more intimate. There may have been a ritual crisis, an omen, a silence where a sacred sound should have answered. Perhaps the chimes failed to ring during a ceremony. Perhaps one cracked. Perhaps the tide entered at the wrong hour. Perhaps the first light of dawn no longer reached the altar after an earthquake shifted the structure. To ancient worshippers, such changes could suggest that the divine presence had withdrawn. The objects may then have been removed from use, not discarded, not destroyed, placed beneath stone in a form of ritual burial. Sacred things often required sacred endings. An instrument that had carried the voice of a god could not simply be thrown away. It might be covered, hidden, returned to darkness. The bronze may therefore rest beneath the slab as a collection of voices deliberately silenced. Yet there is another possibility. Perhaps the objects were not hidden from danger. Perhaps they were offered to the sea. The sanctuary stood between sunrise and water. The lower passage opened toward the tide. If the island began to sink, the priests may have understood the change not only as disaster, but as a claim. The sea was taking the sanctuary. The final act may have been to gather the bronze voices and place them where the water would eventually reach them. A last offering, a surrender of sound. The chimes buried beneath stone would one day be surrounded by the realm they had honored. Then the waves would move them, not according to human hands, not according to a ritual calendar, but according to currents, storms, moon, and tide. The people may have left, while the sanctuary still stood above water. The lamps removed, the entrance closed, the stone lions abandoned at their gate. Over years, perhaps generations, the island descended. The causeway vanished. The lower passage flooded. The columns entered the sea. At last, only the roof remained visible during low water. Then nothing. The sanctuary crossed completely into silence. And yet the fishermen heard bells. This is the contradiction at the heart of the place. The instruments were buried. The temple was drowned. The priests were gone. Still, the sound survived in memory. Perhaps the fishermen heard chains from old anchors shifting below. Perhaps shells struck bronze fragments during changes in the current. Perhaps water passing through the lower passage created a tone within trapped chambers. Natural explanations do not diminish the wonder. A current moving through an ancient sanctuary is still the meeting of time, water, architecture, and chance. A shell striking bronze after centuries of silence is still a kind of voice. But perhaps no metal rang at all. Perhaps the sound came from the boat itself, wood tightening in cold night air, a hook moving gently against the hull. A distant bell from shore carried strangely across still water. The sea is skilled at rearranging sound. It can bring far voices close and make nearby noises seem to rise from below. Yet the fishermen believed the sanctuary was speaking, and belief gave the sound a longer life than bronze alone could have achieved. A note lasts only a moment. A story can carry it for centuries. One fisherman hears a faint ringing. He tells another. A child listens years later from the same boat. The sound may not come. Still, the child waits. Later, he tells his own children that the drowned temple rings when the moon is thin. The story becomes part of the bay. No one needs to hear the bell every night. It is enough that it might sound. This is how fragile things endure. Not through proof, through expectation, through listening, through the quiet certainty that beneath ordinary silence, something may still be answering. Sound is one of the most delicate forms of memory. Stone can be touched. Pottery can be held. An inscription can be copied. But a sound vanishes as it is born. Even when recorded in words, it remains absent. A writer can say bell, chime, echo, note. Yet none of these words is the sound itself. The ancient sanctuary may once have been filled with bronze voices. They marked the rising sun, the beginning of procession, the crossing of a threshold, the return of sailors, the presence of the divine. Now we can only imagine them. A low disk trembling above the gate, small chimes moving in the sea wind, a single note passing through the long chamber at dawn. Perhaps travelers approaching by boat heard the sanctuary before they saw it. The sound carried across water, a gentle ringing beneath the first light. To someone returning from a dangerous voyage, it may have meant home, not the household itself, not yet, but the nearness of familiar land. The promise that the wandering was ending. If the sanctuary honored safe return, its bronze voice may have been among the most comforting sounds in the ancient world. A sailor hears it after weeks at sea. He looks toward the island. The stone lions are visible. The chamber glows with dawn. Someone upon the shore has seen the ship. The harbor is near. He will cross the threshold again. Perhaps the fisherman's story preserves this emotional memory long after the deity's name was lost. The bell beneath the sea continues to announce return, though no ship now seeks the vanished island. Or perhaps it announces something else. Not the return of sailors, the return of the sanctuary itself, for one brief moment, through sound. When the note rises, the drowned columns seem less distant. The stone lions stand again. The eastern chamber receives the dawn. Bronze trembles beneath the roof. Then the note fades, and the whole vision descends once more. Night settles more deeply over the bay. The boat remains still. Below it, the sanctuary rests beneath layers of water and darkness. The colonnade has fallen. The inscription is broken. The lions guard only fish and sand. Under the stone slab, the bronze fragments wait. No priest comes to uncover them. No procession passes between the pillars. No worshipper stands facing the east. The moon crosses above the water. Its light cannot reach the deepest chamber. For a long time, nothing happens. Then a sound rises. One clear note, so faint it might be imagined. It enters the hull, touches the air, and fades. Was it bronze moved by the current? A shell beneath stone? Water passing through a forgotten passage? Or only the listening mind completing an old story? No answer follows. Perhaps none is needed. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some sanctuaries survive not through walls, but through the possibility that their final prayer has not yet ended. Beneath the silence, the bronze rests. The water moves, the island remains drowned, and somewhere between current and dream, the bells of the forgotten sanctuary continue to ring. It is said that the sea remembers those whom history forgets, not through books, not through monuments raised beneath the sun, but through quieter things. A shell placed beside a stone, a cup left untouched, a name carved carefully by hands that knew it might be the final gift. Along a narrow shore, where the land slopes gently toward dark water, a line of stone markers lies beneath the sea. They rest close together, half buried in pale sand. Some lean toward one another as though listening. Others have fallen flat, their faces turned upward toward the wavering light. Once, each stone carried a name, a father's name, a place of origin, perhaps a short blessing, perhaps the simple record that someone had lived, traveled, suffered, and belonged somewhere beyond this shore. Now the letters have been worn nearly smooth. Salt has entered the grooves. Shells have gathered in the carved lines. Moonlight moves slowly across the stones, touching one faint inscription and then another, as though the sea itself were trying to read what remains. There are no towering tombs here, no royal chambers, no statues of kings, only modest markers beneath shallow water, arranged near what was once a narrow beach. The cemetery may have belonged to a small harbour settlement, or perhaps it was created specifically for strangers, sailors, merchants, travellers carried ashore by currents, men whose families lived too far away to claim them, those who died beside foreign water and could not be returned to the soil of home. In forgotten corners of the ancient world, burial was not merely an act of sorrow, it was a sacred responsibility. The dead required care. The eyes were closed, the body washed, oil applied to the skin, a cloth wrapped carefully around familiar features. Family members gathered, women sang laments, offerings were placed nearby, then the body was carried toward the grave, the pyre, or the chamber prepared for it. These gestures did more than honor the person who had died. They helped guide the dead across a threshold. In heroic poetry, one of the deepest fears was not death itself, but death without burial. To remain exposed, unnamed, without rights, without someone to speak over the body. Such a person risked becoming an unsettled shade, caught between the world of breath and the shadowed realm beyond it. The dead needed a place. The living needed somewhere to grieve, and so even a stranger could receive a stone. Perhaps fishermen discovered a body upon the morning shore. The face was unknown, the clothing foreign. No seal, weapon, or surviving companion revealed a name. Still, the body could not simply be left to the birds and tide. The community might prepare it. Build a grave above the beach. Pour oil upon the earth. Place a simple cup beside the dead. Then raise a marker that said only what could be known. A sailor, a traveller, a man brought from the sea. Such a burial created a temporary family where none was present. The hands that closed the grave may never have known the person in life. Yet through ritual, they refused to let him disappear entirely. The drowned cemetery appears to preserve many such acts. Among the markers, archaeologists have found small cups and narrow oil flasks. Some are plain, others carry faded painted lines. Several were placed carefully beside the stones, protected within shallow hollows. They may have held wine, water, perfume, or oil. The liquid has vanished. The vessels remain. One can imagine a final offering poured slowly into the earth, a small stream disappearing between stones, a name spoken as the cup was lowered, or, where the name was unknown, perhaps a gentler phrase, "Traveller, rest here. Stranger, may the road beyond receive you." The oil flasks carry their own quiet intimacy. Oil belonged to the care of the living body. Its softened skin, perfumed hair, marked celebration, hospitality, and preparation. To offer it to the dead was to continue that care beyond the final breath. Perhaps a flask was placed beside someone who had been battered by waves. Perhaps the body arrived stripped of every familiar object. The oil became a final gesture of dignity, a reminder that even an unknown person had once been touched, held, washed, and loved. Shells have also been found near the graves. At first, they seem natural. The cemetery now lies beneath the sea. Shells gather everywhere, but some were placed in deliberate patterns. A spiral shell beside the head of one grave, 3 small white shells arranged near another marker, a dark shell pierced through its center, perhaps once worn on a cord. Their meaning is uncertain. Shells may have represented the sea that carried the dead. They may have symbolized journey, rebirth, the listening ear, or the hidden chambers of the world below. Held close, a shell seems to contain the sound of distant water. Perhaps families placed them beside empty graves so the lost person might remain connected to the shore. Perhaps the shell carried a message, a mother whispering into its spiral, a wife speaking a name into the hollow, a child pressing it to the ear and believing the absent voice might return through the sound. Some graves contain no bodies. The stone chambers are carefully built. Offerings were placed within them. Markers were raised above them, yet no bones remain. These may be cenotaphs, empty tombs made for those whose bodies never returned, for sailors lost in storms, warriors who disappeared beyond distant shores, travelers whose ships failed to enter the harbor again. An empty grave is a profound contradiction. It holds absence as though absence were something physical. There is no body to wash, no face to see for the final time, no certainty about the hour or place of death. Yet the family still requires a threshold, a place where grief may kneel, a stone before which the name can be spoken. In this way, the empty tomb becomes full. It contains waiting, questions, memory, the shape of a body imagined beneath the earth. Perhaps families returned each year. They brought flowers, cups of wine, woven threads, or food. They may have spoken to the grave as though the lost traveler rested there, not because they believed the body had returned, but because love requires a location. Without one, sorrow drifts. It enters every room. Every sound at the door becomes a possible homecoming. Every sail on the horizon reopens hope. The cenotaph gave the absence boundaries. Here is where we remember. Here is where we wait. Here is where the name belongs when the sea refuses to return the body. The Odyssey understands this fear deeply. Its waters are filled with those who do not return. Odysseus survives. His name travels through the poem. His grief, cunning, endurance, and longing become the center of the voyage. But around him, companions vanish one by one. Some are taken by violence, some by hunger, some by the consequences of forbidden acts. Some disappear beneath storms. By the time Odysseus reaches his final shore, he stands alone. The story remembers his return. It does not follow the households of those who were lost. Yet each companion once belonged somewhere. A mother may have watched the road. A wife may have kept a lamp near the doorway. A child may have grown older, listening to stories of a father who had sailed to war. A brother may have visited the harbor each season, asking strangers for news. Their waiting exists beyond the poem's brightest light. The drowned cemetery becomes a chamber for these forgotten lives. Not literally, perhaps. No inscription can connect the stones to the crew of Odysseus. But symbolically, the graves gather around every unnamed sailor absorbed into the larger story of a king. Heroic poems often preserve the one who returns, because return creates narrative. The lost leave no final testimony. Their journeys end beyond sight. Their last words enter wind, water, or darkness. The survivor carries fragments of them, but even those fragments fade as the story grows around his own endurance. This is one of history's quiet cruelties. The remembered figure stands at the center, the forgotten gather at the edges. Yet ancient burial rites resisted that forgetting. A stone was raised, a name carved, a cup placed beside the grave. Even a modest marker said, "This person was not merely part of someone else's voyage. This life had its own beginning, its own household, its own fears, its own unfinished return." The names upon the submerged stones have almost disappeared. A few letters remain, a curve, a vertical line, part of a father's name, perhaps the beginning of an island or city. Nothing complete enough to restore identity. This erosion feels painful. The markers were made precisely to resist oblivion, yet the sea has slowly undone their purpose. The letters were carved because someone feared the name might vanish, and now the name has vanished anyway. Still, the stones have not failed completely. Though the words cannot be read, the intention remains. Someone cared enough to carve them. Someone stood beside the grave. Someone wanted the traveler remembered. Where memory fades, love sometimes survives as structure, a marker, a vessel, an empty chamber. The form remains after the explanation is gone. Perhaps this is all remembrance ever truly achieves. Not permanence, only resistance, a brief refusal to let silence arrive too quickly. The burial ground was built close to the shore for reasons no one can prove. Perhaps the land above was limited. Perhaps the community associated the sea with the path of the dead. Perhaps these graves belonged to those carried from the water, and it seemed fitting that they rest where waves could still be heard. The location may also have allowed returning sailors to honor those who had not returned with them. A ship entering harbor might pass the cemetery. The survivors would see the stones before reaching their homes. They would remember the places left empty on the benches, the voices no longer heard beneath sail. Perhaps they came ashore and poured wine beside the markers. Perhaps guilt accompanied gratitude. Why was I returned? Why was he not? The shore became a threshold between arrival and loss. One sailor stepped onto land and entered celebration. Another remained represented by stone. The same sea held both stories. Over centuries, the coastline changed. The graves may once have stood several steps above the tide. Then storms reached them. Earthquakes lowered the land. Water entered the lower rows. Families may have tried to protect the cemetery, raised walls, moved certain markers, recovered bones. But eventually the sea crossed every boundary. The narrow beach disappeared. The graves entered the water. The cups filled with sand. The oil flasks darkened. The inscriptions softened. And the cemetery became part of the realm that had already taken so many of those remembered there. There is a strange completion in this. The graves of sailors are now held by the sea. The empty tombs lie within the same water that concealed the lost bodies. Stone and absence have entered one chamber. Perhaps those who built the cemetery would have feared this, or perhaps they might have understood it as a final reunion. The sea had taken the traveller. Now it had taken the grave. Both remained beyond ordinary reach. At night, the submerged stones appear beneath moonlight. The surface breaks the light into moving fragments. Silver passes across one marker, then another. The carved lines seem briefly deeper. For a moment, a letter may appear readable. Then the water shifts. The name disappears again. Near the outer edge of the cemetery stands one marker larger than the rest. Its inscription is gone. Only a small carved symbol remains near the top, a ship beneath a star. The ship is simple, a curved hull. One mast, perhaps two raised oars. Above it, the star is cut deeply enough to resist the water. No one knows who was buried there. Perhaps no one was. The tomb may be empty. The stone may have belonged to a sailor, lost beyond the horizon. The star could represent guidance. The ship, the final voyage. Or perhaps the image recorded a profession, a family emblem, or a place of origin. The meaning has become inseparable from imagination, yet the symbol still speaks gently. A ship beneath a star, a traveller beneath the heavens, a journey continuing into darkness. The sea passes over the marker. Small fish move through the carved hull. A shell rests inside the star's lowest point. The unknown traveller remains without identity. No living person can speak the original name with certainty. No household waits now. No lamp burns in the old doorway. And still, the person has not vanished completely. The marker remains. The symbol remains. The grave remains. We pause beside it. We imagine the hand that carved the ship, the person who chose the star, the family who stood near the shore. This act of imagination becomes another form of remembrance. Perhaps names are not the only way the dead endure. Perhaps attention itself is a small offering. To look upon the stone, to recognize that someone was mourned there, to understand that an unknown traveller was once the center of another person's world. History often remembers the one who returns, but compassion turns toward those who do not. Toward the empty seat, the unanswered prayer, the ship that never appears between the headlands, the grave without a body, the name erased by water. Night deepens above the narrow shore. The moon moves across the cemetery and leaves broken silver upon the stones. No lament is heard. No priest speaks. No family approaches with oil or flowers. The burial ground rests beneath the sea's endless breath. Perhaps the letters were never meant to survive forever. Perhaps the stones were only asked to carry the names until another kind of remembrance could begin. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some lives return not through history, but through the tenderness awakened by their absence. The water passes over the ship and star. The carved name remains unreadable. Yet the unknown traveller is not entirely lost. For beneath the silence, someone once gave him a grave. Someone once gave him a symbol. Someone once stood upon this shore and refused to let the sea be the only witness. And now, marked by the moon, the stones continue that quiet refusal, even as the water gently reads them into silence. It is said that every great voyage casts two shadows. One belongs to the name remembered in song, the other belongs to the hands that carried it across the water, far beneath the surface of an ancient harbour, where broken walls rest under drifting sand. A long stone chamber opens into blue darkness. Rows of narrow benches line both sides. At first, they appear to be seats. Perhaps a council once gathered there. Perhaps merchants waited beside cargo while ships were unloaded. But the benches are unusually long, and the spaces between them are too close for ceremony. They resemble sleeping platforms, simple, hard, ordered in patient rows. Above them, small niches are cut into the walls. Several still contain fragments of clay lamps, their surfaces darkened by smoke. A few drinking cups lie broken near the floor. Gaming pieces, no larger than pebbles, are scattered beside one bench. The chamber feels less like a palace than a shelter, less like a place of command than a place where tired men once rested. One can almost hear them, sandals being loosened, a cup passed from hand to hand, a low voice speaking of weather, another voice asking how many days remain before home. Outside, waves would have touched the harbour wall. Inside, oars may have been stacked against the stone, their long shafts still damp from the sea. And while the sailors slept, perhaps their dreams continued rowing. In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, the labour of travel was carried by people whose names rarely entered written memory. Ships moved because hands pulled at oars. When the wind failed, men became the wind. They sat shoulder to shoulder beneath sun, salt, and command, drawing the vessel forward stroke by stroke. The rhythm had to remain together. One oar out of time could strike another. One exhausted rower could weaken the whole line. A voice might call the beat. The blades entered the water, lifted, returned. Again and again, through windless afternoons, through narrow straits where currents turned unexpectedly, through long hours when the coast remained visible but never seemed to draw closer. Ancient travel is often imagined through sails beneath a bronze sky. Yet many voyages depended upon endurance more than wind. Oarsmen carried merchants toward foreign harbours. They carried envoys between rival kingdoms. They carried soldiers toward war. They carried kings into the stories that would outlive them. The rower's body became part of the ship, back bent, hands hardened, shoulders burning beneath repeated motion, salt drying upon the skin. The voyage remembered the destination. The body remembered every stroke. But history rarely asked for the rower's name. A poem might preserve the words of the captain. A palace record might list cargo, tribute, weapons and supplies. The crew remained a number, men aboard. Companions lost, hands needed for the crossing. Their individual lives slipped beneath the larger story. The submerged hall seems to gather those lives again. Perhaps it was a lodging house, built beside the harbour. Sailors arriving after dark may have slept there before receiving payment or finding passage onward. The chamber offered little comfort. Stone benches, clay lamps, a roof, protection from wind. Yet to someone who had spent days upon open water, even a hard surface beneath a still ceiling might have felt luxurious. No deck moving beneath the body, no rope striking wood, no command to rise before dawn, only rest. The hall may instead have been a warehouse. The benches could have supported jars, folded sails, ropes, or cargo, waiting to be counted. But the small objects suggest human presence beyond labour. Gaming pieces, cups, scratches carved at the height of a resting hand. These are traces of waiting. And waiting often belongs to sailors as much as movement does. A ship could be delayed by weather, by repair, by a missing cargo, by officials who had not yet granted permission to leave. Days might pass beside the harbour. The men would have filled those hours however they could. A game played upon a flat stone, bread shared near the doorway, a sandal strap repaired with borrowed cord, stories exchanged beneath lamp smoke. Perhaps the chamber served several purposes across generations: warehouse, lodging, meeting place, shelter during storms. Ancient buildings rarely remained fixed in meaning. One age constructed them, another reused them. A storage hall became a dormitory, a workshop became a shrine, a military room became a place where travelers slept beneath faded walls. The hall does not explain itself. Its benches remain open to several histories. On one of them, scratched into the stone, is the image of a ship. The carving is rough, its hull bends in a single curved line. A mast rises from the center. Small strokes suggest oars or ropes. Above the vessel are 7 stars. They may represent a constellation, perhaps the Pleiades, watched carefully by ancient sailors. Perhaps the Great Bear, whose position helped travelers understand direction, or perhaps they are merely stars remembered from one particular night. A sailor may have carved them while waiting for morning. He may have traced the pattern he followed across open water. The same stars seen from a childhood courtyard, from a battlefield, from the deck of a ship far from land. A constellation could become a form of home. Its position changed through the night, yet its shape remained. When shorelines vanished, the stars still offered recognition. Look upward. There is the familiar cluster. There is the path west. There is the light that rose above the harbour before departure. The scratched ship beneath 7 stars feels like a private map, not precise enough to guide another crew, perhaps not intended for anyone else. A memory held in stone. Nearby, another bench bears a sequence of short lines, groups of 5, then more. The markings may count cargo, games won, debts, days spent waiting, or days remaining before an expected return. The lines are uneven, some deep, some faint. One group ends abruptly. Perhaps the person carving them left when the ship was finally ready. Perhaps the count lost meaning. Perhaps the journey ended before the final mark could be made. Such small traces invite imagination because they remain close to the hand. A king's inscription speaks outward toward history. A scratch on a sleeping bench speaks inward. It was made during boredom, loneliness, hope, or simple habit. The person did not imagine that strangers would study it centuries later beneath the sea. He may have carved without thinking, and because of that, the mark feels honest. Whispers tell us that ordinary gestures sometimes travel farther through time than formal declarations. A ruler commands that his victories be written upon stone. The words are broken. A sailor counts days on a bench. The lines remain. The Odyssey remembers travel through wonders, an island of forgetfulness, a cave beneath a terrible shadow, a hall of enchantment, the voices of the dead, the anger of the sea. Yet every wonder required a crew to reach it. Odysseus did not cross the dark water alone. His companions raised the mast, handled ropes, carried provisions, rowed when the wind failed, pulled the ship onto shore, kept watch while others slept. They followed him into places they had not chosen. Often, they paid for decisions they had not made. The poem gives some brief names, yet most disappear into collective memory. The men, the crew, the companions. One by one, they are lost. The Cicones strike them down. The Lastrygonians destroy ships. The Cyclops kills those trapped within his cave. Scylla takes men from the deck while they cry out toward the leader who cannot save them. Others die after the cattle of the sun are harmed. By the end, Odysseus alone reaches home. The journey becomes the story of the survivor. This is natural. The survivor speaks. The lost cannot correct him. They cannot describe the same voyage from the rowing bench, cannot say what it felt like to follow a brilliant, restless leader through one danger after another, cannot tell us whether they still believed in home, whether they resented the journey, whether some wished to remain on a quiet island, whether they counted the days and knew, long before the ending, that they would never see their household doors again. The Hall of Sleeping Oarsmen becomes a symbolic resting place for them, not because these benches belonged to the companions of Odysseus, there is no evidence of that, but because the chamber preserves the kind of life heroic poetry leaves in shadow. The people whose strength moved another person's legend, the men who slept briefly between commands, the hands remembered only through the distance traveled. Perhaps they entered this hall after a voyage and lay down without speaking. Exhaustion can quiet even fear. One sailor placed his sandals beneath the bench. Another folded a cloak beneath his head. Someone guarded a small pouch containing payment, a shell for a child, or a bead purchased in a foreign market. The lamps burned low. Smoke gathered along the ceiling. Outside, the harbour moved gently against the stones. Someone began a story, not of kings, of home, a vineyard on a hillside, a mother who waited near the doorway at sunset, a wife who disliked the sea, a brother promising to repair the roof before winter, a child who had learned to walk just before departure. The details would have been ordinary, and therefore precious. Perhaps bread was passed around, hard from travel, softened with wine or oil, a piece saved for the morning, a cup shared carefully because there was not enough for each man. They might have laughed softly over the events of the day, a broken rope, a merchant who argued over payment, a captain who claimed to read the sky and was wrong. Then the laughter faded. A long voyage leaves the body tired, but it also leaves the mind suspended between shores. The sailor has not yet returned home. He is only no longer at sea. The hall becomes a chamber between identities. No longer rower, not yet husband, father, son, or neighbour. Only a tired traveller resting beneath a roof near the water. This in-between state may explain why the benches feel intimate. They held people at the moment when public labour ended and private memory returned. During the day, the rower belonged to the rhythm of the crew. At night, lying awake in darkness, he belonged again to himself. Perhaps he looked toward the doorway and watched the stars. Perhaps he wondered how many journeys remained in his body. How many more windless days? How many more narrow passages? How many times he would leave home before failing to return? Ancient sailors did not always choose the voyage freely. Some served rulers. Some rowed for wages because land or opportunity had failed them. Some were prisoners, dependents, or men bound by obligations difficult to recover from history. The sea offered passage, but not always freedom. A heroic expedition might feel glorious to those who commanded it, and endless to those who pulled the oars. This does not remove fellowship. Crews depended upon one another. Shared danger creates powerful bonds. The person beside you knew the same rhythm, thirst, fear, and fatigue. He helped raise the sail during a sudden wind. He held your arm when the ship struck rock. He divided water when supplies ran low. He understood without explanation what the voyage had taken from the body. The hall may have held this companionship, men sleeping close enough to hear one another breathe. Individual dreams gathered beneath one roof, some dreams returning to home, others remaining upon the sea. Perhaps one sailor woke suddenly, believing the chamber still moved. After days aboard ship, the body can continue to feel the waves even upon land. The floor seems to rise, the walls seem to sway. Sleep carries the voyage inward. In that sense, the oars never fully fell silent. They continued in muscle and dream, pull, lift, return, the rhythm surviving after the hands had stopped. The submerged hall now moves in a different way. Water fills the chamber from floor to ceiling. The wall niches no longer hold flame. Sand covers the gaming pieces. The cups rest among shells. Silver fish drift above the benches, turning together as though obeying an invisible call. Their movement resembles a crew. One direction, then another. A quiet rhythm through blue shadow. The sea has entered the place where sailors once escaped it. This reversal gives the hall its melancholy. The benches once offered stillness after water. Now water rests above them forever. Perhaps the building sank during an earthquake. Perhaps the harbour gradually lowered. Perhaps the settlement was abandoned, and the sea entered centuries later. No final account remains. The last inhabited night can only be imagined. Lamps burn in the niches. The flames are small. The chamber smells of smoke, wet rope, salt, and tired bodies. The sailors know the harbour has changed. Cracks have appeared in the walls. The lower road floods at high tide. Rumours speak of another earthquake. A ship waits outside, perhaps leaving at dawn. Some men intend to sail. Others have decided this will be their final journey. A game ends. The pieces are gathered, though one is left beneath a bench. A cup falls and breaks. No one bothers to collect every fragment. Someone finishes carving another day into the stone. Across the room, a sailor studies the scratched ship beneath 7 stars. Perhaps he did not make it. Perhaps it was already old. He touches the carving and looks toward the open doorway. Beyond it, the actual stars hang over the harbor. The sea is calm, too calm perhaps, or simply peaceful. He wonders how many crossings remain between himself and rest, whether home is one voyage away, or several, whether anyone will remember his name if he does not return. No answer comes. The lamp beside him dims. One voice fades, then another. Breathing settles across the hall. The sailors sleep. The sea waits beyond the wall. Centuries later, water covers the benches. The scratched days remain unfinished. The ship beneath 7 stars remains on its silent voyage. No inscription identifies the men who slept there. No poem preserves their conversations, yet the chamber holds the shape of their rest. This may be enough. History remembers victories because they change kingdoms, but sleep reveals the person beneath the role. Every oarsman needed somewhere to place his weariness. Every unnamed companion had a body that ached, a private fear, a remembered household, a breath moving softly in darkness. Perhaps remembrance does not always require a name. Perhaps sometimes it begins by noticing the bench, the cup, the game left unfinished, the days scratched into stone. By understanding that someone waited here, someone slept here, someone carried another person's story across the sea, and received no song in return. Night settles over the drowned harbor. Moonlight enters the chamber through the broken roof. It moves across the benches in wavering bands. The silver fish turn once and pass into the darker end of the hall. The clay lamps remain empty. No footsteps return. No oars lean against the wall. And still the room seems to breathe. Perhaps it was never meant to preserve heroic names. Perhaps it was built only to shelter the tired. Yet through that modest purpose, it has become sacred. A chamber for forgotten labor. A resting place for those who moved the ancient world without standing at its center. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some lives remain below the surface of history because no one thought to look toward the rowing bench. The moon rises higher. The carved stars shine faintly beneath the water. The unfinished lines continue counting toward a day that never came. And above the narrow stone beds, where exhausted men once dreamed of shore, the fish drift softly through the hall, still waiting for history to remember their breath. It is said that long before the world was divided by measured lines, the sea was navigated through memory, not by an arrow pointing north, not by numbers written along the edge of a chart, but by stars rising from darkness, by birds crossing the morning sky, by currents felt beneath the hull, and by songs carried from one generation of sailors to the next. On a flat stone recovered from the seabed, a pattern waits beneath the moon. Lines radiate from a central circle. Some are long and deeply carved, others fade before reaching the edge. Around them are small symbols, stars, curved waves, dark-winged birds, crescents, and shapes that may represent islands or gates. The object resembles no familiar compass. It has no needle, no letters, no clear direction marked above the others. And yet it seems to preserve movement, a path outward, a return inward, a journey arranged around a silent center. When the stone is placed beneath open starlight, its lines seem almost to awaken. One points toward the rising moon, another toward the dark sea. A third leads nowhere that can now be named. It is as though the stone still remembers directions that belonged to a world before north had become a word. In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, sailors crossed great distances without magnetic instruments. They did not carry certainty. They carried knowledge. A navigator might know the coastline through its color and shape, a pale cliff beneath morning light, a mountain that resembled a sleeping animal, a red island visible only at sunset, a narrow strait where the water changed from blue to green. The sea was read through signs. A cold current beneath warm water could suggest a submerged spring or a distant shore. Floating branches might reveal the presence of land. Clouds gathering over one place each afternoon could indicate hills beyond the horizon. The smell of soil might arrive before the island itself became visible. Birds were among the oldest guides. Some remained close to shore. Others flew far across open water and returned before night. A sailor who understood their habits could follow them toward land. At dawn, the direction of their flight mattered. At dusk, their return mattered even more. A flock passing low above the mast might be more useful than any drawn map. The heavens offered another kind of guidance. Stars rose and set with quiet regularity. Certain constellations appeared in particular seasons. Others turned above the horizon through the night. A skilled navigator learned to recognize them as one recognizes familiar faces. The stars were not only lights, they were positions, warnings, calendars, companions. To sail beneath them was to enter a vast, living arrangement. The night sky became a sacred text, written without ink. Its symbols could not be carried away. They had to be remembered. Knowledge therefore lived within the navigator's body. He knew when to turn because a star reached a certain height above the mast. He knew how long until dawn by the movement of a constellation. He knew whether the ship had drifted because one light no longer stood where it should. This understanding was learned slowly, not in a single lesson. It passed through repeated voyages, through mistakes, through storms survived, through stories told beside harbour fires. Perhaps an older sailor placed a young apprentice near the stern and pointed upward. There is the star that brings us toward the western islands. There is the cluster that appears before dangerous winter winds. Do not follow that light when clouds gather from the south. Remember the bird that crosses before sunrise. Remember the smell of pine before the coast appears. Such instructions became songs, because songs are easier to carry than lists. A rhythm could preserve the order of islands. A repeated phrase could hold the sequence of winds. A verse might describe where the moon should stand when turning toward home. The carved stone may have belonged to this world. Its central circle could represent an island, a harbour, the sun, the observer. Or perhaps the centre was not a place at all, but the starting point of every journey, the home from which all directions begin. Around it, the lines spread outward like oars entering water. One may indicate the route of a seasonal wind, another the path of a star, another the movement of migrating birds. The stone does not separate sky from sea. Its symbols mingle. Stars rest beside waves. Birds appear near crescents. A ship sails toward a spiral. This may seem confusing, only because modern maps divide the world differently. To an ancient navigator, sky, current, bird, wind, and coastline belonged to the same system. Direction was not one line. It was the agreement of many signs. If the stars suggested west, but the current moved strangely, caution was needed. If birds flew toward land, but clouds concealed the coast, the sailor trusted the birds. If the wind changed against expectation, the ship might wait. Navigation required attention more than control. The sea did not submit to the map. The map had to remain humble before the sea. The stone's purpose remains uncertain. It may have been a teaching tool. A navigator could trace the lines with a finger while explaining the heavens to an apprentice. The central circle might represent the home harbour, while each path led toward known islands. The carved birds may have reminded the learner which migrations to watch. The waves may have marked difficult currents. The stars may have indicated seasonal timing. But the object is unusually heavy for something intended for travel. It may never have left the shore. Perhaps it rested inside a sanctuary or navigator's hall. Sailors could have studied it before departure, touched one line, placed an offering beside the symbol of a star, asked for the signs to remain clear. The stone may also have been ritual. Ancient journeys were not understood as practical movement alone. To leave shore was to enter uncertainty under divine observation. A navigator relied upon skill, yet skill did not guarantee return. Clouds could hide the stars, storms could erase direction, A current could carry the ship beyond every known island. The carved object may therefore have joined knowledge with prayer. Its directions might have been routes and invocations at once. One line for the wind, one for the divine guardian of the strait, one for the dead whose spirits were believed to travel west. A star could represent both navigation and destiny. A gate could be both a harbour entrance and a threshold between worlds. This possibility becomes stronger when one looks closely at the stranger symbols. Several match constellations only loosely. One cluster resembles a familiar group of stars, but the arrangement is reversed. Another contains a light where the modern sky shows none. Perhaps the carving is inaccurate, perhaps centuries of damage have altered it, or perhaps the symbols were never meant to reproduce the sky exactly. They may have represented stories attached to stars. A bird beside a crescent moon, a pair of eyes above waves, a gate beneath 7 points of light. Such images could belong to a celestial mythology now lost. The night sky changes slowly across long ages. Because the Earth turns upon a shifting axis, the positions of stars relative to the horizon are not eternally fixed. A star important to Bronze Age navigators may no longer rise at the same point. When researchers compare the stone's longest central line with the ancient sky, they find that it does not align with geographic north. Instead, it points toward the rising position of a particular bright star as it would have appeared during the late Bronze Age. This does not prove the stone was a navigational device. Yet it deepens the mystery. Why mark the rising place of that star? Perhaps it signaled the beginning of a sailing season. Perhaps its first appearance before dawn announced a favorable wind. Perhaps it guided ships toward a distant island. Or perhaps it belonged to a sacred calendar. The star may have marked a festival, a burial rite, or the opening of a temple gate. Ancient people often joined heavenly movement with earthly ceremony. A star rose, lamps were lit, a door opened, a procession began, a ship departed. The same carved line could therefore point toward both a direction and a moment. Not simply where to go, but when. This union of place and time is almost lost in modern maps. A printed chart shows a coast as though it were always the same. But ancient navigation understood that every route changed with season, wind, and sky. The safe passage of summer could become dangerous in winter. An island visible beneath clear air might disappear in autumn haze. A harbour easy to enter at dawn could be hidden by evening glare. Direction existed within time. The stone may have preserved this deeper form of movement, a path that opened only when a certain star rose, a gate that existed only under a crescent moon, a current that carried ships safely for a few weeks each year. Whispers tell us that one carved image resembles a ship approaching a dark spiral. The spiral is larger than the vessel. Its outer line curls inward toward an empty center. It may represent a whirlpool, a dangerous current, a storm, or a place that could not be named directly. Ancient sailors knew waters where currents turned sharply around islands and underwater ridges. A ship entering at the wrong angle might be drawn toward rock. Such dangers could become mythic over generations. A difficult strait became the mouth of a monster. A shifting current became a devouring force. The spiral upon the stone may have warned travelers away, but it might also represent a spiritual journey. In many ancient traditions, the spiral symbolized movement inward and outward, life, death, return, the sun's passage, the voyage of the soul. A ship sailing toward the spiral could be traveling not to a geographic place, but toward the unknown, beyond the edge of ordinary memory. The gate beneath the crescent moon carries the same ambiguity. It may indicate a harbour entrance visible at night, two cliffs framing a sheltered bay, or it may be a symbolic threshold, a passage toward the realm of dreams, ancestors, or divine knowledge. Perhaps the stone belonged to people who did not divide physical travel from spiritual transformation. A sailor departed as one person. He returned, if he returned, as another. The sea changed him. Distance changed him. Fear, hunger, loss, and wonder altered the map within. Odysseus's voyage is filled with this deeper navigation. He knows ships, he reads winds, he recognizes stars. Yet skill alone cannot bring him home. The path is repeatedly obscured by forces beyond measurement. The sea becomes a landscape of uncertainty. Islands appear that seem outside ordinary geography. Directions fail. Time stretches. Home remains fixed in desire, but not in distance. The journey becomes inward as much as outward. Odysseus must navigate pride, grief, temptation, memory, and identity. He is not merely trying to locate Ithaca, he is trying to remain the person who still belongs there. The carved stone may preserve a similar understanding. Its center could be home, its outward lines, the many paths of departure, the spiral, the danger of losing oneself. The stars, the signs that remain when land disappears. The birds, the hope that life knows a route the mind has forgotten. Modern maps create the comforting impression that the world is measured. Every coastline has a shape, every direction a number, every destination a position. Yet even now, a map cannot guarantee arrival. It cannot calm weather. It cannot prevent fear. It cannot tell a traveler what home will feel like after years away. Ancient sailors lived closer to this truth. Their knowledge was profound, but it remained vulnerable. A cloud could erase the heavens. Mist could hide the cliffs. A storm could scatter every sign. When the stars vanished, the navigator had to trust memory. When memory became uncertain, he had to trust the sea. Perhaps this is the humility carved into the stone. The lines point outward, but none claims mastery. There is no single arrow above the others. No fixed north commanding the design. Only relationships. Star to wave, bird to shore, moon to gate, ship to spiral. The world is not organized around certainty. It is organized around attention. The stone was recovered from the seabed, near no known palace or temple. It may have fallen from a ship. It may have belonged to a coastal sanctuary now destroyed. It may have been carried as sacred cargo. Its edges are worn, though whether by hands or water cannot be known. One corner bears a shallow hollow, as though fingers repeatedly rested there. Perhaps navigators touched that place before tracing a route. Perhaps someone placed the palm upon the center and followed a line toward home. Perhaps children learned the old paths beside it. Or perhaps it was only a game board. The symbols may have marked moves in a forgotten contest. The spiral a destination. The stars points of value. The birds pieces to be moved. Not every mystery must be sacred, yet even play can preserve a culture's understanding of the world. A game of ships, winds, and stars would still reveal how deeply navigation shaped life. No explanation remains. The stone rests now beneath careful light, removed from the dark water where it waited for centuries. Its lines are measured, its carvings compared, its surface studied. Still, the central meaning refuses to emerge. Perhaps the missing answer was never contained in the stone alone. Perhaps it required a voice, a song sung while the finger moved along the lines, a story attached to each bird, a warning spoken at the spiral, a prayer whispered beneath the crescent gate. Without the voice, the map is incomplete. Knowledge once lived in the relationship between object and memory. The stone preserved the pattern. The navigator preserved the meaning. When the final navigator vanished, half the map disappeared. Night settles over the sea from which the object was raised. The stars emerge one by one. Some are the same lights ancient sailors watched. Others have shifted in their rising. The heavens remain familiar and changed. Imagine the stone returned for a moment to the shore, moonlight gathering in its carved grooves. The central circle dark. The radiating lines pointing toward distant horizons, one toward a hidden island, one toward a dangerous current, one toward the star that once rose above the sea in another age. No living person knows which direction promised return. No one knows which line warned of loss. The compass still points, but its destinations no longer have names. Perhaps it guided sailors home. Perhaps it protected them from a buried shore. Perhaps it marked a journey of the soul beneath the moon. Perhaps it was never meant to choose one north. Some directions exist only within memory. Some maps can be read only by those who know the song, and some stones continue to point beyond the edge of understanding, not because they have failed, but because the world they measured has passed behind the veil. The sea lies quiet beneath the stars. The carved ship approaches the spiral. The dark birds fly toward an unnamed coast. The crescent gate remains open, and at the center of the stone, where every line begins and every journey may one day return, silence keeps the place of home. It is said that some rooms remember waiting more faithfully than they remember names. Long after the voices have faded, long after the lamps have gone dark, long after the sea has entered through broken walls, a chamber may still hold the shape of patience. Beneath a coral-covered ridge, separated from the larger ruins by a narrow passage, lies a cluster of rooms hidden beneath the water. The passage is barely wide enough for one person to move through at a time. Its walls lean inward. Its threshold is low. Beyond it, the ruins open into a quieter space. There are no broad halls here, no ceremonial stairs, no towering columns meant to impress foreign guests. The rooms are smaller, more private. Their walls preserve faint traces of color. Their floors are scattered with delicate objects almost lost beneath sand. A spindle wall, the painted corner of a wooden box, a narrow perfume vessel, fragments of carved ivory. These are not the remains of a throne room. They belong to another kind of power. The power of the guarded chamber. The power of memory kept indoors. The power of those who waited while ships disappeared beyond the horizon. One can imagine the room before the sea claimed it. A lamp burns near the wall. Its flame is small and steady. Threads hang from a loom. Painted boxes rest beneath a low shelf. The scent of oil, wool, cedar, and perfume lingers in the warm air. Outside, somewhere beyond the palace walls, the sea moves against the shore. A ship has not returned. Perhaps it is late by days, perhaps by seasons. Within the chamber, someone continues to work. The thread passes through the hand. The shuttle crosses. The loom tightens. Waiting becomes rhythm. In forgotten corners of the ancient palace world, women lived within spaces rarely described by official records. Their lives unfolded through courtyards, weaving rooms, storerooms, shrines, sleeping chambers, and guarded passages. They supervised servants, managed food and cloth, prepared offerings, received news, remembered kinship, raised children, preserved household identity through seasons of absence, danger, and uncertainty. Their influence was often hidden within ordinary objects: a key, a sealed box, a folded textile, a vessel of oil, a pattern woven into cloth. These things could carry wealth, rank, devotion, and memory. Textiles were among the great treasures of the ancient household. They required enormous labor. Wool had to be cleaned, prepared, spun, dyed, and woven. Linen demanded its own long process. Fine cloth could represent months of work and the combined skill of many hands. A palace did not measure wealth only in metal or land. It measured wealth in storerooms of oil, jars of grain, animals, carved vessels, and folded textiles. Cloth traveled as gift, tribute, payment, inheritance, and offering. It wrapped the living, it covered beds, it clothed rulers, it accompanied the dead. To weave was therefore not merely to make fabric, it was to shape value, to preserve the household through thread. The spindle whorls found within the submerged chamber suggest that spinning took place there or nearby. Small and easily overlooked, each whirl once helped twist loose fibers into a continuous thread. The movement was repetitive, a spindle turning, fiber drawn, thread gathering, again and again. It was patient work, quiet work, work that could continue while stories were told, decisions considered, children watched, or ships awaited. The thread itself carried symbolism. A life could be imagined as something spun, a destiny measured, a lineage joined, a promise held together by many small crossings. Perhaps this is why weaving appears so often in ancient myth. The loom could become an image of order in a world threatened by uncertainty. Outside, kingdoms rose and fell, ships vanished, Messengers arrived with contradictory news. Inside, the warp remained fixed. The shuttle passed through. Pattern emerged slowly from repetition. The chamber beneath the reef inevitably recalls Penelope. For years, she waits in Ithaca, while Odysseus wanders across the sea. She is surrounded by men who insist that the journey has ended, that the absent king is dead, that she must choose another husband and allow the household to enter a new order. Her answer is woven. She promises to decide when a burial shroud is finished. By day, she works at the loom. By night, she undoes what she has woven. Thread becomes strategy. The domestic task becomes a hidden defense. The loom allows her to delay without surrendering openly. It gives shape to time. It protects the possibility of return. Penelope's weaving is sometimes described as passive waiting. Yet it is not passive. It is judgment repeated each day, risk carried each night. She must persuade, observe, conceal, endure. She preserves the household not through walls or weapons, but through intelligence practiced within the guarded chamber. The room beneath the reef may have belonged to no queen at all. No inscription names Penelope. No carved title identifies a royal woman. The spindle whorls may have belonged to attendants, the perfume vessels to brides, the ivory to priestesses, the painted boxes to several generations of women who occupied the chamber across centuries. Still, the objects evoke the same hidden world, a world in which women maintained continuity while public history moved elsewhere. A king sailed, a war began, an alliance shifted, a harbour burned. Yet in the inner rooms, cloth still had to be prepared. Children still had to be comforted. Rituals still had to be observed. Stores counted, lamps filled, news interpreted. Absence survived. Perhaps the chamber belonged to a senior woman of the household, a queen, a mother, a widow, a priestess connected to the palace, or perhaps its privacy served many women over time. The room may have changed with each generation. A young bride entered carrying painted boxes. Years later, she supervised the loom. Later still, she waited for sons who had crossed the sea. The chamber gathered different forms of patience, some hopeful, some fearful, some already close to grief. Among the objects is a narrow perfume vessel. Its shape is elegant, though its surface has been worn pale by water. It may once have held scented oil, rose, iris, cypress, herbs gathered from hillsides, resins brought from distant lands. Perfume belonged to intimacy, ritual, hospitality, and burial. A few drops could prepare the body for ceremony. They could scent cloth stored in painted boxes. They could honor a guest. They could accompany a bride. They could be poured for the dead. The vessel therefore carries many possible stories. Perhaps it stood near a polished mirror while a woman prepared to receive visitors. Perhaps its oil was used during a household rite for someone lost at sea. Perhaps it belonged to a person who continued wearing a familiar scent long after the one who loved it had disappeared. Smell is one of memory's quietest gates. A room can change, a face can age, but a fragrance may return the absent with sudden clarity. The vessel may have preserved such private remembrance. Nearby, fragments of carved ivory suggest a box, a comb, a piece of furniture, or a decorative panel. Ivory came from distant networks of trade. Its presence indicates value, yet only fragments remain. One piece carries part of a wing, another the curve of a hand. Perhaps the complete image once showed a goddess, bird, tree, or procession. Ivory's smooth, pale surface would have glowed beneath lamplight. Handled carefully, it could pass through generations, a mother to a daughter, a queen to an attendant, a household object becoming an heirloom. Such inheritance preserved memory differently from public monuments. A carved box might hold jewelry, seals, letters, locks of hair, or small sacred objects. Things too private for the outer hall, things connected to trust. The painted boxes found in the chamber are now only fragments of wood and color. Yet one can imagine their lids opening, folded cloth inside, beads, pins, a seal, perhaps a letter carried from another shore. Written messages from the Bronze Age world rarely survive unless impressed upon clay or preserved by unusual conditions. Most words were spoken. Some were written on materials that returned quickly to dust. A household may have received news that left no trace. A sailor seen in a distant harbour, a battle delayed, a king alive, a king dead, a ship expected before winter. A letter could be read beneath lamplight, folded, placed inside a painted box, and opened again many times. Perhaps one such message once lay within this chamber. Perhaps the woman who waited touched it until the writing faded. Nothing remains now except the box's painted edge. The walls preserve other fragments. On one surface, birds fly above a dark blue band. Their bodies are pale, their wings outstretched. The blue beneath them may represent water, or the border between earth and sky. The birds seem to move toward the far end of the room, though the plaster is broken before their destination appears. Birds often carried meanings of departure and return. They crossed boundaries unavailable to humans. Sea to land, earth to sky, visible world to hidden horizon. A woman waiting beside the coast might watch migrating birds and ask what shores they had seen. Had they crossed above the missing ship? Had they flown near the island where the absent traveller rested? Their seasonal return could offer comfort. Birds came back. Perhaps people could too. Or perhaps the birds represented souls, messages, omens. Their direction upon the wall may once have mattered. They fly not into the chamber, but away, toward the blue band, toward distance. Perhaps the painting honoured departure. Perhaps it expressed longing. Perhaps it was simply beautiful. The lack of certainty preserves its gentleness. Another wall shows a tree rising from a small mound. Only the trunk and lower branches remain. Its roots may be suggested beneath the painted earth. The tree could represent fertility, household continuity, an ancestor, a sacred grove, the connection between earth below and sky above. A tree stands still, yet changes through every season. It loses leaves, waits through winter, returns. For those living with absence, the tree may have carried hope. What appears dead may not be gone. What withdraws may return. Roots preserve life beneath visible silence. The image also recalls the living olive tree, around which Odysseus built the marriage bed, known only to himself and Penelope. That rooted secret becomes the final proof of identity. Not a crown, not a weapon, a tree within the household, something living and immovable. Perhaps the tree painted in the drowned chamber belonged to a similar symbolic world. The rooted home, the bond that should not be moved, the quiet centre preserved while the traveller wanders. But the mural offers no proof. The tree may belong to another myth entirely, a goddess beneath branches, a burial garden, a sacred passage between worlds. Trees often stood at thresholds in ancient imagination. Their roots entered darkness, their branches reached light. They connected the dead, the living, and the divine. Within a chamber devoted to waiting, such a symbol feels especially powerful. The waiting person also lives between worlds, between the last known moment and the unknown present, between hope and grief, between the household as it was and the household it may become. Waiting is a threshold with no visible door. Beneath the floor, archaeologists discover a hidden compartment. Its stone cover fits closely enough to remain unnoticed until part of the pavement shifts. Inside lies a broken seal and a single bronze key. The seal once carried authority. Pressed into clay, it could secure a box, a storeroom, or a message. Its image is damaged. A figure may be standing beside a tree or beside a mast. The key is small, too small for a great palace gate. It may have opened a chest, an interior room, or a cabinet. Together, the broken seal and key suggest secrecy, control, a boundary known to only a few. Perhaps the compartment was created during danger, valuable objects hidden before invasion, a household seal concealed so that no one else could use it, a key kept from those attempting to take control of the palace. Or perhaps the objects were placed there during a ritual closing of the chamber. The seal, broken to end its authority. The key, hidden so that what had been locked would remain closed. No lock has been found. The key opens nothing that survives. This absence deepens the mystery. What did it protect? A box of documents, jewelry, sacred cloth, letters from the absent, the private objects of a queen. A key is a promise of access, yet separated from its door, it becomes an image of loss. The means remains, the destination is gone. Perhaps waiting itself is like this. One preserves the key. The room it opens may never return. The chamber's intimacy moves the story away from treasure and toward endurance. Waiting is often imagined as stillness, a figure at a window, a lamp beside an empty chair. But long waiting is active. It requires constant interpretation. Every rumor must be judged, every stranger questioned, every pressure resisted. The household must continue, food stored, servants directed, children guided, relationships maintained, grief postponed, because certainty has not arrived. To wait is to make decisions without knowing whether the central hope is alive or dead. Penelope's greatness lies partly in this hidden labor. She does not merely remain, she preserves. She reads the intentions of others. She creates delay. She protects the household's identity until truth can return. The room beneath the reef suggests that many women performed similar acts without entering poetry. A merchant's wife maintaining accounts while he traveled, a sailor's mother caring for grandchildren, a priestess preserving rights after political collapse, a queen holding alliances together while the ruler fought elsewhere, an attendant carrying secrets between chambers. Waiting created its own form of knowledge. The person who remained learned to hear uncertainty in every message, to recognize false hope, to understand which objects must be hidden, which promises must be repeated, which memories must be protected from those eager to replace them. Thread by thread, the household endured. The sea eventually entered the chamber. Perhaps an earthquake lowered the coast. Perhaps the palace had already been abandoned. Coral began growing across the floor. The painted birds faded beneath salt. The tree mural lost its crown. The key darkened toward green. The loom, if it remained, disappeared. Wood softened. Threads dissolved. Only stone whorls survived. Yet the room still seems to hold the rhythm of weaving. Not as sound exactly, more like expectation. The imagined passage of the shuttle. The tightening of thread. A soft wooden knock repeated beneath lamplight. One could almost believe the chamber continues its work below the sea, the loom crossing silence with memory, repairing a pattern no one can now see. At night, moonlight passes through the water and enters the narrow corridor. It touches the chamber slowly, first the threshold, then the scattered vessels, then the hidden compartment beneath the floor. The bronze key catches a pale glimmer. For a moment, it appears newly made, ready to open something, but there is no door, no chest, no hand reaching for it. The key belongs to a vanished arrangement of trust. Still, its presence carries quiet strength. Someone hid it. Someone decided what should remain inaccessible. Someone understood that power could be preserved through concealment. The final lamp has long been extinguished. The perfume has dissolved. The painted boxes have collapsed. The threads have vanished. Yet the chamber does not feel empty. It contains the breath of those who remained while others sailed, those who worked within uncertainty, those who transformed waiting into judgment, ritual, protection, and quiet resistance. History follows the ship because the ship moves. The chamber seems still, but stillness can hold an entire kingdom together. Perhaps the voyage of Odysseus is only half the story. The other half unfolds behind guarded doors, beside looms, among lamps, within the mind of someone who must decide, each day, whether hope remains wise. The sea is calm above the reef. Fish drift across the room. One passes over the spindle whorls. Another moves near the painted birds, briefly completing their vanished flight. Coral covers part of the floor where sandals once turned. The bronze key waits beneath the stone. Perhaps it was never meant to open anything again. Perhaps its purpose now is only to remind us that every visible journey depends upon hidden endurance. Some stories move across oceans. Others remain within one room and become just as deep. The moonlight trembles across the walls. The painted tree rises from its small mound. The birds continue toward the dark blue band. And somewhere within the silence, the loom begins again. Thread crossing thread, memory crossing absence, patience tightening beneath careful hands. No queen is named. No final answer appears. Only the chamber beneath the reef, guarding the breath of those who waited, and the quiet possibility that their hidden story was as sacred as the voyage itself. The feast hall of empty cups. It is said that every feast contains the beginning of a farewell. Before the final cup is lifted, before the last story fades beside the fire, before the guest rises and remembers the road, there is always a quiet moment when warmth begins to loosen its hold. At the center of a drowned complex, beneath wavering blue light, a broad hall lies open to the sea. Low benches surround a circular hearth. The roof has fallen. One wall has collapsed outward. Across the floor rest dozens of drinking vessels, some overturned, some cracked, some half buried beneath pale sand. The simplest are made from undecorated clay. Others preserve faint images in clay red and black. A ship with a raised sail, a bird turning above a spiral, a horned animal beneath a row of stars. Their colors have softened beneath salt, but the shapes remain. The cups do not appear to have been stored. They were used, placed near benches, left beside the hearth, dropped close to the doorway. The scene suggests a gathering interrupted so completely that no one returned to put anything away. No hand gathered the vessels. No servant swept the floor. No host closed the door after the final guest. The sea entered instead. It passed through the hall, filled the cups, extinguished the hearth, and covered the unfinished feast with silence. One can almost hear the room before it was drowned. Wood settling in the fire, wine being poured, bread broken by hand, a guest beginning a story while others turn toward him. Outside, waves touch the shore beneath the moon. Inside, lamplight warms the painted walls. Then something changes, a sound beyond the doorway, a trembling beneath the floor. A warning carried from the harbour. The guests rise. Some cups fall. The feast ends without conclusion, and the final toast disappears from memory. In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, a feast was never merely a meal. It was a meeting of household, stranger, memory, ritual, and power. Food created temporary peace. Bread offered safety. Wine created trust. To sit beside another person's hearth was to enter a protected space. The traveller who arrived from the sea might be tired, salt-stained, wounded, or unknown. His name could wait. His purpose could wait. First, he was received. Water was brought for washing. Oil might be offered for the skin. A cloak given. A place made ready upon the bench. Only after the guest had eaten did the host ask where he came from, what ship had carried him, and what road had brought him to the door. Hospitality was sacred because travel was dangerous. Anyone might one day become the stranger standing at an unfamiliar threshold. A wealthy king could be shipwrecked. A warrior could arrive without weapons. A merchant could lose his cargo. A sailor could reach shore alone, carrying no proof of who he had once been. The law of welcome protected people against the uncertainty of the road. To receive the stranger was to honor the possibility that the gods themselves might travel in hidden form. Zeus watched over guests and hosts. To offer shelter was therefore more than courtesy. It was participation in a sacred order. To violate that order invited shame, disorder, and divine displeasure. The Odyssey returns again and again to this fragile law. Some households honor it. The Phaeacians welcome the exhausted Odysseus, feed him, listen to his story, and help him complete his return. Others corrupt it. The suitors remain inside his home, consuming food and wine without respect, turning the feast into occupation. Polyphemus rejects the obligations of hospitality entirely. Circe welcomes and transforms. Calypso shelters and detains. Every meal becomes a test. Who is the host? Who is the guest? When does welcome become imprisonment? When does hunger become violation? The drowned hall may once have stood within such a moral world. Its central hearth would have formed the warm heart of the gathering. Fire offered light, cooked food, and created the visible center around which people arranged themselves. Guests reclined or sat upon the low benches. Servants moved between them with vessels. Wine was mixed with water in a larger bowl before being poured into cups. Bread, roasted meat, olives, fruit, and cheese may have been placed upon low tables. The first portions could be offered to the gods. A few drops of wine poured onto the floor or flame, a prayer spoken softly. Then the feast began. The animal bones found near the hearth show that a large meal had been prepared not long before the hall was abandoned. Sheep or goats were likely roasted. The bones bear marks of cutting. Some were burned. Others were carefully separated. This was not casual eating. It required preparation. Wood gathered, animals slaughtered, meat divided, vessels brought from storage. People expected. Perhaps the gathering marked the arrival of a ship, a marriage agreement, a seasonal festival, a political oath, the return of sailors after dangerous waters, or a final meal before departure. Feasts held memory. Stories were repeated there, genealogies recited, promises witnessed, disputes softened with wine, songs joined the living to ancestors. A guest from another island might describe a distant harbour, a ruined palace, a strange current, or a king whose name had not yet reached this shore. News travelled through the feast hall. Before messages were written and copied widely, information entered through human voices. A sailor carried the map of his journey in speech. A merchant carried rumours of war. A singer carried tales older than any person in the room. The cups found across the drowned floor may once have passed beneath such stories. One bears the faded image of a ship. Perhaps its owner chose it deliberately. A captain's vessel. A gift received after return. Or merely a common design in a harbour settlement. Another cup shows a painted animal whose head is missing where the clay has broken away. A third carries a row of dark birds above a wave pattern. The images may have prompted stories. A ship painted on clay beside a tale of shipwreck. Birds beside a memory of land discovered after days at sea. An animal beside a hunt, omen, or sacred legend. Objects at a feast were not silent. They participated. They reflected firelight, marked rank, recalled distant places. A fine cup might reveal the host's wealth. A repaired one might carry family history. A plain vessel could belong to a servant, traveller, or oarsman seated at the edge of the gathering. The hall therefore held many social worlds at once. The ruler or household head near the hearth, honoured guests, relatives, musicians, attendants, people entering and leaving with food. Perhaps sailors from the harbour were invited inside after a successful voyage. Perhaps strangers sat beside residents and, for one evening, belonged to the same temporary household. Hospitality performs this quiet transformation. A person arrives from elsewhere. Bread is offered. A cup is filled. A place is made beside the fire. For a little while, the road ends. The stranger is not yet family, but is no longer entirely outside. The feast creates a shelter, made not only of walls, but of attention. Tell us where you have travelled. Tell us who you lost. Tell us what waits beyond the headland. The guest speaks, and through being heard, becomes present. Yet every feast contains limits. The cup empties, the fire lowers. The story reaches its final line. The guest must eventually leave. The temporary home dissolves. Perhaps this is why the drowned hall feels so melancholy. Its cups remain, but the people have departed beyond every road. The objects preserve warmth without the bodies that created it. The benches remain arranged around a cold hearth. The doorway remains open toward the shore. The room appears prepared for voices that will never return. There is no evidence of violence. No weapons lie near the entrance. The cups were not smashed against walls. The benches were not overturned in struggle. The animal bones show no disturbance beyond collapse and water. The hall seems to have emptied suddenly, but not through battle. Perhaps an earthquake struck during the gathering. At first, a low trembling beneath the feet. wine shifting inside cups, a lamp flame leaning though there was no wind, then stone grinding within the walls, dust falling from the roof. The guests would have known the danger. Coastal communities lived with the memory of earthquakes. They may have rushed toward open ground, cups left where they fell, the fire abandoned, the doorway filling with bodies moving toward the shore or uphill. Perhaps the shaking stopped quickly. They expected to return, but aftershocks came. Walls cracked, the harbour lowered, water entered the lower streets. The hall became unsafe. The feast remained unfinished forever. Another possibility begins not beneath the earth, but at the sea. A warning may have arrived from the harbour. The water withdrawing strangely, boats settling where there should have been depth, fish visible upon wet sand. People who knew the coast may have recognized the omen. Leave the buildings, move upward, do not wait. The guests would have abandoned everything. The sea may have returned with force, crossing the shore and entering the settlement. Yet the hall shows little sign of violent destruction. Perhaps the water rose later, gradually, after the land had already sunk. Or perhaps the warning was not of immediate disaster, but of a slow change the community could no longer deny. The feast might have been a final ceremony before abandonment. This possibility is quieter, more deliberate. The settlement had watched the shore recede, the freshwater wells had turned bitter, the lower houses flooded during every storm, repairs no longer lasted, families had begun moving inland, only a few remained. Before leaving, they gathered once more in the hall. They brought the final jars, prepared the animals, lit the hearth, placed cups around the benches as they had for generations, not to celebrate victory, to remember the place before surrendering it. Such a feast would have held unusual tenderness, every familiar gesture performed, with the knowledge that it would not be repeated there. Bread broken in the old way, wine poured into inherited cups, stories told about grandparents who had sat near the same hearth, children shown the painted walls before leaving them behind. Perhaps absent family members were named. Perhaps offerings were made to household gods who would be carried to a new settlement. Perhaps the people drank to the harbour, the spring, the dead, and the road ahead. Then a warning came, the tide rising faster than expected, the ground trembling, the final boat ready. They left the hall without clearing it, because clearing no longer mattered. The cups remained as part of the farewell. The door stood open toward the sea. No one returned. The abandoned feast slowly entered another ritual. Rain fell through the damaged roof. Salt wind crossed the benches. Animals sheltered briefly inside. Dust gathered. Then the water rose. It entered the doorway as a shallow sheet, filled the lowest cup, touched the hearth. Year after year, the hall sank farther beneath the surface. The sea became the final guest. It took the empty place near the fire. It drank from every vessel without lifting one. It carried fish through the doorway and laid sand across the floor like a woven cloth. The hall still bears the emotional trace of warmth. This is what makes absence visible. An empty field does not necessarily suggest loss, but an empty cup does. A bench facing a cold hearth speaks of those who once sat there. A doorway left open suggests departure. The objects create silhouettes of vanished people. Here, someone leaned forward to listen. Here, someone lifted a vessel. Here, a storyteller paused while others waited. Here, perhaps, a child fell asleep against a parent during the long meal. A feast joins people through shared time. Everyone eats from the same preparation. Everyone sits beneath the same light. The cups are separate, but the gathering is one. When the gathering ends, each person carries away a different memory. One remembers the song, another the taste of honey, another the stranger's account of distant islands, another a promise made after the third cup. No written record preserves those memories. Only the vessels remain. The Odyssey's feasts are often places where identity is revealed slowly. Odysseus arrives disguised, unknown, or exhausted. He sits, eats, listens. His name remains hidden until the proper moment. The feast creates a space in which a person can move from stranger to recognized guest. Stories perform the final crossing. Once Odysseus speaks of his journey, the room changes. Those listening understand who sits among them. Perhaps something similar happened in the drowned hall. A traveler arrived from the sea. He was washed, fed, and given wine. Only then did he begin his account. The dark cave, the island hidden in mist, the comrades lost beyond a dangerous strait, the star followed through cloud. His story may have lasted deep into the night. The cup beside him slowly emptied. Then the hall fell silent before he reached the ending. No one knows. The doorway at the far end still opens toward the vanished shore. From within the chamber, it frames only blue distance. Once it may have shown moonlight upon the harbour, sails moving beyond the wall, torches along the road, guests leaving one by one after the feast, the host standing at the threshold. A final blessing spoken for safe travel. Hospitality ends with another departure. The guest rises, the temporary belonging loosens, the road reclaims him. Perhaps this is why feasts and journeys remain so closely joined in ancient tales. The meal is the pause between dangers. The hearth is the centre briefly found. The cup holds the promise that the wanderer may stop without disappearing. But no shelter can last forever. Even the palace feast ends. Even the beloved guest must leave. Even those who return home will one day depart from it again in another way. Every cup is emptied. Every flame lowers. Every story reaches the silence beyond its final word. Night settles over the drowned complex. Moonlight enters through the broken roof and moves across the benches. The hearth appears as a dark circle beneath sand. Fish pass through the open doorway from the shore that no longer exists. The painted ships upon the vessels seem to sail beneath the water that swallowed them. Near the edge of the hall, one small cup remains upright. It is almost buried. Only its rim and one side are visible. Unlike the others, it did not fall. It still holds a pocket of darkness. Perhaps sediment fills the lower half. Perhaps a tiny shell rests inside. From above, it resembles a cup waiting to be lifted. No one knows who drank from it. A guest, a servant, a sailor returning from war, a child allowed a little watered wine during a festival. No one knows what story was being told when the hall emptied. No one knows whether the final toast celebrated return, mourned departure, or blessed a settlement about to be abandoned. The sea does not reveal it. It only moves gently across the rim. Perhaps the cup was never meant to preserve the words. Perhaps its silence is the final offering. A vessel emptied of wine, filled with darkness, holding the shape of a voice that vanished before the ending. Some stories survive because they are written, others because a room remains arranged around their absence. The moon rises higher, the benches fade into shadow. The sea enters the feast again and again, yet never finishes it, and beneath the silence, the small cup waits upright, still guarding the last unspoken toast. It is said that there is an island where the wind has never learned to leave. It circles the cliffs, moves through the valleys, passes beneath broken gates, and returns again to the place where it began. Ancient sailors spoke of it quietly. They described a shore where calm could become storm without warning, where clouds turned above the summit, though the sea below remained still, and where a ship might feel wind from several directions within the space of a single breath. The oldest sailing records do not agree upon its position. One places it beyond a narrow strait. Another describes dark cliffs rising from open water. A third mentions only a hill surrounded by changing air. No map gives the island a lasting name, yet the warning appears more than once. Do not trust the silence around it. Imagine a vessel approaching beneath a motionless sky. Its sail hangs loose. The oars move slowly through water smooth as dark glass. Ahead, steep cliffs rise from the sea, clay red and black beneath the fading light. Their upper edges disappear into mist. There is no visible storm, no white wave, no bird fleeing toward shore. Still, above the island's highest ridge, the clouds begin to turn. At first, the movement is almost too slow to notice. A pale curve folding inward, a veil of grey passing behind the summit. Then another layer joins it. The clouds circle the hill as though drawn by an invisible hand. Below them, the water remains calm. The vessel continues forward. The sailors look upward. Someone lowers the sail. Someone whispers the name of the wind. Then, without warning, air descends from the cliff. It strikes the ship from the east. A moment later, another current rises from the west. The sail fills, collapses, and fills again. The island seems surrounded not by one wind, but by many, each moving according to a law hidden within the stone. In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, sailors learned that weather could belong to place. A wind did not always arrive across the open sea. Sometimes it fell from mountains. Sometimes it rushed through narrow channels between islands. Sometimes a valley heated beneath the sun and released air upward at dusk. A calm shore could lie only a short distance from violent currents. One side of an island might receive a steady breeze, while the other remained trapped beneath stillness. Cliffs bent the air, ravines gathered it. Rock walls narrowed it into sudden force. A sailor who understood these patterns could survive. A sailor who misunderstood them might be carried toward reefs before the danger became visible. Such knowledge was local, intimate, difficult to explain to strangers. A fisherman born beside the island might read the summit clouds as easily as another person read a familiar face. He knew when the wind would descend, which bay remained safe, which passage should be avoided after noon. He may not have known why the air behaved as it did. He did not need to. The pattern was enough. The signs were enough. Yet to travelers arriving from distant shores, the island's winds may have seemed supernatural. Air moved without warning. Clouds turned against the wider sky. A ship approaching home might suddenly be driven backward. What ordinary force could explain such behavior? Myth offered an answer. The winds were alive. They could be gathered, released, imprisoned, commanded by a ruler who understood their secret names. The island recalls Aeolus, keeper of the winds. In the Odyssey, Odysseus reaches the floating home of Aeolus after long wandering. There, the winds are not merely weather, they are powers held under authority. Aeolus receives the traveler generously. He listens to the story of Troy. He offers food, shelter, and rest. Then, when the time comes for Odysseus to continue home, the Keeper of Winds gives him an extraordinary gift, a bag tightly sealed. Inside are every hostile wind that might drive the ship away from Ithaca. Only the gentle west wind is allowed to remain outside, carrying the vessel toward home. For several days, the plan succeeds. The ship travels steadily. At last, Ithaca appears. The fires of home are visible. The coast lies close enough that exhausted eyes can recognize it. Odysseus, who has guarded the bag without rest, finally falls asleep. His companions begin to wonder what it contains. Gold, silver, treasure, given secretly by the ruler of the island. Why should their captain keep such wealth to himself? Curiosity becomes suspicion. Suspicion becomes action. They loosen the seal. The trapped winds escape at once. Every direction returns. The sea rises. The ship is carried away from the shore that had almost been reached. Home disappears again. The story feels mythic, yet it preserves an ancient truth about sailing. A favorable wind can feel like a gift. A sudden reversal can feel like betrayal, and no human being, however clever, can possess the weather for long. Perhaps the bag of Aeolus was a poetic way of describing knowledge. The Keeper of Winds may have represented a ruler, priest, or navigator who understood seasonal patterns better than ordinary sailors. He knew when departure was safe. He knew which route to follow. He may have predicted several days of steady air and warned against opening sail to crosswinds. Over generations, skill became command. Advice became enchantment. A navigator who understood winds became the man who imprisoned them. The island of turning air may have helped give such a story its shape. Upon its high ridge, ruins cling to the stone. Circular structures stand near the summit. Some are low and broad. Others have collapsed into rings of pale rock. Their original purpose is uncertain. They may have been watchtowers. From the ridge, guards could have observed ships approaching from several directions. They may have been granaries, built in rounded form to resist wind. They may have served as shrines, places where offerings were made to powers moving invisibly through the air. The circles themselves invite symbolism: a wind that returns, a season repeated, a spiral without beginning or end. From above, the ruins resemble marks upon an ancient seal, stone circles beneath turning clouds. Paths lead between them, though some end abruptly at the cliff. Near the largest structure, small channels have been cut into the rock. They are narrow, smooth on the inside, too regular to be entirely natural. When air passes through them, the channels produce sound: a low whistle, a hollow breath, sometimes a thin note like bronze heard from far away. During certain seasons, when the wind approaches from the north, several channels sound together. The ridge seems to speak. One tone rises, another answers. The air moves beneath the stones and passes through hidden openings. The entire hill appears to breathe. Perhaps the channels were practical. They may have drained rainwater, ventilated storage chambers, reduced pressure against walls during storms. Yet their sound must have been noticed. Ancient builders listened carefully to the behavior of architecture. A chamber that hummed in wind could become sacred even if it had not been designed for ritual. Meaning gathers wherever the world appears to speak without a visible mouth. A spring becomes an oracle. An echo becomes a voice. A wind passing through stone becomes the breath of a god. Bronze discs have been found near the ridge. Thin, pierced near their edges. Several bear spiral patterns. Some may have hung from cords or wooden frames. In strong air, they would have moved, perhaps struck one another, perhaps reflected sunlight in turning flashes. They may have served as ornaments, signals, ritual instruments, or offerings. A sailor seeking safe passage might leave a small bronze disc at the shrine. The spiral represented the wind, the turning path, the force that carried ships outward and returned them again. Perhaps the disc was hung where air could move it. The offering did not remain still. It participated in the element it honored. When the wind turned, the bronze turned. When the air strengthened, the disc sounded. The prayer became movement. Guide the sail. Hold back the storm. Carry us toward the harbor. Return us to those who wait. Coastal sanctuaries often received such modest offerings: a shell, a miniature ship, a cup of oil, a carved bird. The wind sanctuary, if that is what the ridge contained, may have gathered objects from countless voyages. Sailors arriving from one direction asking for another. Families asking that a vessel be carried home. Merchants asking for enough wind to avoid delay. Warriors asking for speed. Fishermen asking only to return before darkness. The deity or spirit worshipped there has no surviving name. No complete inscription has been found. Only later legends speak of a ruler who listened to storms from a chamber beneath the hill. Some say the chamber had no windows, only narrow openings connected to passages within the rock. The ruler sat in darkness and heard the winds separately. The north wind entered through one channel, the west through another. By their voices, he knew what weather approached. Such a chamber would make practical sense. Air moving through differently aligned openings would create distinct tones. A skilled listener might recognize direction and strength through sound. Yet no hidden room has been discovered. The ridge contains hollows, fractures, and collapsed passages, but nothing matching the legendary chamber. Perhaps it fell into the sea, perhaps its entrance remains concealed, or perhaps the ruler's chamber belonged only to story. The ruins themselves became enough: circular towers, whistling channels, bronze spirals, clouds turning around the summit. From these elements, imagination built the Keeper of Winds. Whispers tell us that rulers often gained sacred authority through their ability to predict what others could not. A king who announced the arrival of rain seemed favored by the gods. A priest who recognized an eclipse appeared to understand the heavens. A navigator who knew the winds could seem to command them. Knowledge and power easily became myth. Perhaps the ruler of the island did not imprison storms. He listened. That alone may have seemed miraculous. Listening is often mistaken for control, by those who do not hear the signs. The story of Aeolus, however, is not ultimately about mastery. It is about the impossibility of keeping mastery sealed. Odysseus holds the winds briefly. The bag is tied. The route is clear. Home is visible. For a moment, fate appears contained, yet the possession of hidden power creates mistrust. The companions see secrecy. They imagine unfairness. The seal is broken. What was controlled returns to freedom. The winds do not belong to Odysseus. They do not belong even to Aeolus forever. They belong to motion. Their nature is release. This is one of the quiet lessons of the island. Human beings long to hold what cannot be held. Weather, time, love, fate, the loyalty of companions, the safety of those at sea. We create vessels for uncertainty, bags, maps, walls, promises. We close them tightly and believe the future has been protected. But the world breathes through every seal. A small doubt enters. A hand loosens the cord. The hidden force escapes. Perhaps this is not punishment. Perhaps it is the nature of things. A wind that remains trapped is no longer wind. To exist, it must move. The circular ruins upon the ridge seem to understand this. Nothing there points in a single direction. The paths curve. The channels open toward different horizons. The bronze spirals turn inward and outward. The island does not guide the wind. It receives it, bends it, releases it again. Those who built there may have understood more humility than later legend allowed. Perhaps their sanctuary did not promise control. Perhaps it taught surrender. Do not ask the wind to obey. Ask to recognize its change. Do not demand that the voyage follow the desired path. Ask for wisdom when the path turns. The ancient sailor knew that survival required cooperation with forces larger than himself. A captain could choose when to depart. He could lower sail, turn the ship, seek shelter, but he could not command the sky to remain clear. Trust entered every crossing. Trust in skill, trust in memory, trust in the crew, trust in signs. Trust that, when signs failed, some path might still emerge. Odysseus's error is not simply curiosity among his men. It is the belief that one person can guard fate alone. He remains awake for days, holding the secret bag while others row. He does not explain. He does not share the burden. Exhaustion comes. Trust breaks. The winds return. The episode becomes a meditation on leadership as much as weather. What is hidden breeds imagination. What is carried alone eventually becomes too heavy. The island of turning wind seems to preserve that tension. Its invisible forces move around stone walls. Nothing can be seen directly, only effects. Clouds changing, bronze moving, a sail twisting, a note rising from the ridge. Wind itself remains unseen. It reveals its presence through what it touches. Perhaps fate is similar. We cannot see it. Only the doors it closes, the ships it delays, the meetings it allows, the roads it turns. At dusk, the island becomes especially mysterious. The lower cliffs darken first. The ridge remains in faded copper light. Clouds gather around the summit, turning slowly as the heated stone releases the day's warmth. The sea below may remain smooth. A vessel passing nearby feels currents descending from the slopes, warm air rising, cool air falling, one wind crossing another. The ship moves without knowing which direction will remain. The sailors watch the island until darkness hides it. Perhaps ancient crews avoided sleeping near the shore. Perhaps they anchored only in certain bays. Perhaps they left offerings before crossing the dangerous side of the island. The turning air was not evil, only difficult to read. Like many forces called divine, it was feared because it did not explain itself. Night now gathers over the summit. The circular ruins stand beneath a sky filled with stars. No clouds remain. The air has fallen completely still. The bronze discs do not move. The channels produce no sound. For a moment, the island seems emptied of wind. Even the sea below is quiet. The silence feels complete enough to touch. Then a faint current approaches from the darkness. It passes first through dry grass, across broken stones, into the narrow channels cut beneath the ridge. A low note emerges, soft, mournful, almost human. Another opening answers from farther along the hill. The sounds overlap briefly, creating the impression of a great door moving somewhere beneath the ruins. Stone against stone, a chamber opening in darkness. Those listening turn toward the sound, but no entrance appears. No hidden ruler steps into the starlight. No room is found beneath the hill. Only the wind continues. It passes through one channel and enters another. It circles the ridge, moves down the cliff, crosses the sea, then returns from a different direction. Perhaps the chamber was never made of stone. Perhaps the island itself was the chamber, its walls invisible, its doors opened by weather, its guardian present only as sound. The stars remain above the summit. The bronze spirals rest among the ruins. Far below, the water receives the turning air. Perhaps fate can be held for a moment. Tied within a bag, reed within a cloud, heard within a hollow stone. But it cannot be owned. It must move again. It must pass beyond the hand that tries to keep it. Perhaps the island was never meant to teach sailors how to command the wind. Perhaps it taught them how to release the need for command. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some doors open only when nothing stands behind them. The low note fades. The air becomes still once more. And beneath the starlight, the wind circles the ancient ridge, guarding an invisible gate that no traveller has ever crossed twice in quite the same way. It is said that some shores are known not by what can be heard there, but by what has fallen silent. Far beyond the shelter of ordinary harbours, where the sea deepens suddenly beneath a wall of black stone, a sheer cliff rises from the water. Its face is pale beneath the moon. Its lower caves open like dark mouths just above the tide. Some are narrow enough to admit only wind. Others widen into chambers hidden within the rock, where waves enter and disappear from sight. No trees grow upon the upper ledges. No houses stand nearby. And strangely, no seabirds circle above the cliff. The sky around it remains empty. Along neighbouring shores, gulls call through the morning. Cormorants gather on rocks. Small white birds turn above fishing boats and follow the nets toward land. But here, the air holds no wings. Only the cliff, only the caves, only the low movement of water beneath them. Ancient writers placed the Sirens somewhere along such a shore, a place where music crossed the sea without revealing its source, a place where sailors heard voices and forgot the rocks ahead. Yet when the cliff is first approached, there is no music, there is only silence. A silence so complete that one begins to listen for what may be hidden inside it. The sea touches the stone, withdraws, returns. The moonlight trembles across the cave mouths, and somewhere in the darkness, the air begins to move. In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, landscape often entered myth through sound. A coast could speak, a cavern could answer. A narrow passage in stone could transform wind into a low, hollow note. Waves striking chambers beneath a cliff could create rhythms that seemed almost deliberate. One cave produced a single tone, another answered moments later. The interval between them gave the impression of call and response. At certain hours, when the wind approached from the west and the tide stood at a particular height, the entire cliff may have sounded, not loudly, not clearly, but with enough pattern to suggest intention. A voice not formed by breath, a song without a visible singer. Sound travels strangely across water. A word spoken from a distant boat may arrive close and clear. An oar striking wood can seem to come from behind the listener. Echoes move between rock faces and return altered, stretched, or multiplied. At night, when the shore disappears and the sea becomes one field of darkness, hearing can become more powerful than sight. The sailor hears before he understands. A cry, a flute, a woman's voice, a name spoken from beyond the mist. Perhaps nothing supernatural was required for the old stories to begin. Only wind, water, stone, distance, and a tired mind searching the darkness for meaning. The cliff's largest cavern opens several body lengths above the waterline during calm weather. Its entrance narrows within, then bends sharply out of sight. Air passing through the chamber creates a low tone. When waves rise into the lower opening, the note changes. Sometimes it deepens. Sometimes a second tone appears above it. Together, they resemble no familiar melody, yet they do not sound entirely accidental. They hover at the edge of music. A sailor hearing them from the deck might imagine voices hidden within the stone. If the current drew his ship closer while he listened, the danger would increase without drama. He would not be attacked. He would simply fail to turn away. This quiet danger belongs closely to the Sirens. Their power was not force. It was invitation. Ancient anchors found below the cliff suggest that ships repeatedly approached or remained near these waters. Some anchors are small and roughly worked. Others belong to later centuries. A few lie where no cautious captain would choose to stop, close to submerged rock and unpredictable current. Perhaps ships were driven there by storms. Perhaps sailors sought shelter within the cliff's shadow. Perhaps they lowered anchors after hearing the strange tones. Or perhaps some vessels never meant to remain at all, a line fouled, an anchor lost, a current turning the hull toward hidden stone. The seabed preserves no single explanation, only repeated arrival, repeated danger, repeated memory. Above the caves, the foundations of a small shrine cling to the cliff. Little survives. A narrow platform, the lower stones of a wall, a few steps cut into the rock. From the shrine, worshippers would have looked across open water. The horizon fills the entire view. Behind them, the cliff rises. Below, the caves continue their hidden breathing. The deity worshipped there is unknown. No complete inscription remains. No statue has survived. Yet the offerings are unusual. Small figurines shaped like birds, bone flutes, shells pierced to be worn as pendants, a few bronze fragments thin enough to have moved in the wind. The bird figures are simple, wings folded, heads lifted. Some resemble seabirds. Others appear more human in posture, as though the maker wished to preserve something between woman and winged creature. This matters because the earliest sirens were not always imagined as beautiful women seated beside the shore. They were often shown with women's faces and the bodies of birds, creatures belonging partly to earth, partly to sky, and partly to the realm of the dead. Their later transformation into figures of sea-bound beauty may have softened their older, stranger form. The bird-shaped offerings could therefore suggest reverence, but they might also represent protection against what was feared. A sailor might leave a figurine before passing the cliff, a small image offered in exchange for safe distance. Do not call my name. Do not turn my ship. Let the song remain inside the stone. The bone flutes deepen the mystery. They may have belonged to musicians who performed at the shrine. Music could be offered to divine beings as prayer, imitation, or appeasement. A flute, played above the caves, might answer the tones below. Human breath, meeting the breath of stone. Perhaps a ritual musician stood upon the platform at dusk and played into the wind. The sound descended toward the water. The caves returned it in altered form. Those listening may have believed the unseen beings beneath the cliff were responding, or perhaps the flutes were not played there at all. They may have been left behind as offerings. A musician surrendering the instrument's voice. A traveler asking that dangerous music be bound through sacred exchange. The pierced shells could have hung from cords around the neck. Some may have been carried by sailors. Others gathered from distant shores. Held close to the ear, a shell seems to contain the sea. Its enclosed spiral transforms the surrounding world into a private murmur. To leave such an object at the shrine may have symbolized returning sound to its source. The shell hears the sea. The shrine hears the caves. The sailor listens and tries not to be drawn closer. No one can say whether the visitors came to resist the Sirens or to honor them. The distinction may not have been clear even then. Ancient sacred powers were often both feared and revered. The same deity could protect and destroy. The same wind could carry a ship home or scatter it against rock. To honor danger was not to love it. It was to recognize that it belonged to the order of the world. Perhaps the people of the coast believed the Sirens guarded the cliff. Perhaps they believed the beings carried the voices of those lost at sea. Perhaps the music heard there was understood as the echo of the dead. This possibility leads toward the oldest and most unsettling meaning of the Sirens. They did not merely offer pleasure, they offered knowledge. In the Odyssey, their song promises Odysseus that he will hear what happened at Troy and all that occurs across the fertile earth. They know, they remember. They call not simply to desire, but to the hunger for complete understanding. This is why their danger is so profound. A sailor may resist beauty, he may resist comfort, but can he resist the promise that every mystery will be answered? The Sirens offer the ending of uncertainty. Every hidden betrayal, every forgotten death, every choice made in the traveler's absence, every truth about home, every story lost behind him. To hear them is to be released from not knowing. But the listener never continues the journey. Knowledge becomes the final shore. The ship stops. The road ends. The person remains among the voices until life itself is forgotten. The bones said to surround the Sirens in later imagination are not merely the remains of men overcome by desire. They may represent those who surrendered movement for understanding, those who chose the answer over the return. This gives the cliff a deeper silence. Perhaps the song is gone because every truth it once carried has already been spoken. Perhaps no living person could bear to hear it now. Or perhaps the Sirens never lost their voices. Perhaps human beings lost the ability to understand them. The wind still enters the caves. The waves still strike the hidden chambers. The notes still rise. But meaning has withdrawn. Only tone remains. A low harmony without language. A revelation whose words have become stone. The absence of seabirds may have contributed to the myth as much as the sound. Birds avoid certain cliffs for ordinary reasons. A lack of nesting ledges, unfavorable wind, predators, the mineral smell of caves. Yet to ancient sailors, a silent sky above a shore of strange voices would feel deeply unnatural. The birds had left, but something bird-like remained. Winged beings hidden beyond sight. Their song replacing the calls of ordinary creatures. The landscape itself suggested absence transformed into presence. Where the birds should have been, there were sirens. Where the singers should have been, there was only stone. Whispers tell us that myth often grows from contradictions the mind cannot leave unresolved. A cave that sings, a shore without birds, anchors where ships should never stop, a shrine dedicated to no surviving name. These fragments lean toward one another. Over generations, they become a story. Sailors warn sailors. Do not approach when the sea falls still. Do not answer a voice from the cliff. If you hear your name, bind yourself to the mast. Odysseus does not avoid the song entirely. He wishes to hear it. This is important. He orders his companions to seal their ears with wax while they continue rowing. He alone remains able to listen, but he is tied firmly to the mast. As the ship approaches, he struggles against the bonds. He commands the crew to release him. They do not. They tighten the ropes. The ship passes. The song fades behind them. Odysseus gains a fragment of forbidden knowledge without surrendering the voyage. Yet even this victory depends upon others refusing his command. The leader must be restrained by those who cannot hear what tempts him. The episode becomes not only a test of desire, but a ritual of trust. He chooses beforehand to distrust the person he will become while listening. He understands that knowledge can alter intention. What seems wise from a distance may become irresistible when close. The mast becomes a boundary, a sacred restraint, a promise made by the clear mind to protect the enchanted one. Perhaps the shrine above the cliff served a similar purpose. Sailors may have stopped there before passing the caves. They tied cords around wrists, placed wax or cloth in their ears, left offerings, agreed upon signals, prepared themselves not for storm, but for persuasion. Such practices would leave little archaeological trace. Only figurines, flutes, shells, objects gathered around a danger made of sound. The emotional shape of the Sirens changes when we imagine the weary traveler. A sailor who has crossed years of war and sea may not fear death as much as continuation. There are always more oars to lift, more shores to leave, more uncertainty. The Sirens offer an end without struggle. Stop here, Listen, you no longer need to row. You no longer need to wonder what happened behind you. You no longer need to carry memory alone. For someone exhausted by wandering, complete knowledge might feel like rest. The song becomes another form of sleep, not the gentle sleep that restores the body, a deeper sleep in which journey, duty, and identity dissolve. Perhaps this is why the tale remains compassionate beneath its warning. The sailors who turned toward the song were not foolish. They were tired. They longed to hear something that would make the suffering coherent. Every traveler carries unanswered questions. Why was I spared? What became of those I lost? Does home still wait? Was the journey worth its cost? The Sirens promise that no uncertainty will remain. But a life without uncertainty may also be a life without movement. To continue is to accept that some questions travel with us unanswered. Odysseus passes because the ropes hold, the oars continue, the cliff recedes, the song becomes memory, the journey survives by refusing completion. This may be the deepest meaning hidden within the ancient shore. The world cannot reveal everything, and still remain a world through which one travels. Some mystery must remain ahead, some silence must remain behind. If every truth were gathered into one voice, perhaps the listener would have nowhere left to go. Night deepens around the cliff. The moon stands above the largest cave. The shrine foundations are pale against the dark ridge. No bird crosses the sky. No boat approaches. The anchors below rest among sand and broken shells. For a long while, the caves produce only the ordinary sound of water. Then the wind changes. It enters the largest opening and passes through the narrowing chamber. A low note rises. Another follows from a smaller cave nearby. The two sounds meet above the water. Neither melody nor voice. Neither human nor entirely without sorrow. For a moment, the harmony seems almost to form a word. A name. A warning. A promise. Then the wind shifts again. The meaning disappears before it can be understood. The cliff remains beneath the stars. The shrine remains without a deity. The birds remain absent, and the sea continues moving past the hidden rocks, carrying the unfinished sound toward open water. Perhaps the sirens did not lose their song. Perhaps the song became too old for human language. Perhaps it was never meant to be understood, only passed. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Others protect us by remaining unclear. The final note fades into the night. The caves close around their darkness, and beyond the cliff, where the journey continues beneath moonlit silence, the sea carries away a song no living traveler was meant to hear completely. It is said that some graves are built for bodies. Others are built for absence. On a small headland facing west, where the land narrows into stone above a restless sea, an ancient tomb waits beneath the fading light. Its entrance is low. Its walls are carefully joined. Its chamber was sealed with the same patience given to the resting places of kings, priests, and honored ancestors. Inside, offerings were arranged beside a stone platform, a cup, a bronze razor, a miniature ship, a handful of beads. Everything suggests that someone was expected, yet no body was ever placed there. The chamber is empty. Outside, near the doorway, a name was once carved into the stone. Time has worn it nearly smooth. Only a few shallow lines remain, too faint to restore the lost letters. Perhaps the name began with a curve. Perhaps it ended with the name of a father or distant island. No one can say. At sunset, the final light enters the tomb and touches the blank place where the body should have rested. For a few moments, the chamber glows faded gold. Then the sun descends into the western sea, the darkness returns, and the quiet question remains: for whom was this empty grave prepared? In forgotten corners of the ancient world, death did not always bring the body home. Warriors disappeared beyond foreign walls. Travelers died along unknown roads. Sailors vanished during storms, leaving only fragments of timber, a broken jar, or a story told by someone who had seen the ship for the final time. The sea did not surrender everyone it received. Some bodies were carried far from shore. Some sank with vessels into deep water. Some washed upon beaches where no one knew their names. Those waiting at home were left with uncertainty. No hand to wash, no face to touch, no body to carry through the gate, no grave to close. And yet grief still required a place. The ancient response to this absence was sometimes a cenotaph, an empty tomb, a resting place made for someone who did not rest within it. The word itself carries the contradiction gently: a tomb without the dead, a chamber built around what is missing. Such monuments allowed ritual to continue when death had occurred beyond the reach of ordinary care. A family could bring oil, flowers, food, wine, a lock of hair, a garment once worn by the absent. They could speak the name before stone. They could pour offerings into the earth. They could gather at a place connected to the lost person, even if the body remained beneath foreign soil or distant water. The tomb gave grief a threshold. Without it, sorrow had no boundary. It moved through the entire household. Every doorway suggested return. Every sound from the road awakened hope. Every sail appearing beyond the headland became a question. Perhaps he is aboard that ship. Perhaps the delay has ended. Perhaps the story of loss was mistaken. An empty tomb did not erase this uncertainty, but it gave the family somewhere to carry it. Here, the absent could be mourned. Here, the name could belong. Here, waiting could slowly change its shape. The chamber on the western headland appears to have been constructed with unusual care. Its stones fit tightly. The entrance passage narrows before opening into the inner room, as though those entering were expected to lower their heads. The floor was leveled. A raised stone platform was prepared along one wall. Perhaps it was meant to hold the body. Perhaps a wooden bier would have rested there. At the far end, a shallow niche may once have contained a lamp or sacred object. The chamber was not unfinished. It was not abandoned during construction. It was completed, prepared, sealed, yet the central place remained untouched. No bones, no ash, no trace of a body decayed there, only offerings. The bronze razor lies close to the empty platform. Its blade is narrow and green with age. The handle is plain, made for use rather than display. Such an object belonged to the care of the body, to grooming, preparation, the small rituals through which a person presented himself to family, companions, and the wider world. Perhaps the razor belonged to the missing man. Perhaps it had rested among his possessions at home. A wife may have wrapped it in cloth and carried it to the tomb. A brother may have placed it beside the stone bed. A father may have held it for a moment before letting it go. The object suggests a face, not a heroic image carved upon a monument. An ordinary face seen in lamplight. A man scraping stubble before a ceremony, preparing before departure, laughing when a child tried to touch the metal. The razor brings him closer than any title could. It remembers not what he accomplished, but how he lived within a room. Nearby stands a cup. Its shape is modest. The rim is chipped. It may have been used many times before it became an offering. Perhaps the man drank from it on his final morning at home. Perhaps it belonged to the household and was selected because his hand had known it. The cup could have held wine during the burial rite. Someone may have poured a portion onto the floor and left the vessel behind. A final act of hospitality for a traveller who could not arrive. Drink here, rest here. Let the house receive you in symbol, if not in body. Food and drink were often offered to the dead, because death did not immediately end the language of care. The living continued to treat the lost as belonging to the household. A place might be set, a cup filled, a name included in prayer. These gestures softened the impossible distance between worlds. The dead could no longer eat, yet the offering said that they were not forgotten. The relationship continued, altered but not erased. The miniature ship rests near the chamber entrance. It is made of clay. Its hull is curved. A small mast rises from the center. The details are simple, yet careful. Perhaps it represents the vessel upon which the man departed. Perhaps it symbolizes the final journey of the soul. Or perhaps it was placed there by someone who could not imagine him apart from the sea. The model ship makes the absence feel especially intimate. A full vessel should return through the harbor. This small one never moves. It remains inside the tomb, forever near departure, and forever unable to leave. The family may have used it as a substitute. If the real ship could not bring him home, this symbolic vessel would carry his memory into the chamber. A voyage reduced to clay, a sea contained within stone, a return completed only through ritual. Near the miniature ship are beads. Some are pale stone, others have faded traces of blue. They may once have belonged to a necklace. Their size suggests they could have been worn by a child. Perhaps the beads were a gift from a daughter. Perhaps a child removed them one by one and offered them because they were precious. Or perhaps they belonged to the missing man, carried from a distant shore and given long ago to someone waiting at home. The beads offer no explanation, but they bring another presence into the tomb. The family does not stand outside the story. They enter through the objects. A child's hand, a spouse's memory, a parent's grief. The man was not remembered only as a sailor. He was remembered through relationships. Someone knew the sound of his footsteps. Someone noticed the empty place where his cloak had hung. Someone continued expecting his voice after sunset. Heroic poetry often remembers men through action, the battles they fought, the ships they commanded, the dangers they survived. But the objects in this tomb remember another identity. The person who used a razor, drank from a cup, accepted a necklace from a child, looked toward the sea from this headland before departure. These traces create a quieter biography. No victory, no rank, only belonging. The tomb faces west. This is unusual enough to invite thought. Many sacred structures were aligned toward sunrise, renewal, or the returning light. But this chamber opens toward the place where the sun disappears. Each evening, the final brightness crosses the sea and reaches the threshold. Perhaps the alignment was deliberate. The west often carried associations with endings, distant islands, and the shadowed realm beyond the living world. The sun itself appeared to travel there each night, descending beneath the horizon before returning somewhere unseen. A tomb facing west might therefore watch the path of departure, but it may also have watched for the missing ship. The entrance opens toward the horizon from which the traveler was expected. Perhaps those who built the chamber wanted the empty resting place to face his final road. If he could not return in body, the tomb would continue looking for him. Every sunset became another vigil. Every evening light entered as though carrying news. Whispers tell us that the lost are often kept alive through repetition. A lamp lit at the same hour, a name spoken during the same festival, a walk made to the same stone. The family may have visited the tomb year after year. At first, they came often, perhaps every new moon, every anniversary of departure, every season when ships returned from the route he had taken. They brought fresh oil, flowers from the hillside, bread, a little wine. The child grew taller, the parent grew older. The person who had waited as a young wife became a woman with silver in her hair. Still, the chamber remained empty. At first, the visitors may have spoken as though he might yet return.
"We keep this place for you. The harbour has been calm. A ship arrived from the Western Islands."
No one had seen you. Later, the words may have changed. "We remember you. The child now resembles you. The house has been repaired. Your brother is gone too." The empty tomb became a witness to lives continuing in the shadow of one unfinished voyage. Perhaps there came a year when no one visited. The final person who remembered the man's face had died. The next generation knew only the story. A sailor left. He never returned. This is his tomb. Then even the story softened. The name on the stone became difficult to read. The offerings remained, but their meaning was no longer understood. A later traveller may have entered the chamber and wondered who had rested there. The answer had already begun to disappear. The Odyssey is filled with homecoming delayed almost beyond endurance. Odysseus reaches shore after shore, yet Ithaca recedes through storm, temptation, divine anger, and human error. His return becomes extraordinary because so many others do not return. His companions vanish, ships are lost. Households remain behind without the certainty granted by the hero's final arrival. The poem brings one man home, but beyond its central light lies a vast darkness of unfinished journeys. For every Odysseus who reached the familiar shore, There were countless travelers whose stories ended beyond witness. No goddess protected their names. No poet gathered their final hours. No king listened as they described the path. Their voyages disappeared into weather, distance, and silence. The empty tomb on the western headland becomes a resting place for them as well, not literally, but symbolically, a chamber for all those who did not return to complete their stories. The man remembered here may have been a merchant, a soldier, a rower, a fisherman, a messenger. Perhaps his ship sank. Perhaps he died in a foreign settlement and received burial there. Perhaps he chose another life and never returned. This final possibility may have been the most difficult for the family. Death is grief. Abandonment is another kind of grief. Without proof, both remain possible. An empty tomb cannot decide between them. Was he lost? Did he survive? Did he forget the road home? Did he stand years later upon another shore, unable or unwilling to return? The chamber holds every possibility. This is why absence can feel almost physical. A body gives grief certainty. Absence keeps imagination awake. The lost person continues living in countless possible worlds. He may be dead beneath water, alive beyond the horizon, imprisoned, wounded, changed beyond recognition, always near return, always impossibly far. The family must mourn someone whom the mind continues to rescue. The empty tomb offered a symbolic answer. Whatever happened beyond the sea, here he belongs. Here is the stone. Here are the objects. Here is the name. Yet the body's absence remained at the center. The chamber was full of memory and empty of proof. Perhaps that contradiction made it sacred. It did not pretend certainty. It gave uncertainty a form. The stone platform remained bare. The offerings gathered around it. The void itself became the relic. Over time, wind and salt wore the entrance. The carved name faded. The headland cracked. Part of the outer wall collapsed. Still, the tomb endured. Its emptiness protected it from ordinary decay in a strange way. There were no remains to disturb, no bones to scatter, only the chamber's purpose. Waiting preserved in architecture, grief given walls. At sunset, the place changes. The western light touches the sea first, then the cliff, then the entrance. A narrow beam enters the passage and reaches the empty platform. The bronze razor catches a dark green glow. The cup casts a small shadow. The miniature ship seems to sail across the stone. The beads lie beside it, like fragments of a vanished constellation. For a moment, the room appears prepared again, as though the missing traveler might arrive before the light fades. Outside, water darkens beneath the headland. No sail appears. No oars strike the surface. Only the horizon, wide, unbroken. The sea remains vast enough to conceal every ending. The final light leaves the chamber. The objects return to shadow. No remains lie within, yet the tomb is not empty. It holds the hand that placed the razor, the person who poured wine into the cup, the child who surrendered the beads, the family that crossed the headland year after year. It holds expectation, disappointment, loyalty, and the slow transformation of hope into mourning. Most of all, it holds the shape of a person preserved through love. Perhaps this is what a cenotaph truly contains, not the dead, the living relationship that refuses to disappear with them. A grave may hold bones, an empty tomb holds longing. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some travelers return only through the objects touched by those who waited. The name above the door can no longer be read. The miniature ship will never cross the sea. The cup remains untouched. And beyond the chamber, marked by the moon, the western water continues toward places no map can fully reveal. Perhaps the man was never meant to return. Perhaps his homecoming occurred only here, in stone, through ritual and memory. The sun has gone, the tomb rests in darkness, and the sea keeps the lost traveler beyond every visible gate, while love continues waiting at the threshold. It is said that some roads do not end where the land ends. They continue beneath the tide, beneath the moon, beneath the last place where human footsteps can remain. Along a quiet coast, an ancient paved road reaches the shoreline and does not stop. Its stones descend into the water in a straight and deliberate line. At first they remain visible beneath the shallows, pale beneath the shifting surface. Then the sea deepens, the light softens, and the road continues toward a cluster of submerged ruins, far beyond the present shore. From above, the path seems impossible. A road built for feet, now travelled only by fish. A route once bordered by markers and pillars, now covered by silver reflections. At night, when the moon is high and the water lies still, the stones can be followed farther than during the day. They appear one after another beneath the surface, then fade into blue shadow. It is easy to imagine travellers still moving along them, not as bodies, as memory, a procession crossing from the visible world toward another realm. No sign stands where the road enters the sea. No inscription explains where it led. Only the first drowned stones, worn by tides that have passed over them for centuries. In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, shorelines were never as permanent as they appeared. A coast might remain unchanged throughout one human lifetime, and then shift during a single night. Earthquakes lowered land. Storms broke narrow ridges. Harbours filled with sediment. Freshwater springs disappeared beneath salt. In some places, the sea advanced gradually, covering fields, courtyards, shrines, and roads one season at a time. In others, whole districts sank after the earth moved below them. The Bronze Age world lived close to these uncertainties. Settlements gathered beside bays because water offered trade, fish, travel, and connection to distant kingdoms. Roads led from inland farms to ports. Shrines stood at crossings. Villages grew where fresh water met the sea. Yet every road near the coast carried a hidden fragility. The land beneath it might lower. The sea beside it might rise. The route that joined one community to another could become a channel no cart could cross. Many drowned roads are practical. They once connected farms, quarries, harbours, or neighbouring settlements. But this road feels different. Its paving stones are unusually broad. Large blocks mark the edges at measured intervals. The remains of carved pillars stand beside several sections, though most have fallen. The pillars may have supported lamps, statues, sacred emblems, perhaps banners or wooden beams. Their purpose is uncertain, yet they suggest that the road was meant to be seen, approached, remembered. It may have served ceremonial processions. Travellers may have walked it slowly toward a sanctuary offshore, priests carrying vessels, families bringing offerings, sailors seeking protection before departure. The road may have joined the mainland to a small island during periods of low water, a causeway. At high tide, the outer stones may already have disappeared beneath the sea, making the sanctuary seem separated from ordinary life. Visitors would wait for the water to withdraw, then cross. The road would emerge gradually, stone by stone, as though the sea itself opened the path. This rhythm may have given the route sacred meaning. The way forward was not always available. One had to arrive at the proper hour, follow the tide, respect the breathing of the water. Ancient ritual often transformed natural timing into spiritual passage. A gate opened at dawn. A chamber received light only on one day of the year. A road appeared when the sea withdrew. The world itself participated. The person did not command entry. Entry was granted. Perhaps the carved pillars marked stages of approach. At the first, a traveller washed his hands. At the second, an offering was prepared. At the third, silence began. By the final stone, the ordinary world had been left behind. The sanctuary, or settlement at the road's end, now lies beneath deeper water. Its walls form a low cluster upon the seabed. The road leads directly toward a broad gate. Two upright stones remain, though the upper lintel has fallen inward. Beyond the entrance is a courtyard surrounded by ruined chambers. Fragments of large storage jars lie across the floor. Some once held oil, others grain, wine, water, or offerings gathered from passing ships. Animal bones have been found nearby. Sheep, goats, perhaps cattle. The bones may belong to meals, sacrifices, or ordinary settlement life. The site could have been a coastal town, a place where travelers stopped before entering the wider sea. The gate may have opened into warehouses, guest rooms, and household courtyards. The ceremonial appearance of the road might reflect prosperity rather than religion. A wealthy community built an impressive approach to its harbour. Carved pillars displayed status. Large paving stones allowed carts and animals to pass. The settlement later sank during an earthquake, leaving the road frozen in a landscape transformed by water. Yet the alternative remains. The ruins may have formed an island sanctuary. The storage jars could have held offerings. The animal bones could belong to ritual feasts. The broad courtyard may have welcomed pilgrims during festivals. The rooms around it may have housed priests, travelers, and sacred objects. No throne has been found. No household inscription. No seal giving the name of a ruler. The gate feels less defensive than symbolic. It stands open toward the mainland road, receiving those who cross the water-covered threshold. The pillars along the route may once have held images of gods connected with passage. Hermes, guide of travelers and souls. Poseidon, ruler of the sea. A local divinity of tide, moon, or safe return. Or an older presence whose name disappeared before later myths were written. Whispers tell us that sacred roads were not merely routes between buildings. They were stories performed through movement. The body crossed what the myth described. A descent, a separation, a trial, an arrival, a return. The person began in one state and reached the gate in another. This road may have represented the journey from mainland to sacred island, from ordinary time to ritual time, from household identity to the anonymity of pilgrimage. And now the symbolism has deepened beyond anything its builders could have planned. The road descends beneath the sea. To follow it today would require leaving the world of air. The physical route has become a passage between elements. One step belongs to land, the next to water. The final visible stones lead into blue darkness. Myth cannot resist such a road. Odysseus repeatedly travels between visible and invisible worlds. He moves among ordinary households and islands that seem to exist beyond geography. He speaks with kings, monsters, goddesses, the dead, and strangers who do not know his name. He passes through caves, gates, shores, dreams, disguises, and memories. Every arrival changes what is real. A palace becomes dangerous. A barren island becomes sacred. A familiar home becomes unrecognizable. The journey is not only across the sea, it is across boundaries, living and dead, human and divine, known and forgotten, self and disguise, home and exile. The road beneath the waves appears as a perfect symbol of this movement. It begins where a traveler can stand. It continues where ordinary walking becomes impossible. It promises direction while leading into uncertainty. Odysseus himself often receives directions that are not entirely geographical. Sail until you reach a shore no one can clearly describe. Follow the current. Seek the place where the dead can hear. Travel until the familiar signs disappear. His route is shaped by prophecy, memory, and symbolic thresholds as much as by coastlines. Perhaps ancient listeners understood roads like this not as impossible, but as emotionally true. Every long journey eventually leaves the visible map. At first, the traveler knows the road, the village behind him, the headland ahead, the stars that guide the night. Then weather changes. A companion is lost. A ship is driven beyond known routes. The journey continues into a region where only trust remains. The submerged road preserves that moment. The stones still offer structure, but the destination cannot be reached through ordinary means. Roads are among the most hopeful things human beings build. They assume connection. Someone is here, someone else is there. The space between can be crossed. A road says that return is possible. It gives direction to absence. It transforms distance into a sequence of steps. Yet this road now leads beneath water. Its promise remains, but the traveler cannot fulfill it. This creates a quiet sorrow. The path is visible. The gate exists, but the old form of crossing is gone. Perhaps memory works in the same way. We can see where the road begins. A familiar room, a face, a voice. an object held long ago. We follow these signs inward. One memory leads to another. The path appears clear for a while. Then it descends beneath the surface. Details blur. Names vanish. The light changes. The road continues somewhere below, but we can no longer walk it completely. What lies beyond becomes imagination. The drowned route becomes a map of remembrance. The dry stones are what can still be recalled. The submerged ones are what can be felt but not recovered. The gate is the threshold of the missing story. Beyond it, rooms remain, objects remain, yet their meaning sleeps behind a veil. The settlement may have endured several stages of loss. Perhaps the road flooded gradually. At first, only the lowest stones were covered at high tide. People crossed during morning or evening when the water withdrew. Then the safe hours narrowed. Carts could no longer pass. Offerings and supplies had to be carried by hand. Later, pilgrims used small boats to reach the gate. The road remained visible beneath them, reminding everyone of the former connection. Older residents may have described walking across it in childhood. You could reach the sanctuary without wetting your sandals. The pillars stood upright. Lamps burned beside the third marker. Such memories would become increasingly sacred as the water rose. A practical route transformed into a symbol of the past. The community may have tried to save it, raised stones, built walls, filled the lowest sections, but the sea continued. At last, the road became unusable. The settlement may have been abandoned, the sacred objects removed, the jars emptied, the gate closed or left open. The final people crossed by boat toward the mainland. Below them, the old road remained visible through clear water. Perhaps someone looked down and saw the familiar stones passing beneath the hull. A path once walked, now unreachable. A connection transformed into memory during the very act of departure. If the land sank suddenly, the ending would have been different. An earthquake, a low roar beneath the ground, pillars falling, the road cracking, the island lowering toward the sea, water crossing the stones before anyone understood what had changed. The people may have fled through the gate and along the causeway as waves entered the courtyard, jars overturned, animals scattered, a few objects left behind. No written account survives. The site does not tell us whether the loss was gradual or sudden. It preserves only the final arrangement. Road, gate, courtyard, fragments, silence. The unknown nature of the ending allows myth to gather. Later fishermen may have seen the stones beneath the water. Children may have been told that the road led to the dead. Travelers may have avoided following its line by boat after sunset. Perhaps legends spoke of lamps appearing beneath the surface, a procession continuing along the drowned causeway, priests carrying bowls toward a gate that opened only under the moon. Such stories often arise because ruins seem to preserve movement. A road is difficult to imagine without travelers. Even empty, it suggests passage. The eye follows it. The mind completes the journey. This is why the submerged road feels more mysterious than a scattered wall. It points. It directs attention beyond itself. It says, continue, but history cannot safely continue very far. Evidence reaches the gate. Beyond it lie interpretation, possibility, dream. One of the carved pillars bears a faint spiral. Another shows what may be a star. A third is too worn to read. Spiral, star, gate, symbols repeated throughout ancient worlds. Movement inward, guidance from above, passage through. Perhaps the road represented a journey of the dead. The procession may have carried funerary offerings toward an island cemetery or sanctuary facing the western sea. Perhaps those crossing believed the soul traveled beyond the horizon. The road over water became a ritual imitation of that final passage, or perhaps it welcomed travelers home. The pillars marked the approach to a sanctuary of return. Sailors landing at the island walked the causeway toward the mainland, offering thanks at each marker. Departure and return share the same road. Only the direction changes. That may be the deepest beauty of roads. Every path away is also a possible path home. The stones do not know which journey the traveler is making. They receive both. Odysseus's entire story rests upon this reversible meaning. The road outward began with war. The road home became longer than the first. Every island seemed to delay him, yet every delay also transformed him into the person who could finally return. Homecoming is not simply movement in the opposite direction. The traveler cannot retrace the same path unchanged. The road remembers the feet that left. The returning feet belong to someone else. Perhaps the submerged causeway symbolizes this truth. The path still exists, but the world around it has changed. To return upon it in the old way is impossible. The traveler must find another passage, or accept that some connections can survive only as memory. Night gathers along the coast. The moon rises. The first dry stones of the road catch its light. Waves cover them, then uncover them. Each movement of water redraws the boundary between land and sea. One breath reveals the path, the next conceals it. At the point where the final dry stone meets the tide, the road appears to hesitate. Beyond, several paving blocks remain visible beneath the shallows. Then the light fades. The route continues into blue shadow. Farther offshore, the drowned gate cannot be seen from land, yet it remains, open or broken, waiting before a courtyard filled with sand. No inscription explains who travelled there. No surviving name identifies the sanctuary or town. No story tells us what was spoken at the gate. The road simply continues. Perhaps it was built for merchants, pilgrims, priests, mourners, sailors returning beneath stars. Perhaps it once carried ordinary feet toward an ordinary settlement, and only time made it sacred. Perhaps it was never meant to lead into mystery, but the sea has changed its meaning. Some roads reach their destination, others become symbols of the distance between what is remembered and what can be recovered. The moonlight rests upon the first drowned stones. For a moment, they seem close enough to follow. One step, then another. The water deepens. The surface closes above. The path leads onward toward the unseen gate. Perhaps history must stop here, at the boundary where evidence becomes dream. But imagination continues walking, past the last visible stone, through the water, toward the courtyard, toward the place where voices may once have gathered beneath lamps. Some paths were never meant to be followed to the end. Some destinations remain sacred, because the final approach has vanished. The tide covers the stone, withdraws, returns, and beneath the moonlit surface, the road continues into silence, inviting the mind to travel farther than any living foot can safely go. It is said that beneath every ancient house, there is something the walls cannot fully contain. A memory older than the roof, a promise deeper than the threshold, a route passing silently through the darkness, holding the household to the earth. Beneath the ruins of a coastal hall, where the sea now moves through broken chambers, divers discover the dark remains of a tree. At first, it appears to be a fallen beam. Its surface is blackened by age and covered in places by pale shells. Fine sand lies across it. Small fish pass through the space where branches may once have risen. But the wood is not lying loose upon the floor. It descends. The trunk enters the earth below the ruined chamber, enclosed carefully within worked stone. Around it, the paving blocks have been cut and fitted with unusual precision, creating a narrow circle where human architecture meets the buried root. The tree did not grow there after the building fell. The hall was built around it. Its roots continue downward into ancient soil, now hidden beneath the seabed. Above, the palace has become ruin. Walls have collapsed, plaster has faded, doorways open into water. Yet below them, the tree remains in the place where it once lived. The image recalls one of the quietest and most powerful secrets in the Odyssey, the marriage bed of Odysseus and Penelope, a bed built around a living olive tree, a bed that could not be moved without destroying the room itself. And so the first question rises gently through the water. Was this ruined chamber once anchored by the same kind of secret, or has time arranged stone and wood into a resemblance too beautiful to ignore? In forgotten corners of the ancient Mediterranean, olive trees stood close to the center of life. They offered fruit, oil, wood, shade, light. Their oil-fed lamps after sunset. It softened skin, preserved food, prepared bodies for ritual, and accompanied the dead. It entered temples as an offering and households as a necessity. An olive grove was wealth, but it was also inheritance. The trees grew slowly. They required patience. A young person might plant one whose greatest harvest would belong to a later generation. Some trees survived long enough to become living members of the household landscape. A grandfather remembered playing beneath their branches. A child gathered fruit from the same trunk decades later. A family measured time, not only through rulers and wars, but through the tree's widening bark. This branch was here before your mother was born. That hollow appeared after the winter storm. The roots reached the old wall when your grandfather was young. The olive carried history without writing it. Its language was growth, ring beneath ring, season after season, leaf returning after drought, new shoots rising from old wood. Because of this endurance, the olive came to symbolize peace, continuity, divine favor, and the patient survival of the household. Athena herself was associated with the gift of the olive. Its presence could suggest wisdom rather than force, cultivation rather than conquest, the quiet prosperity of a place able to remain rooted. To build a chamber around such a tree was therefore no ordinary architectural choice. It meant allowing the living earth to remain inside the human structure. The tree became more than decoration. It became a pillar not made by masons, a witness older than the walls, a boundary the household agreed not to violate. The stones around the submerged trunk appear intentionally shaped. Their inner edges curve toward the wood. The floor was not laid first and later broken by roots. It seems to have been designed to accommodate the tree from the beginning. Perhaps the trunk rose through an open courtyard. Perhaps the chamber had no roof at its center, allowing sunlight and rain to reach the branches. The tree may have shaded a household shrine. Its base may have received offerings. Family members may have gathered beneath it during marriages, births, departures, and returns. Or perhaps the tree stood inside a private room, a sleeping chamber, a sacred inner space, a place known only to the household's closest members. The structure cannot identify itself. The surviving walls are too damaged to reveal whether the room was public or hidden. Yet nearby objects suggest intimacy rather than ceremony. Fragments of fine plaster, small bronze fittings, a piece of carved ivory. The ivory is incomplete, but the remaining image shows two hands joined beneath branching lines. The branches may belong to a tree. The joined hands may represent marriage, agreement, blessing, or farewell. The object could have decorated a box, a bed, a chair, or a wall panel. No inscription explains it. Still, the image feels almost like a whisper preserved beside the roots. Two hands beneath branches, a promise under something living. The plaster fragments once belonged to painted walls. Most of the color has dissolved, yet traces of dusk blue, clay red, and faded gold remain. One fragment may show leaves. Another, a narrow border of spirals. Perhaps the room was decorated with scenes of a sacred grove. Perhaps the painted patterns echoed the real tree rising through the floor. Ancient rooms often joined architecture, painting, and ritual meaning. A wall could transform a chamber into a garden, a ceiling into a night sky. A tree inside such a room would have blurred the boundary even further. The household would not merely represent nature, it would contain it. Whispers tell us that the oldest homes were understood not simply as buildings, but as living centers. The hearth breathed warmth. The doorway guarded passage. The roof sheltered generations. The storage jars held the future in the form of grain and oil. The marriage bed carried lineage. The household gods remembered ancestors. A rooted tree within that space would have bound all these meanings together. Earth below, branches above, family between them. The chamber beneath the sea inevitably recalls the test of Penelope. Odysseus returns to Ithaca after 20 years of war and wandering. He does not return openly. He arrives disguised. His body has changed. His face is marked by age, hardship, and divine concealment. The household he enters is both his own and no longer his own. Servants have changed. His son has grown. Strangers occupy his hall. Recognition cannot depend upon appearance alone. Faces can be altered. Stories can be imitated. Names can be claimed. Even scars require interpretation. At last, Penelope sets a final test. She gives instructions that the marriage bed should be moved from the chamber. The request appears simple, yet Odysseus reacts at once. The bed cannot be moved. He knows because he built it. At the center of the room once stood a living olive tree. He cut and shaped the trunk, using it as one of the bedposts, then constructed the chamber around it. To remove the bed would require cutting the tree or breaking the walls. This knowledge belongs only to the two of them. It is not a public story, not a heroic deed celebrated by singers. It is private architecture, a shared secret rooted beneath the visible life of the household. Penelope recognizes him, not because he speaks like a king, not because he recalls a battle, not because he proves strength. She recognizes him through knowledge of something hidden and immovable. The secret bed becomes the true center of the homecoming. After storms, monsters, seductions, prophecies, shipwreck, and disguise, identity rests upon a tree, upon the memory of how a room was built, upon the fact that one person knows what cannot be moved because two lives were shaped around it. This is one of the Odyssey's most tender ideas. Love survives not only through longing, but through shared knowledge. The world may know the public person, the warrior, the ruler, the traveler, but intimacy knows where the roots are. It remembers the hidden structure beneath the role. The submerged tree does not prove that this chamber belonged to Odysseus. It may not lie anywhere near historical Ithaca. The hall may belong to another island, another century, another household entirely. The trunk may have supported a courtyard tree. The joined hands upon the ivory may have no connection to marriage. Resemblance is not evidence, yet resemblance has its own power. The poem may have preserved a real architectural tradition. Ancient builders sometimes incorporated living rock, trees, caves, and springs into sacred or domestic spaces. A household might preserve an old tree because it marked ancestry. A shrine might be constructed around a trunk believed to contain divine presence. A marriage chamber built around a living tree is unusual, but not beyond imagination. Perhaps the poetic image came from a real room, remembered across generations. A storyteller had seen such a bed, or heard of a palace whose private chamber could not be moved because its central post remained rooted in the ground. The detail survived because it felt true, specific. Unlike grand descriptions of wealth, it carried the quiet authority of lived experience. There is another possibility. The story became famous, and later builders imitated it. A ruler or wealthy household may have created a chamber around an olive tree to associate themselves with Odysseus and Penelope. Architecture often follows myth. A place is described in song. People begin constructing their lives in its image. A sacred story becomes a model for marriage. A rooted bed becomes a symbol families wish to claim. The submerged room may therefore belong not to the beginning of the tradition, but to its echo. Perhaps a couple chose to build around the tree because the poem taught them what rooted loyalty should look like. If so, the chamber remains meaningful for a different reason. It shows myth returning to the earth. A story about architecture becomes architecture again. The poem shapes the room sinks beneath the sea preserves enough of it to summon the poem once more. Beginning and ending fold together like roots beneath stone. Some believe the chamber served ritual rather than domestic life. The tree may have stood in a sanctuary dedicated to marriage, fertility, household continuity, or safe return. Couples could have joined hands beneath its branches. Offerings placed near the trunk, oil poured at the roots, a bronze key dedicated before entering a new household. The ivory hands may record such a rite. A sacred tree often represented continuity between generations. Its roots held the ancestors, its branches held those yet to come. To marry beneath it was to enter a lineage larger than the individual. The ceremony said, "We do not begin alone. We join something already growing." We will one day become part of what supports others. The olive's endurance made it especially suited to this symbolism. It could be cut and grow again, appear old and still produce fruit, survive harsh ground. Its silver-green leaves turned in the wind, revealing different shades beneath the same light. A tree of patience, a tree that did not hurry. Perhaps the chamber honored this quality above all. Human promises are spoken in a moment. Their meaning unfolds across years. Marriage is not tested only at the ceremony. It is tested through absence, change, grief, uncertainty, and return. The olive grows according to the same slow measure. Its roots deepen, while little appears to change above. Its greatest strength remains unseen. Penelope's waiting resembles this hidden growth. For 20 years her public life appears suspended, yet beneath that stillness, judgment, memory, and endurance deepen. She is not empty, she is rooted. Odysseus travels across the visible world. Penelope remains near the invisible center. One crosses seas, the other protects the meaning of return. Without the rooted household, the voyage would have no true destination. Home is not simply an island. It is the place where the hidden structure is still understood. The palace may be occupied by strangers. The ruler may be disguised. The years may have altered every face. But the secret remains beneath the floor. This is why the tree speaks so strongly. It represents continuity below change. The trunk may be reshaped, the chamber built around it, the outer house damaged. Still, the roots descend into the same earth. The drowned hall carries this symbolism into loss. The palace itself did not endure. Its walls fell, the roof vanished, the sea entered every private room. Whatever family once lived there disappeared from memory. Yet the root remains, dark wood enclosed by stone. The most hidden part surviving after the visible household is gone. There is sorrow in this, but also tenderness. The palace could not protect itself from time. The tree could not remain alive beneath the sea. No bond defeats every form of change. Endurance is not the same as immortality. Still, some shapes remain longer than expected. The stones retain the curve they made around the trunk. The ivory retains the joined hands. The root retains the direction in which it entered the earth. The arrangement speaks even after its names have vanished. Perhaps love survives in similar ways, not always as a complete story, sometimes as structure, a habit preserved by another person, a room arranged around an absence, a secret no outsider would understand, a path worn into the floor, a remembered phrase, the knowledge that something cannot be moved without breaking the world built around it. Ancient poetry often recognizes that identity is relational. Odysseus is not fully restored by standing upon Ithaca. He becomes himself through recognition. The dog remembers him, the nurse knows the scar, Telemachus accepts the father, Penelope knows the bed. Each recognition restores another part of the person. The private test matters most because it reaches beneath appearance. A stranger could learn a name. A spy could repeat a history, but only the true partner knows the hidden root. The submerged chamber invites the same kind of recognition from us. We cannot identify the household. We do not know the couple. We cannot read the lost stories. Yet we recognize the emotional shape. A room anchored by something living. Two hands beneath branches. Architecture refusing to sever the root. The objects say nothing directly, but they awaken an ancient understanding. Some bonds are visible in ceremony, others are built beneath the floor. Perhaps the hall was abandoned before it sank. The inhabitants may have known the shoreline was changing. Salt water entered nearby wells. Storms reached the lower rooms. Cracks appeared in the walls. What would they have done with the tree? If it remained alive, perhaps they could not move it. The household objects could be carried inland. The lamps, boxes, bronze fittings, sacred images, but the rooted center had to remain. One imagines a final visit, the rooms already empty, footsteps echoing through the hall. Someone approaches the tree and places a hand upon the trunk. The branches move above the damaged roof. Perhaps vows had been spoken there, children named, travelers welcomed home. The tree contains the private history of the household. Leaving it means accepting that home cannot be carried whole. A small branch might be cut, a fruit gathered, a piece of bark taken, but the roots remain. The family departs, the sea arrives. At first, water enters only during storms. Then more often, the soil around the trunk turns bitter, leaves fall, the tree dies slowly as salt reaches the roots. The room that once held living shade becomes an open chamber filled with tide. The final branch breaks, the trunk darkens. Coral begins its own patient growth across the floor. This imagined ending carries no certainty. Perhaps an earthquake lowered the hall suddenly. Perhaps the tree had died long before. Perhaps it was already revered as ancient wood when the stones were built around it. The evidence does not choose. The mystery remains veiled. Night now settles over the submerged palace. Moonlight passes through the surface and reaches the ruined chamber in trembling bands. It touches the worked stones surrounding the trunk. The ivory fragment rests nearby. Two hands joined beneath broken branches. Water moves through the doorway where a curtain may once have hung. The tree bears no leaves, no fruit, no birds rest upon it. Yet the root remains directed toward the ancient soil. The room is open to the sea, but still arranged around its hidden center. Perhaps this was never Ithaca. Perhaps no queen slept here. No wandering king returned to speak the secret. Perhaps the resemblance belongs only to our longing to find poetry within ruins. But resemblance is sometimes a form of memory. Stories teach us how to see what stone alone cannot explain. The ancient wood lies where earth once met the household floor. The palace has entered the sea. The names have entered silence. And still the chamber seems to guard a promise. Not that all travelers return, not that every house survives, not even that love remains unchanged. Only that what is rooted may endure in ways the visible world cannot measure. Some secrets do not need inscriptions. Some vows remain hidden beneath ordinary rooms. And some recognition comes only when the face, the crown, and the story have fallen away, leaving a single question beneath the water. Do you remember what could never be moved? The tide passes through the chamber. Sand gathers beside the trunk. The joined hands fade beneath salt. Far above, the moon crosses the sea, and below the ruined palace, the olive root rests in darkness, a quiet witness to the possibility that some bonds continue long after the walls built around them have disappeared. It is said that the final gate is never the one built of stone. The final gate stands within the traveler, between the person who departed and the person who returns, between the memory of home and the home that has continued without him. Before dawn, near a rocky island shore, a submerged wall rises from darkness. At first, it appears only as a long shadow beneath the water. Then the night begins to loosen. A faint blue light gathers above the sea, and the stones emerge one by one. The wall is low now, broken in several places, yet its original line remains clear. It once followed the edge of the shore, protecting a settlement from waves, weather, or strangers arriving from the open water. At its center stands a narrow gate. Two upright stones hold the remains of a lintel. The entrance faces directly toward the sea, as though it were built to receive those returning from distant voyages. Beyond it lies no grand palace, no avenue of columns, no throne room filled with bronze and firelight. Only scattered foundations, collapsed walls, and a path leading inland beneath layers of sand. The gate is modest, almost easily overlooked, yet beneath the fading stars, it seems to hold the silence of every arrival that once passed through it. A fisher, returning before sunrise. A merchant bearing news from another island. A soldier appearing after years of absence. A stranger whose face had changed so deeply that those waiting on shore did not know whether to welcome him or fear him. The water moves gently through the entrance. The path beyond cannot be followed far. Still, the gate appears to ask the oldest question of the Odyssey. What does it mean to return home after becoming someone else? Some believe these stones may belong to one of the lost approaches to ancient Ithaca. Others see only another drowned settlement along a coastline transformed by earthquakes, sinking ground, storms, and time. No inscription names the place, no artifact carries the unmistakable sign of Odysseus, no carved line says that the king once passed beneath this lintel. The stones do not decide. Perhaps this uncertainty is fitting. The search for Homeric places has always moved between archaeology and longing. Scholars compare coastlines, caves, harbours, mountains, and ancient routes. Sailors recognize bays that resemble descriptions in the poem. Islanders preserve local traditions passed through generations. A spring becomes the spring where Athena appeared. A hill becomes the palace mound. A cave becomes the place where gifts were hidden after the Phaeacian ship reached shore. Every island touched by the poem's geography seems to possess a fragment of the story. A harbour shaped correctly, a cliff facing the right wind, a name with an ancient echo, a ruined wall beneath olive trees. The desire to locate Ithaca is not merely a desire to solve geography, it is a desire to give stone to memory, to stand where the wanderer stood, to see the horizon he saw after the last night at sea, to find one threshold and say, "Here, the story entered the world." But perhaps the world of Odysseus was never contained within one shore. Perhaps it was assembled from many places remembered by sailors, singers, merchants, and refugees across generations. A dangerous strait from one voyage, a sheltered harbour from another, a palace whose painted halls had already vanished, a cave where ancient bones inspired fear, a hidden spring used by grieving families, a road seen beneath clear water, a tree growing through the floor of a household chamber. These fragments may have travelled through voices long before they entered poetry. Stories carried them from island to island. A sailor described a city lowered by an earthquake. A singer joined it to the tale of a wandering king. A family preserved the memory of a drowned sanctuary. A poet gave the ruins a god. Over time, reality and imagination ceased to be separate. The ancient sea became a mosaic of remembered places. Perhaps Ithaca is part island and part longing, part archaeology, and part the shape of return in the human mind. The narrow gate beneath the water gathers all these possibilities. It resembles no single grand entrance described in song, yet it feels like the end of a long journey. Behind us lie the drowned harbour, where mooring rings waited without ships. The palace beneath blue water, its final doorway opening into darkness. The nameless island visible only at dusk. The temple where waves moved through columns like prayer. The bronze door protected by sand and silence. The city that sank without flame. The cave whose shadow became a one-eyed giant. The forgotten orchard where sweetness may have loosened the memory of home. The stairway descending toward a sacred spring. The bells heard beneath a drowned sanctuary. The graves of travellers whose bodies never returned. The hall where exhausted oarsmen slept beside their unnamed labour. The compass whose directions belonged to stars, no longer rising in the same place. The queen's chamber beneath the reef. The feast hall of empty cups. The island where the wind turned against itself. The cliff where the Sirens' song became indistinguishable from stone. The tomb built around absence. The road continuing beneath the sea. The olive tree rooted below a vanished palace. Each place offered a threshold. Each asked the traveller to cross from what could be known into what could only be felt. The final gate gathers them without explaining them. Perhaps this is how memory works. It does not preserve a journey as a perfect road. It keeps fragments, a sound, a doorway, a cup, a star, a voice beside a fire, a hand raised in farewell. Years later, these pieces become the only map. Odysseus returns to Ithaca carrying fragments rather than wholeness. His companions are gone, his ships are gone, his treasure has changed hands, his body bears time, hardship, and disguise. The man who left for Troy cannot simply step back into the household as though no years had passed. Return is not reversal. The road home does not undo the journey. It delivers the traveller to the place where the journey must finally be understood. This may be why Odysseus enters his own world as a stranger. He arrives hidden. His homeland does not immediately reveal itself. Mist conceals the shore. His face is altered. His identity must be restored through recognition. The dog knows him. The nurse knows the scar. His son must learn to believe. Penelope must test the secret rooted beneath the chamber floor. Each recognition opens another gate. Homecoming is not one moment. It is a sequence of thresholds. The shore, the hut, the palace, the marriage chamber, the heart of the person who has waited. Only when these gates open does the traveller truly return. Perhaps the submerged entrance before us once served the same ordinary purpose. A person crossed it from ship to settlement. A guard asked a name. A family watched from beyond the wall. Goods were carried inland. News entered. The gate belonged to practical life. Yet time has transformed it. Because it stands beneath the sea, it now seems less like an entrance into a town and more like a passage into memory. The water itself has become the threshold. To cross today would require leaving the world of breath. The traveller would pass beneath the surface, between the stones, and along the path disappearing into sediment. The gate no longer separates outside from inside. It separates the present from the unreachable past. No archaeologist can walk through it exactly as the ancient inhabitants did. The coastline has changed. The road is buried. The voices are gone. The destination survives only in broken foundations. This creates a gentle sadness. The way remains. The world it led into does not. There are many gates like this in human memory. A childhood doorway still standing after the household has disappeared. A road leading toward a village, abandoned by everyone who knew its name. A key kept after the lock is gone. A phrase remembered after the voice has been forgotten. These things promise entry but cannot restore what once waited beyond them. Still, we approach. We look through. We imagine. Perhaps imagination is not a failure of history. Perhaps it is the final form of care available when evidence reaches its limit. History tells us where the stones lie. Imagination listens for the footsteps. History studies the buried path. Imagination wonders who crossed it at dawn. History confirms that no inscription survives. Imagination understands that someone still stood there waiting. The distinction matters. Without evidence, we should not claim certainty. But without imagination, ruins become only measurements. The gate asks for both humility and tenderness. Could this be Ithaca? Perhaps. Perhaps not. The answer may never come, yet the deeper meaning of the place does not depend upon proof. The gate faces the sea. That is enough to awaken the idea of return. Every harbour gate watched two kinds of movement, departure and arrival. The same stones received both. A traveller leaving might touch the wall for luck. A traveller returning might touch it in gratitude. The gate did not know whether the person passing beneath it would ever come again. It simply remained. This may be why gates feel sacred. They witness transitions without controlling them. A door cannot guarantee return. It can only remain available. Penelope's waiting carries the same quality. She cannot command the sea, cannot force the ship home, cannot know whether the absent man lives. She can only preserve the possibility of recognition, keep the household from closing around a false ending, guard the hidden knowledge of the rooted bed, remain, like a gate, open to truth, but not to every claim. Odysseus's journey is often described as persistence, but the waiting world also persists. The shore remains, the olive root remains, the secret remains. Return becomes possible because something has endured long enough to receive it. Perhaps home is not the place unchanged by time. No place remains unchanged. Home is the place where change can be recognized without erasing belonging. The traveller arrives altered. The household is altered. The relationship must decide whether the bond runs deeper than appearance. This is why the gate becomes a threshold within the listener. Each person carries a private Ithaca, a place, person, memory, or state of being toward which the inner journey turns. Sometimes it is a real house, sometimes a language, a childhood landscape, a lost relationship, a sense of peace remembered from before difficulty began. We travel toward it in imagination. We believe that returning will restore what was lost. But when we reach the shore, The gate may stand beneath water. The path may continue, yet the old way of entering has vanished. Then the question changes. Not, how do I return to what was, but, what does this place mean now that both it and I have changed? Odysseus does not recover his youth. Penelope does not recover the years of waiting. The household does not return to the innocence that existed before war. Homecoming cannot remove the cost. It can only gather the fragments into a new understanding. Perhaps that is why the Odyssey ends not with perfect peace, but with the difficult restoration of order. Return is sacred because it is incomplete. The lost remain lost. The years remain lived. The dead do not rise. Yet recognition becomes possible. The gate opens enough. The traveler is received. The wandering finds meaning, though not erasure. The submerged wall may have belonged to a settlement that disappeared without connection to Homer's tale. Its people may have known entirely different songs. The path inland may have led to modest houses, workshops, and fields. The gate may have welcomed fishermen rather than kings. This possibility makes it no less moving. Every ordinary return carried its own epic, a sailor surviving winter storms, a son coming back after years of trade, a mother recognizing a grown child by voice, a family standing at the gate before sunrise because news had arrived that a ship was approaching. Heroic poetry enlarges one homecoming. History was filled with thousands, some completed, some delayed, some ending only in an empty tomb. The stones beneath the sea may have witnessed them without distinction. No grand city lies beyond. Perhaps that too is fitting. After every mystery, every palace, every sacred chamber, the final destination is simple: a path inland, foundations, the remains of ordinary rooms. Odysseus longed not for endless marvels, but for the familiar, his own land, his own bed, smoke rising from home. The extraordinary voyage ends in the desire for ordinary belonging. This may be the quiet wisdom of the last gate. The goal of wandering is not always discovery. Sometimes it is the ability to recognize what was already sacred: a hearth, a tree, a name spoken correctly, a door opened by someone who remembers. Dawn now approaches. The sky above the island grows pale. The last stars begin to fade. Light enters the water at a low angle, revealing the submerged wall more clearly than before. The stone edges sharpen. The gate stands visible. The path beyond appears for several steps beneath the sand. For a moment, the ruins seem almost near, as though the water might withdraw and allow one final crossing. Then the brightness increases. Reflections gather across the surface. The same light that reveals the stones begins to conceal them. The gate dissolves beneath silver and blue. The path disappears. By full morning, a person passing along the shore might see nothing unusual. Only water, rock, a quiet horizon. No inscription confirms the settlement's name. No artifact proves that Odysseus crossed here. No final answer rises with the dawn. Perhaps Ithaca has always remained partly hidden, beneath water, beneath poetry, beneath the veil of memory that both preserves and changes what it loves. Perhaps the island in the poem exists wherever a traveler is finally understood, where the disguise can be released, where the hidden route is remembered, where the years of absence are allowed to belong to the homecoming rather than stand outside it. The sea keeps the ruins, the stars fade, the gate waits in sacred silence, and somewhere beyond the visible shore, the traveler may already have returned, not unchanged, not without sorrow, but recognized. Perhaps that is all any final gate can promise. Not that the journey will be undone, only that, after wandering through every chamber of uncertainty, there may still be a place where the silence knows our name.